Chapter 551 Pot King Harry. Thank you BB for the 1,000 point reward. McClowns today, starting in the early morning, I have been in the pit all day long. There is only a hint of warmth. Ron also continued. Not only that, but many people are still rumoring that the Ministry of Magic has been extremely upset with Professor Dumbledore and wants to take Hogwarts from Professor Dumbledore. Harry shook his head desperately and said, "No, it must be impossible." Hermione hurriedly pressed Harry's shoulder and said, "Don't get excited, the people in the Order of the Phoenix are already discussing countermeasures. And we won't agree with the Ministry of Magic to go on such a foolish act." Harry resisted the fluctuations in his heart and asked, "This is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix." "What is the Order of the Phoenix?" Hermione explained. The Order of the Phoenix is an organization organized by Professor Dumbledore to oppose Voldemort, so we can rest assured here. As for this house, it seems to belong to the Sirius family. Sirius donated it. The place where the Order of the Phoenix is active. Cool Tiger. Harry just sat down and immediately thought of the abandoned Mark's Eye in his mind, but he could only sigh deeply. He didn't take it seriously. Tell Hermione, otherwise Hermione might also be worried. Boom. There was a sudden knock at the door, and Mr. Weasley stood there with a smile on his face. Ron saw Mr. Weasley say, "Dad, what's the matter?" Mr. Weasley looked at Harry and smiled. "Harry, have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow is your hearing. You are going to the Ministry of Magic with me." Harry was taken aback and nodded slowly. Mr. Weasley made a gesture to Harry and said with a smile, "Nothing will happen. Don't be afraid." Harry smiled bitterly and nodded. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry worriedly with helpless faces. The next day, Mr. Weasley took Harry to a phone booth. Outside the phone booth was a constant stream of people, but no one noticed them. Harry asked puzzledly, "BBFF Mr. Weasley, why did you bring me here?" "This is the Muggle world." Mr. Weasley smiled and shook his head and said, "Harry, you don't know that. There are many ways to the Ministry of Magic. This is one of them. The guest entrance." Mr. Weasley drew Harry closer to the phone booth and gently dropped a coin into the phone. The phone booth shook suddenly, and Harry almost couldn't stand his feet, but the pedestrians walking outside didn't seem to notice the phone booth's abnormality at all. They should walk and make calls. The inside of the phone booth was like a box, falling down sharply. Harry could no longer see the situation on the ground. He could only hold on to the things around him tightly and maintain his balance. The phone booth didn't know how long it had been falling, then slowly stopped and opened the door. What caught Harry's eyes was another stream of people, but everyone in front of him was wearing wizard robes or other clothes, which was obviously different from the Muggle world. Harry asked hesitantly, "Mr. Weasley, where is it?" "The Ministry of Magic," Mr. Weasley replied with a smile. Harry followed Mr. Weasley's footsteps and walked forward. Harry could see the portrait of Minister of Magic Fudge hanging around him. The wizards around seemed to be busy with their own affairs, and there were still many dancing in the sky. Paper airplane. "Harry, your hearing is about to begin. We will speed up," Mr. Weasley reminded in a low voice. Harry responded, speeding up and following Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley found an elevator and took Harry in. The elevator was still sinking under the ground. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Harry could not believe that the Ministry of Magic existed under the Muggle world, and the place where he is going to the hearing is still so deep underground. Mr. Weasley whispered, "Harry, I will not be able to accompany you in the next hearing, so you have to take care of yourself. Don't talk nonsense in the Department of Mysteries, do you hear it?" Harry said in a daze. "The Department of Mysteries?" Mr. Weasley nodded and said, "The department in charge of your hearing is the Department of Mysteries, and Mr. Fudge is already the presiding judge." Harry nodded quickly and said, "I see." Mr. Weasley pushed open the elevator door, led Harry to a door, and gave Harry a cheering gesture. Harry nodded quickly, took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, Harry immediately felt uncomfortable. When he looked up, the interrogation bench was full of wizards, some wearing red wizard robes, and a little black wizard robes. The moment Harry entered, his eyes focused on Harry immediately. At the forefront of the interrogation stand, it was Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, who was wearing a black wizard robe and a lawyer's hat on his head, looking at Harry through his glasses. "Please sit down at your place." Fudge made a gesture and asked Harry to sit on the chair in the middle of the room. There was a large space in the middle of the room, which was a chair, which looked empty. Harry swallowed and sat on the chair. Everyone was looking straight at Harry. Every little movement of Harry could not escape the observation of these people, which made Harry feel extremely nervous. "Harry James Potter?" Fudge said Harry's full name softly. Harry quickly said, "It's me." Harry's voice traveled back and forth in the empty house, reverberating. Fudge picked up a piece of paper and slowly said, "Harry James Potter lives at number 4 Virgin Road, Little Wengin Town, Surrey." The questioner, Cornelius Oswald Fudge. Harry took another sip of water and looked nervously at the paper in Fudge's hand. Chapter 552 Marks McClown breaks in. Fudge continued. The defendant was accused of using the Patronus charm in front of moles without authorization when he was sober and knew he was breaking the law. Harry looked at him with questioning eyes all around him. He was unnatural. When he was about to speak, Fudge looked at Harry and said slowly, "Harry James Potter, you know there is this something." Harry nodded nervously and said, "I know, but..." "Okay." Fudge immediately interrupted. "Then do you know that minors are prohibited from using magic outside of school?" Harry nodded and said, "I know, but..." Fudge interrupted again. "Wizards listening to the trial, probably you have already understood the matter, so you can draw conclusions about 3, 4, 3 plus. Harry gritted his teeth and shouted, "This is because the Dementor appeared and attacked us." There was silence because of Harry's words. Everyone looked at each other, and no one made a sound for a while. Fudge was also stunned, but soon Fudge laughed and said, "Harry Potter, this story of you really scared me, but I believe everyone present will not believe your ridiculous lie." Cool exclamation mark hash. When Harry was about to argue, a witch in a red wizard robe raised her hand and said solemnly, "Harry, this is the Department of Mysteries. If you lie here, the crime is much more serious than using magic outside the school." Harry said anxiously, "I didn't lie. There was indeed a Dementor who appeared at that time and wanted to attack us. It was a real Dementor, I can guarantee it." The wizards at the hearing immediately started talking, and everyone's faces looked incredible. The smile on Fudge's face also slowly disappeared and said, "Harry, listen to me. The Dementor is directly under the Ministry of Magic, and without the order of the Ministry of Magic, you will not leave Azkaban." Harry appeared more anxious and said, "But that is indeed a Dementor." "I don't have to deceive you about this," Fudge said coldly. "Enough. Your lie ends here. I have already told you, the Dementor will not leave Azkaban without the order of the Ministry of Magic, and even if it is really lost. When a Dementor appears in the Mole world and encounters a wizard who can use the Patron Saint, the chance of this incident is almost zero." Harry gritted his teeth and said, "I won't lie. What I saw that day was indeed a Dementor." At this time, a black-robed witch gently raised his hand at the hearing. It was Umbridge who had been to the Marks family that day. Umbridge screamed and laughed. "Harry, now I understand what you mean. You mean the Ministry of Magic will send Dementors to attack you, right?" After speaking, Umbridge laughed. Some wizards also laughed softly. In Harry's view, this was a mockery of him, but Harry didn't have enough evidence to prove what he said, so he could only stare at these laughing wizards. "I prove that everything Harry said is true." A familiar voice reached Harry's ear, and a man pushed open the door of the interrogation hall and walked slowly into the interrogation hall. Harry looked back and cried out in surprise, "Mr. Marks, why are you here?" "The person here is Marks I." Fudge changed his face and said, "Marks McClown, this is the interrogation hall. You can't come in casually. Get me out quickly." Marks McClown said with a faint smile, "That's not good." Harry lacks a dialectist and a witness at this time, right? Fudge said coldly, "Marks McClown, what do you mean?" Marks McClown walked up to Harry and said calmly, I am Harry's dialectic, and I am also a witness to the incident that day. Don't you understand, Mr. Fudge? If you understand it so clearly, Fudge hummed fiercely and said, it's useless for you to be Harry's dialectic. This case is already very clear. Harry used the curse outside the school in violation of the rules and seriously violated the regulations on the use of curses by minors. Give punishment. Marks McClown stretched out his hands and said lightly, so you just let the Dementors roam around in the Mole world? Fudge stood up abruptly and said, Marks McClown, now is not the time for you to speak. Just when Marks I was about to argue against Fudge, the witch in the red wizard robe who raised her hand before said solemnly, Mr. Marks, I want to ask you, was it really a Dementor that you saw that day? Marks McClown smiled and said, in the 3rd grade, there were so many Dementors in the school. If I can still admit my mistakes, then what kind of Hogwarts student am I? And besides the Dementors, which do creatures need us to use the Guardian spell to face it? The wizards present were in an uproar and suddenly became noisy. Fudge stood in his place with a very ugly expression. Marks McClown slowly said, and even if you want to interrogate, the interrogator should be me, not Harry, because the person who used the Patron Saint curse that day was me, not Harry. Marks McClown's remarks were even more like dropping a depth bomb, and the entire interrogation booth was boiling. This incident was originally a trivial matter, but it was the use of magic spells by students outside the school. One was Marks I who used magic, but Harry was judged by the Ministry of Magic, which already doubted the Ministry's ability. Second, if there are Dementors who do not listen to the instructions of the Ministry of Magic and wander around in the Mole world, this will also put a very big question mark on the capabilities of the Ministry. In addition, Marks McClown has actually admitted to the use of curses outside of school. In other words, if the conviction is to be condemned to Marks McClown represents the Marks family. Chapter 553 Net Fucking Talk. If the Ministry of Magic condemns Marks McClown will not let it go. Fudge's face turned purple with anger, and said coldly, Marks McClown, have you said enough here? Marks McClown smiled and shook his head and said, Mr. Fudge, do you still want to deprive me of the right to speak? Fudge sneered, naturally I have no right to deprive you of the right to speak. But since you have confessed your guilt just now, then the matter is very simple. You will accept this crime in place of Harry. Marks McClown smiled freely, Mr. Fudge, it seems that you are really confused. This charge has not yet been established. Both Harry and I are just suspects. What right do you have to give me a direct charge? Fudge stopped and was about to speak. Marks McClown interrupted. The matter is now clear. The person who used the spell is me. But the Ministry of Magic has judged that Harry was wrongly judged, and the Dementor is even more important. I understand that the Ministry of Magic has no enough control over the Dementors. This is what caused the Dementors to appear in the Mole world. Marks I. A sharp voice sounded, and Umbridge stood up 11 and said coldly, I've had enough of your nonsense. Are you questioning the Ministry now? Correct. Marks McClown simply said, otherwise, you can explain to me why the Dementors appear in the Mole world? Umbridge stopped and stuttered a little. How do I know that this is just a lie you made up? How could I give you an explanation? Fudge also threatened, Marks McClown, do you know what you are doing now? I'm afraid that even the Marks family will not be able to protect you from your behavior. Marks McClown was about to speak. The witch in the red wizard robe before raised her hand and said coldly, Mr. Fudge, I think many people here are very concerned about the appearance of Dementors in the Mole world. We need the Ministry of Magic to deal with this. Give an answer to the matter. Fudge slapped the table abruptly and said, what answer is it? This is just gibberish from these two kids. The witch in the red wizard robe said, if it's nonsense, can Mr. Fudge explain why the spell they used illegally is a Patron Saint curse? This kind of curse is only for Dementors? Fudge was stunned, but for a moment he couldn't find words to refute. Cool tiger, Marks McClown looked around at all the wizards present and smiled. Since everyone is so curious, let me explain this to you! The eyes of all the wizards were on Marks McClown at the same time, but Marks McClown did not show any tension. Marks McClown slowly said, "The reason why the Dementors appeared in the Mole World was not because of the instructions of the Ministry of Magic. There is no doubt about this." Many wizards turned their eyes back and forth on Marks I and Fudge, as if thinking about something. Marks McClown continued, "Because the Dementor not only obeys the Ministry of Magic, but there is also a person who can instruct the Dementor to be a dark creature. That person is Voldemort." "Shut up!" Marks I. Fudge yelled in disregard of his image, and said fiercely, "You can't say this name," and he didn't come back. The words behind Fudge almost shouted through gritted teeth. Marks McClown said coldly, "Mr. Fudge, this is a fact, you can't deny it. You have been dominated by the fear in your heart, and you have been blinded." Fudge slapped the table in front of him vigorously and roared, "Marks McClown, I can't tolerate your nonsense. I will convict you now." Fudge no longer cares about the influence of the Marks family. What Fudge wants now is to directly convict Marks McClown and make him shut his mouth. The witch in the red wizard robe said coldly, "Mr. Fudge, it seems that it is not your right to convict people, but it is necessary for us to listen to so many people in the trial team to vote with all their hearts." Fudge glared at Marks McClown and forcibly suppressed his anger and said, "Okay, now those who are convicted of Marks McClown, raise their hands." Fudge immediately raised his hand, and glared at his surroundings. There were many people who didn't raise their hands, and I meant something. Umbridge raised his hand for the second time, staring at Marks I and Harry in dissatisfaction, while the others also raised their hands scatteredly, most of them staring at Fudge coldly. After all, what they knew just now was too far-reaching, and the ability of the Ministry of Magic was also questioned. They didn't dare to completely believe in Fudge, plus Marks McClown was behind the Marks family, so they didn't dare to give it to Marks McClown easily. Conviction. Marks McClown looked at Fudge with a faint smile, with a confident look, making Fudge even more angry. Seeing only scattered people raising their hands, Fudge snorted heavily and said, "Those who are found innocent by Marks McClown now, raise their hands." Fudge immediately put down his hand and stared at Marks I closely, but Ewing was watching the people around him. The witch in the red wizard robe took the lead to raise her hand and looked at Fudge coldly. Many members of the hearing team also raised their hands one after another. Many of them have already developed a sense of distrust of Fudge. There were obviously more people who found Marks McClown innocent than those who found Marks McClown guilty, and Fudge's face was even more ugly. Marks McClown spread his hand and smiled. "Mr. Fudge, you can make a judgment." Fudge took a deep breath, took the gavel and knocked it hard on the table and said, "Marks I is not guilty." The witch in the red wizard robe stood up and said lightly, "We all hope that Mr. Fudge can give us a perfect answer." After speaking, she left the scene happily. Only Fudge's face was left blue and purple, which made him look particularly hideous. Marks McClown also smiled faintly and said, "Since I have been found not guilty, then Mr. Fudge, we can leave." Fudge had a sullen face, raised his head and looked at Marks I, then turned and left with a heavy grunt. Harry was finally relieved. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 554. A new storm has appeared. Harry came to Marks McClown and said gratefully, "Mr. Marks, thanks to you again this time!" Marks McClown said indifferently, "This time it was me who used the curse, but the innocence involved you." Harry shook his head and said, "If you weren't there at the time, I would have used a spell, the same result." Marks McClown lightly patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Okay, now that everyone is fine is the best result. I will leave if I have something to do." "You'd better go back soon. The wizarding world is not peaceful now. People wandering around may cause trouble." Harry nodded heavily and opened his mouth, wanting to say that he was very safe at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, but thinking that the people in the Order were so wary of Marks I, he finally swallowed what he had to say. Marks McClown patted Harry lightly on the shoulder. Of course, Marks McClown knew what Moody's and the others represented came to pick Harry up that day. Marks McClown does not have much thoughts about the Order of the Phoenix at present, and Harry does not mention this. Marks McClown didn't ask. At this moment, Mr. Weasley was still waiting for Harry not far away. As soon as he saw that the hearing team had come out of the room, he hurriedly followed up. As soon as he saw Mark's eye next to Harry, his old face immediately tightened, stretched up. Marks McClown glanced at Mr. Weasley faintly, then smiled and said, "Harry, you should go." Mr. Weasley immediately pulled Harry to his side and whispered, "Harry, what happened?" Harry smiled and said, "With Mr. Marks's help, I am now acquitted." Mr. Weasley was taken aback, and when he raised his head and was about to say something to Marks McClown had turned around and left very far. Harry looked at the back of Marks McClown leaving, suddenly felt that he was very sorry to Marks McClown. Marks McClown helped him so much, but he concealed the Order of the Phoenix from him. Mr. Weasley said, "Harry, it's best to be fine now. We are almost back to the Order of the Phoenix. It is still a bit dangerous for me to be outside." Harry also knew that the wizarding world was flowing undercurrent, so he had to follow Mr. Weasley to the Order of the Phoenix first. As for Marks McClown, since Harry has been protected by the people of the Order of the Phoenix, of course, there is no need to go to Harry again. Marks McClown also returned to Marks's house, preparing things for the start of school. The summer vacation is over soon, and the next semester is coming soon, but I don't know why. Marks McClown always has a bad premonition for the next semester. Recalling the vigilance of professors last semester, coupled with the rejection of himself by the people in the Order of the Phoenix, Marks McClown always feels that next semester what will happen. But Marks's energy has been spent on other more important things, such as guarding against the attacks of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, as well as Merlin's secret treasure, as well as improving his own combat power and so on. He really didn't have the energy to pay attention to the suspicion and rejection of Professor Hogwarts and the elites of the Order of the Phoenix. Marks also plans to explore Hogwarts well this semester, and see if he can find some information about the secret treasure of Merlin. 9 3/4 station. Marks McClown came here early to wait for the Hogwarts Express, surrounded by a large group of Slytherin classmates, standing behind Marks McClown with serious expressions, like loyal little brothers. At this time, Harry, Hermione, and Ron also pushed their suitcases and walked over here. As soon as Hermione saw Marks, she immediately shouted, "Marks!" Marks McClown raised his head and smiled faintly. "Hermione, long time no see." Hermione pushed the suitcase and ran to Marks' with excitement in her eyes. Also, Hermione had not seen Marks' for the entire summer, and of course she was very excited at this time. Harry forced a smile and said, "Mr. Marks, meet again." Marks McClown frowned slightly, looked at Harry's face and said, "Harry, your face doesn't look good. What's the matter?" Harry shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I haven't slept well in the past few days." "It's not a big problem." Marks McClown looked at Hermione suspiciously, and Hermione explained, "Harry didn't sleep well during this time, and he always dreamed of some strange things, so Harry looked so haggard." Ron dissatisfied, "Hermione, have you forgotten what my mother said? You can't tell other people these things." Hermione crouched on her hips and said unconvincedly, "Marks McClown is no one else. Marks McClown is our good friend." Ron glared at Hermione, just about to speak. Harry slowly said, "Mr. Marks, you don't have to worry about me, there is no big problem." Marks McClown was not surprised, and whispered, "Then now I ask you, Harry, is there any news about Voldemort after we were separated from me?" Harry froze for a moment, as if he had thought of something. He pondered for a while before slowly saying, "I don't get any practical news, but I always dream about it in my dreams these days." Marks McClown frowned slightly and said, "Do you dream of it in a dream?" "What do you dream of?" Harry smiled bitterly, "Various scenarios. Maybe it's killing people, maybe it's talking, etc. Many, many." Marks McClown nodded gently and said, "Do you mind if I sit with you this time?" Ron was taken aback, and immediately said unhappy, why don't you go to your required prefect car and sit with us? You must have a bad attempt. Marks McClown glanced at Ron coldly and said, since Ron doesn't welcome me so much, then I can't help it. Before Marks McClown could say the next sentence, Hermione waved her hand again and again. Marks McClown, leave Ron alone. I agree, Ron. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Marks McClown smiled and said, it's okay. Weasley doesn't want to stay with me, I can understand. Then can I invite you to my prefect car? There are comfortable beds there, Harry, you can sleep there. Chapter 555, Hermione's Careful Thinking. Hermione nodded quickly and gave Ron a fierce look. Cool tiger. Ron looked at Harry nervously. Hermione had to abandon herself for Mark's eye. He didn't want Harry to also throw herself down. Who knows that Harry nodded slightly and said, I'm not very energetic lately. I want to take a good rest a little bit. Ron shouted dissatisfiedly and said, Harry, you can't leave me behind. Harry said weakly, Ron, I'm really sorry, I'm really tired and want to sleep. Hermione also said, Ron, can't you experience Harry? How hard you look at Harry. Ron snorted heavily, turned his head away, and ignored Mark's eye and the others. At this time, the Hogwarts Express had slowly stopped at the station platform, and Hogwarts students carried their suitcases onto the Hogwarts Express. Marks McClown pointed to the prefect car belonging to Slytherin and said, come on, Harry, Hermione, let's go there. Marks McClown led Harry and Hermione into the exclusive carriage of the Slytherin chief, leaving Ron alone to sulking in place. As the exclusive carriage of the Slytherin class chief, it is indeed much more luxurious than other carriages. There are a variety of food and wine in the carriage, and it is not a row of seats like other carriages, but a comfortable one. Large sofa, very large space for activity. Of course, the most enviable thing is that there are small rooms and exclusive beds. The prefects can rest and sleep in the small rooms of the carriage without any problems. As the chairman of the Slytherin Student Union, Marks McClown enjoys more privileges. If you bring Harry and Hermione in the car, you won't be told anything. Mark's eye took Harry and Hermione into the small room belonging to Mark's eye alone. Although the room was not particularly large, it was not a problem to accommodate 3 people. Marks McClown smiled and said, Harry, you can rest on the bed first, see that your spirit is not very good. Harry nodded with a wry smile, and said with a smile, thank you, Mr. Marks, saying that Harry was already lying on the crib. Hermione glanced at Harry, then turned to look at Mark's eye, and said a little shyly, then what shall we do? Marks McClown asked with a smile, what do you want to do? Hermione blushed with a word, and she couldn't say a word. Harry, lying on the bed, quickly let out even breathing sounds, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Marks McClown said, Harry seems to be really tired. He fell asleep so soon. Hermione nodded vigorously and said, Harry is really not very good lately. According to him, he seems to often dream of Voldemort. Marks McClown looked at Harry. He knew this was because Harry and Voldemort had some resonance, so Harry could see Voldemort's actions in his dream. This feature was also the key to Harry and the others being able to know what conspiracy Voldemort was planning. That's why Mark's eye kept asking Harry if he had noticed Voldemort's abnormality. After all, now because of Mark's eye's intervention, Voldemort's future plans are different from the original history. Mark's eye couldn't estimate what Voldemort would do next, and he could only get the news through Harry. Hermione narrowed her mouth, and now it was rare that she and Marks McClown were left alone, but Marks McClown seemed to be focusing on Harry and didn't pay much attention to herself, which made Hermione a little dissatisfied. Hermione said, Marks McClown, how are you doing this summer vacation? How are you? Marks McClown smiled and said, very good. Except for the Dementor incident, I think this summer vacation is still quite fulfilling. Hermione lowered her head and said, then what are you doing? Why are you reluctant to come when I invite you to my house? When Marks McClown heard it, she knew that Hermione was a little unhappy. She stretched out her hand and pressed her on Hermione's head, and asked in a low voice, Aren't you happy? Hermione's face immediately blushed by Mark's intimate actions. She swallowed and said, "No, how could it be? I'm not such a stingy person." Marks McClown smiled and said, "I was targeted by Voldemort and the Death Eaters last semester, so I dare not walk around this summer, otherwise they may be attacked. Do you understand? Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot." Hermione's eyes grew wide and looked at Marks-Eye in surprise. It turned out that Marks-Eye still had this kind of worries. In this way, Hermione's inner care seemed to be selfish. Hermione hurriedly said, embarrassed, "I'm sorry, Marks-Eye. I didn't know your summer vacation was so dangerous. I thought I ignored you, right?" Marks McClown smiled lightly. Hermione shook her head quickly like a rattle, but when she was about to speak, Harry trembled violently. The eyes of Marks-Eye and Hermione immediately shifted to Harry. Harry was sweating profusely and trembling unconsciously, as if he was seriously ill. Hermione quickly said, "Harry seems to have a nightmare again." Marks McClown frowned and looked at Harry. He didn't go to wake Harry up right away, because now Harry may have seen Voldemort's actions again. That's why this kind of situation happened. "Wake Harry up now." "I don't know what Voldemort is doing." Hermione worried. "Marks McClown, don't you wake up Harry. Harry looks painful." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "The things in Harry's dream are very important to me. Don't wake Harry up yet." Hermione glanced at Marks-Eye, then hesitated and nodded. She was actually wondering in her heart, why Harry always dreamed of Voldemort, and every time he dreamed it was different. Did Harry dream? What is the connection between the thing and reality? Harry trembled for a while, and finally couldn't help but sat up and opened his eyes full of fear. Hermione quickly patted Harry on the back and said, "Harry, are you okay? You looked scary just now." Chapter 556 The Curse of a Year's Post begins. Harry panted hard, and said embarrassedly, "I seemed to be dreaming again." Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown asked, "Harry, what did you dream of?" Harry was taken aback, raised his head and looked at Marks-Eye, not knowing what to say for a while. Hermione comforted, "Harry, don't worry, think slowly. Marks-Eye is just curious to know." Harry forced himself to calm down and said slowly, "My dream just now was very fragmented. I only saw a lot of fragments." Marks McClown nodded and said, "What's in the clip?" Harry bit his lip and said, "It looks like some broken glass, and thrown in a mess, and corpses, and bloody corpses." Marks-Eye and Hermione glanced at 457, and Hermione whispered, "Did you see whose body it was?" Harry shook his head blankly and said, "I don't know why. My dream just now made me feel very angry. It made me have the urge to destroy something, and even the urge to kill. This feeling is terrifying and terrifying." Harry used two horrors to describe the dream he had just sent, and it seemed that Harry was indeed shocked by the dream just now. Hermione looked at Marks-Eye with doubts in her eyes. Marks McClown shook his head lightly and said, "Harry, it's okay. Trust me, okay." Harry raised his head to look at Marks-Eye, nodded gently and said, "I see." Marks McClown said, "Hermione, take care of Harry first, he'll go out first." Marks McClown opened the door, walked out of her own small room, and looked at the rapidly retreating scene out of the car window. Her inner anxiety seemed even stronger. Harry's dream just now didn't explain anything, but Marks-Eye could feel that the feeling in Harry's dream was what Voldemort felt at this moment. Voldemort was very angry. He couldn't vent his inner anger just by killing people. Why was Voldemort angry? How would Voldemort carry out his plan afterwards? Marks McClown could no longer look at Voldemort's actions with the eyes of the original history. He could seize the first opportunity before, but now he can only speculate about Voldemort's plan step by step. Every next step is important and dangerous. Marks McClown knows this, but now he has no clue. He can only see one step at a time. Hogwarts. Hogwarts arrived at Hogwarts expressly, and the students walked back to their bedroom with large bags of luggage. Dumbledore had already given an order that all the students would go to the auditorium to have a meeting after they arrived at Hogwarts and put their luggage. Therefore, the students moved very quickly, otherwise the score would be deducted because of their procrastination on the first day of school. But the gain was not worth the loss. Marks McClown has already arrived at the Hogwarts auditorium. At this time, many students have come to the auditorium, noisy at their college tables, like a market. Professors such as Snape and Flitwick directed the students to enter the venue in an orderly manner at the gate of the auditorium. Standing on a stool, Flitwick yelled loudly, "Students from each college return to their respective college desks. Freshmen sit at the front desk. Don't mess with everyone." Snape kept his face cold and shouted, "Whoever lets me see the use of magic indiscriminately, I will deduct 30 points for your academy immediately." Did you hear it? The classmates closed their mouths immediately. They were still very afraid of Snape. The freshmen didn't dare to make mistakes when they saw Snape's rigid face, and the order would get better soon. Flitwick saw Marks McClown in the crowd and immediately shouted, "Professor Marks McClown." Marks McClown didn't react for a while, looking at Flitwick suspiciously. Flitwick smiled and said, "Professor Marks McClown, you can go directly to the professor's seat. Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you." Marks McClown approached Flitwick and asked puzzledly, "Professor Dumbledore is waiting for me?" Snape gave Marks McClown a cold look, and then went to command the student team. Flitwick smiled and nodded and said, "After all, your professorship has not been officially announced, so I plan to issue you the official professorship later. You can just go to the professor's seat and sit there." Marks McClown nodded. Flitwick was always friendly to him, but behind this level of friendliness, Marks McClown always felt that there was a barrier in it, but Marks McClown couldn't say this feeling. After thanking Flitwick, Marks McClown went straight to the professor's seat in the auditorium. There were already many professors whispering there. After seeing Marks McClown coming, all the professors stopped talking and looked straight at Marks McClown. Dumbledore also saw Marks' eye among the professors. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Our youngest professor is here, and hello, Professor Marks." With that, Dumbledore stretched out his hand to Marks' eye. Marks McClown was stunned. This was the first time Dumbledore was so polite to him. Behind this politeness, Marks McClown could even feel Dumbledore's alienation from him. Marks McClown took Dumbledore's hand and said with a smile, "Meet again, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore smiled and said with a standard smile, "I heard about the Department of Mystery. I want to thank you for Harry. Fudge actually advanced the time for the hearing to prevent me from appearing. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Harry will be fired." Marks McClown smiled lightly. "The 0.0 main source of that incident is still because of me. It is not Professor Dumbledore who is dealing with him behind his back. I am afraid I am not capable of solving this matter." The two people held hands and looked at each other with a smile, seemingly very friendly, but Marks McClown understood that this was just a superficial politeness, and Dumbledore's suspicion of him had never been reduced. "Mr. Marks-eye." A sharp voice came from behind Marks McClown. Marks McClown looked back and found that it was Umbridge dressed as a pink girl. Chapter 557 Hogwarts Pride. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "Mrs. Umbridge, I didn't expect to meet you here!" Umbridge shook his head and said, "It's not a coincidence. I'm going to be your colleague this semester." Marks McClown smiled faintly and said, "Then I should feel honored." Umbridge snorted softly and sat back to his position. If Marks McClown remembers correctly, it was Hagrid's place originally. Dumbledore said indifferently, "If there is nothing to do, please ask the professors to sit back in their seats and the opening ceremony will begin." Marks McClown sat in the seat of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, and looked at the students below faintly. The students from each college were almost finished entering the hall, sitting at their respective college desks discussing things quietly, and the entire auditorium seemed a bit noisy. Dumbledore walked to the front podium and said slowly, "Dear Hogwarts students, Welcome back to Hogwarts. The Hogwarts students immediately burst into loud applause. All 11 people looked at the stage. Many people were watching Dumbledore, who was talking, and many people were secretly watching Marks-Eye sitting on the professor's chair. Marks McClown became a professor at Hogwarts as a student. This incident has become the goal of many students. Now seeing Marks McClown sitting on the professor's seat as a professor has aroused many students' envy. However, it only caused the envy of the students. The strength of Marks McClown was obvious to all at Hogwarts, and no one would question Marks McClown's ability. Dumbledore obviously noticed this situation, frowning unconsciously, and coughing lightly, saying, "Since everyone has spent their wonderful summer vacation and has returned to Hogwarts safely, we as professors I feel very happy." The students below were quiet, looking straight at Dumbledore. Dumbledore said with a smile, "Since the new semester has begun, first of all, I will announce the staffing of the professors." At this time, the students underneath became restless again, and the most restless was of course the students of Slytherin College, who looked ready to make a fuss at any time. Everyone knows that Marks McClown's becoming a professor was only temporarily transferred last semester. Marks McClown was not officially announced as a professor in front of everyone, so this time it was when Marks McClown became a professor who was the most supportive of Marks McClown. Of course the Slytherin students were ready to move. "Cool Tiger," Dumbledore announced loudly, because Professor Hagrid has his own business to do this semester. Mrs. Dolores Jan Umbridge will be the professor of the Conservation of Fantastic Creatures course. Umbridge, dressed as a pink girl, stood up with a smile on his face and waved to the classmates. However, Umbridge was nearly half 100 years old, and he was still dressed like this, which immediately aroused the disgust of many students. Although no one heard the sound of cheering, the applause was fragmentary and sparse. This made Umbridge, who waved his hand, very embarrassed, so he had to grit his teeth and sat back in his place. Seeing that Umbridge was so embarrassed, Dumbledore had to continue, and Marks McClown, who was a temporary professor last semester, will be officially appointed as a professor of defense against the dark arts this semester. As soon as Dumbledore's voice fell, the entire Hogwarts auditorium was suddenly detonated like a big bag. All the Slytherin students cheered and shouted, and the students from other colleges also gave Marks McClown warm applause. Marks-Eye has become the pride of Hogwarts. What he has done is not only to earn the supreme glory for Slytherin, even Hogwarts is also famous in the wizarding world because of Marks-Eye. The classmates of other colleges also respect Marks-Eye very much. This is not about the college, nor is it about the mixed blood or the thoroughbred, it is purely respecting Marks-Eye. This is why so many people are caring about Marks-Eye becoming a professor of defense against the dark arts. Marks McClown smiled and got up and bowed. Dumbledore looked at the boiling classmates and quickly stopped the classmates' carnival action, and Umbridge looked at these ecstatic classmates. A nameless fire suddenly ignited from the bottom of my heart. She was the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, and condescending to come to Hogwarts as a professor had already wronged her. Why is there no one cheering for being a professor? But Marks-Eye, this kid got so many cheers. This makes Umbridge very unbalanced. Dumbledore finally stopped the students' carnival behavior and said, "Students, take care of themselves, and then I will say something about school regulations." The classmates gradually calmed down, and when Dumbledore was about to speak, a sharp voice suddenly came in. "Hogwarts classmates, I feel very honored to see your hearty smiles at 547. I think we can become very good friends." Dumbledore frowned and looked at the place where the sound was making. Umbridge shook his hand and walked slowly in front of Dumbledore to face the classmates. Hogwarts classmates were also talking about it. After all, as a professor, it was very impolite to interrupt Dumbledore's speech and speak without authorization. Marks McClown frowned too, wondering what Umbridge wanted to do. Umbridge looked at the students below, his voice slowly getting colder, and said, "The Ministry of Magic wants to attach great importance to the education of wizards. Years ago, So every principal of Hogwarts has injected fresh blood into the school. Very good. Dumbledore frowned and stared at Umbridge's back, suppressing his anger by force. Umbridge continued, but this is not worth promoting. Chapter 558 Face Slap. Umbridge's words were like dropping a bomb at Hogwarts. The students' discussions became louder and louder. Many students frowned and looked at Umbridge. Umbridge's words were already denied Dumbledore. Umbridge still smiled and said, just as I don't advocate someone becomes a professor as a student. Umbridge's words are like dropping a depth bomb, and the entire auditorium is completely boiling. Marks McClown's expression instantly cooled down, and Umbridge's words were already directed at him. The students also looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Only some of the Slytherin students made a restless voice, unconvinced. Dumbledore groaned. Originally, Umbridge had also targeted him, which made Dumbledore quite dissatisfied. But seeing that Umbridge was now targeting Mark's eye, Dumbledore closed his mouth naturally, which was very meaningful. Looked at Umbridge. Other professors also revealed a variety of expressions. Some were gloating, and some were very worried. Umbridge seemed unaware of this situation, and continued on his own. Students should do their own thing. They have not completed their studies. What qualifications are there to be professors? I think no one is qualified in this situation. McClowns. It will cause this to happen, but it is secretly promoted by some forces. Umbridge intended to point, and wanted to point the finger at the Marks family behind Mark's eye. Plus cool, tiger. Dumbledore faintly returned to his seat, as if he hadn't heard Umbridge's targeting. As if watching a play. The students were also whispering underneath one after another. Many people secretly looked at Mark's eye to see what the reaction of Hogwarts, the proud man of heaven, was. Under everyone's attention, Marks McClown finally stood up slowly. Everyone else had shit on her head, and if she didn't stand up, she would really be looked down upon. Professor Umbridge, it seems that you are quite dissatisfied with me, Marks McClown said with a light smile. Umbridge said with a surprised look, Mr. Marks, I am not targeting you. I am just saying what I think. Doesn't Hogwarts have such freedom? The students stared at the two of them closely. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and the professors also looked at them nervously, very worried. After all, these two people are not easy to provoke. Behind Umbridge is the Ministry of Magic. As the organization that rules the wizarding world, who dares to confront the ministry head? Marks McClown is also a difficult existence. Just to talk about the Marks family behind Marks McClown, that is a long-standing family in the wizarding world, and the family strength is not a joke. Even if you glance at Kai Marks's family, Marks McClown is Hogwarts' most outstanding student, and his personal strength is only higher than that of the professor. If Marks McClown is really pressed, who knows what Marks McClown will do? The professors looked at Dumbledore. At this time, only Dumbledore could stop the contradiction from erupting, but Dumbledore sat in the chair peacefully, as if he was asleep. Marks McClown said indifferently, since Professor Umbridge has such a true temperament, don't you know if Professor Umbridge would mind me inserting a few words? The smile on Umbridge's face narrowed slightly and said, Mr. Marks, it seems that you don't know what others shouldn't interrupt before they finish speaking. I have some doubts about the quality of the Marks family's tutoring. Umbridge raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that he had the upper hand, and was about to follow his own words. Marks McClown smiled and said, it turns out that Professor Umbridge's tutor is that he can interrupt others' speeches, and others can't interrupt his own speeches. Today I have really learned a lot. The students let out a chuckle of laughter, especially the Slytherin students, who laughed loudly. Umbridge glared at Marks McClown, and immediately wanted to refute Marks McClown. Marks McClown continued without mercy, since Professor Umbridge questioned the student becoming a professor, then I want to ask you how you became a professor at Hogwarts. I guess Hogwarts didn't you hire you? Umbridge changed his face and said, the Ministry of Magic sent me over. Do you still question the Ministry of Magic? Marks McClown opened his hand and said, since it is an improper way to become a professor, You still question my strength. Isn't it ridiculous? As soon as Max McClown's voice fell, the entire Hogwarts auditorium took a sigh of relief. Max McClown's words were already a naked provocation. The students looked at Mark's eye admiringly. It is indeed Mark's eye. No one can take advantage of him. It doesn't matter who you are. The Ministry of Magic will not give you face. The professors also became nervous. Max McClown actually said such provocative words in front of so many students, and it would definitely have a bad influence among the students, but also blame Umbridge, who told her to provoke Max McClown first. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, still calm and silent. Umbridge was already blue with anger at this time, and screamed: Professor Dumbledore, see what the professor you choose is doing. This is the consequence of a student becoming a professor. Even the Ministry of Magic does not care. Up. Umbridge pointed to Mark's eye, his angry fingers trembling constantly, and said, "You are just a 5th grade student. What qualifications do you have to be a professor? What qualifications do you have to participate in the management of the school?" As soon as Umbridge's words came out, everyone knew that this matter would not be good anymore. After all, the words were so obvious. Excited students in Slytherin stood up unconvinced. Max McClown is the pride of Slytherin. Being a professor is something that the whole school agrees with. What qualifications does Umbridge have to question Max McClown? The students from other colleges also booed, and they hadn't used Umbridge's actions for a long time. Chapter 559 Let's Retaliate Together. Max McClown raised his head and said coldly, "I am not qualified for your judgment. What do you think you are?" Umbridge screamed and shouted, "Dumbledore, I ask you to immediately abolish Marx's professorship, or the Ministry of Magic will not stop the." Max McClown said indifferently, "The Ministry of Magic is always in your mouth. What can you do without the Ministry of Magic?" Umbridge shouted excitedly, "You are questioning the Ministry of Magic. You are disrespectful." Seeing that the two became more and more quarrelsome, many people looked at Dumbledore, but Dumbledore didn't say anything, squinted slightly and said nothing. Plus cool, Tiger. Max McClown looked at Umbridge coldly and said, "Professor Umbridge, I suddenly want to ask you a question." Umbridge froze for a moment and screamed, "You don't need to distract the topic. I will definitely report your question about the Ministry of Magic. At that time, don't talk about being a professor, or even a student." Max McClown ignored Umbridge's words and said, "Why are you coming to Hogwarts?" Umbridge snorted heavily, and said angrily, "Didn't you say it? The Ministry of Magic sent me over." Max McClown asked herself, "Can the Ministry of Magic manage Hogwarts?" Umbridge even more angrily said 407. Of course the Ministry of Magic can manage Hogwarts. Everything related to magic is under the management of the Ministry. You really didn't take the Ministry of Magic in your heart. Max McClown suddenly smiled and said, "Then why doesn't the Ministry of Magic send you directly to be the principal? Send you to be a professor, and you still want to fire me? You really think you can go to heaven, right?" Max McClown's words directly detonated the Hogwarts auditorium, and the students roared with laughter, pointing to Umbridge and laughing. Indeed, everything Umbridge said was just relying on the power of the Ministry of Magic. But this is Hogwarts. It is the principal, Dumbledore, who decides everything, not the professor sent by her Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's face turned blue and purple. Indeed, she didn't have the right to talk about it, and it was Dumbledore who decided all this. Umbridge looked at Dumbledore and suppressed his anger and said, "Professor Dumbledore, don't you come out to express your opinion?" Everyone's eyes were on Dengbad Blyto at the same time, and Dumbledore opened his eyes slowly, as if he had accidentally taken a nap just now. Max McClown returned to his position and sat down slowly, knowing that Dumbledore would make the right decision. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore took a meaningful look at Mark's eye and slowly said, "Professor Umbridge, please sit down first." Umbridge was about to speak, when Dumbledore looked at her with majesty in his eyes. Umbridge trembled, and she remembered that Dumbledore was not a bad old man she could mess with. Is one of the top wizards in the wizarding world. Umbridge gritted his teeth and returned to his seat, his face full of irresistible anger. Dumbledore said slowly, "Since the principal of Hogwarts is still me, I will manage Hogwarts. If Professor Umbridge is unsatisfied, you can report it to me or apply to the Ministry of Magic." Right. We at Hogwarts follow the management of the Ministry of Magic, not yours. You only need to teach your course on protecting magical creatures. Dumbledore's words seemed to announce Umbridge's death penalty, denying everything Umbridge said. Umbridge's face was ashamed, but was quickly replaced by anger. She stared at Dumbledore, but didn't say anything. She had already decided in her heart that she must win more rights to manage Hogwarts at the Ministry of Magic and destroy Dumbledore. The corners of Marks McClown's mouth also slightly cocked. Dumbledore now had to finish him off, and he was successfully brought into trouble by Marks McClown. Presumably Dumbledore was also very upset in his heart. But this was just a small revenge from Marks McClown, revenge for the inexplicable hostility he had felt during this period of time. The students below all cheered immediately, and some even made bold faces at Umbridge, making Umbridge even more angry. After the opening ceremony, Marks McClown returned to his bedroom. Everyone in the campus corridor was discussing the face of Umbridge. Marks McClown also heard many people express their dislike of Umbridge. After all, as a person who is not a proper way to become a professor, he will start to point fingers when he first arrives. Of course, he will not be likable. Marks McClown also knew that with Umbridge's character, he would never give up. From the original history, it can be seen that even if Dumbledore is able to take down Dumbledore, even if Dumbledore is willing to give Harry back, it also proves that the woman Umbridge is not easy, and you must be careful. The original Umbridge would definitely be afraid of the huge influence of the Marks family, and would not dare to jump like this in front of Marks McClown. However, the Marks family refused to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic's propaganda, coupled with the fact that Umbridge had eaten more than once in the Marks family, and Fudge's unbearable statement during the interrogation of Harry gave Umbridge enough confidence. And from Magic, the Ministry's signaled Marks family is already very unhappy with the government. Now that both private and public enmities are available, Umbridge will certainly not give up revenge so easily. After the lights went out at night, Marks McClown dressed neatly and walked out of the Slytherin lounge. As a professor at Hogwarts, Marks McClown had the right to move around the campus freely. Before, it was time to patrol the night on his own, with Filch watching by the side, so Marks I would naturally not specifically explore anything. So now Marks I of course has to hurry up and see if he can find any clues. Hogwarts at night looked very strange. There was no sound. Only the sound of Marks I walking alone in the corridor. Chapter 560, Secret Treasure plays hide and seek with you. Marks I didn't have any exploration goals during his trip, just walked aimlessly on the Hogwarts campus. Is Merlin's secret treasure really hidden in the Hogwarts campus? The legendary Solomon's Key. Where is such a book hidden? The first thing that appeared in Marks I's mind was Hogwarts Library. After all, I knew from Hermione that Merlin's secret treasure was most likely such a book, and the place where the book should exist was most likely Hogwarts Library. But it was so late, the library was closed long ago. Marks I naturally could not enter the exploration, and this book is more precious than the Philosopher's Stone, and it is probably not so easy for others to see. In fact, the fact that this book is hidden in the library is just Marks McClown's personal guess. In fact, after another thought, this possibility is not very great. If this Solomon's Key is in the Hogwarts Library, Dumbledore must know that with this book, Dumbledore's strength will inevitably advance to another level. Then Dumbledore does not need to be afraid of Voldemort. So Dumbledore probably didn't have the book in his hands, and certainly not in the act of putting it in the library. So, where in Hogwarts is most likely to hide Merlin's secret treasure? Merlin has passed away for so many years. If Merlin's secret treasure is really hidden in Hogwarts, then it must be hidden in a place unknown to others. Otherwise, with Hogwarts so many people entering and leaving school every year, it is impossible not to be discovered. As far as Mark-Sai knows, Hogwarts does have many such places, like the secret rooms left by the previous founder of Slytherin, and the room for requests, etc. Then, will Merlin's secret treasures be hidden in similar places? What? Marx McClown wandered around the Hogwarts campus for one night and didn't find any strange places. Marx McClown didn't expect to find clues so easily. It was not Merlin's secret treasure that he could get so easily. Mark-Sai, who had returned without success, had to go back and slept in a hurry. And it was dawn after only 2 hours of sleep. Marx McClown had no choice but to get up and prepare for class. Today's first class is Umbridge's course on protecting magical creatures. That annoying old woman will never let her go so easily, and she certainly can't give it a handle. She caught. Marx McClown came to the classroom early, but didn't go in and sit down, because the magical creature protection courses usually go to the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. When Hagrid was the professor of this course last semester, he had to show them all kinds of interesting creatures in almost every class. Although Hagrid didn't like Hagrid very much, Mark-Sai was quite fond of this class. The students gathered around the door of the classroom, chattering non-stop. The topic was still about Umbridge's face being beaten yesterday. They talked about how Umbridge was so embarrassed yesterday, how happy his mood was. Discourse. Marx McClown listened silently, but did not make a comment. Suddenly, the sound of the discussion disappeared, and the students closed their mouths at the same time and looked at a small old woman in the corridor. Marx McClown also looked in that direction. Umbridge was still dressed as a pink girl. With her bloated figure and a wrinkled face over half 100 years old, Umbridge looked like a pink toad. Umbridge stared coldly at the students present, and suddenly smiled. This smile made many people cold, as if they were being stared at by evil spirits. Umbridge said sharply, "Why are you standing outside? Why don't you come into the classroom?" The students were stunned, realizing that this class was not going out. They walked into the classroom one after another and sat in their positions. Marx McClown also sat in her place, fiddling with her textbook boredly. For Marx McClown, such a class was a waste of time. In the past Hagrid took them to see magical creatures. Marx McClown can still broaden his horizons, and if he only takes theory lessons, Marx McClown really can't get the least of his energy. Umbridge took a faint look at the students who were generally sleepy because of getting up early and said, "Everyone should know who I am, and I won't waste time introducing myself. Find flowers. The students stretched feebly underneath, unable to lift their energy. Only schoolmasters like Hermione still straightened up and listened carefully to the professor. Umbridge laughed and said, "Since I have become your professor, then I will declare my rules. No laziness is allowed in my class. Anyone who has been found to be sloppy, points will be deducted from the college immediately." The students were taken aback, and immediately sat up straight, trying to make me look like a good student. They didn't want to cause their college to be deducted for making this old woman unhappy. Marx McClown also sat a little straighter. At this point he didn't need to be awkward with Umbridge. Umbridge deliberately took a look at Marx McClown, and then smiled. "That's right. Students have to have such a learning attitude." Umbridge slowly stepped off the podium and said, "Also, when this course will no longer be practiced, it will all be theory courses. You must listen to the key points of each course, or else this subject will not pass. I want to graduate." The students talked underneath, and they didn't understand Umbridge's rules. Hermione raised her hand immediately, her face full of puzzlement. Umbridge glanced at Hermione, his face full of disdain. "Ms. Granger?" Hermione obviously saw the disdain on Umbridge's face and said very nervously, "Professor Umbridge, but if we don't have the time to practice, we can't really grasp the characteristics of biology." Umbridge walked up to Hermione, stared at Hermione's eyes and said, "Miss Granger, do you say it again? P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription _:3_. Chapter 561 The Taste of Hometown. Hermione swallowed nervously and said, I don't mean anything else. I just think this course can't lack practice. Last semester Professor Hagrid took us out every day to see magical creatures. I think we will learn a lot. Umbridge glanced at Hermione coldly and said, Miss Granger, sit down. Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Hermione sat down with a look of bewilderment, a dazed face and a little anger. Umbridge said indifferently, I don't care what knowledge you learn, my responsibility is to let you pass the exam. If you fail the exam, it will be useless if you learn more. The students stared at Umbridge blankly. It was the first time they heard of Umbridge's weird thoughts. 350. Umbridge continued. I will give you 2 more books later. What you have to do is to memorize all the knowledge points in it. I don't need you to do the rest. The students are already stunned. Is this teaching method the legendary Chinese Dugfling teaching? Harry stood up and wondered, Professor Umbridge, why did you deduct Gryffindor points? Hermione did nothing wrong. Umbridge said coldly, I should be punished for questioning my actions, dear Mr. Potter, because of your actions. I decided to deduct 10 points from Gryffindor because you disrespect the professor and did not agree. Speak. Harry squeezed his fist and wanted to continue talking, but was held on the side by Ron. Now anyone could see that Umbridge was building up his own prestige, and Hermione and Harry had unfortunately become victims of her slaughter. Seeing the students underneath daring to be angry but not speaking, Umbridge smiled triumphantly as he was about to speak. A voice came over coldly. Professor Umbridge, I don't really agree with your approach. It is impossible for the students to learn anything. All the students looked at the place where the sound was made, and Umbridge turned his head coldly. The person who just spoke was Marks-Eye. Umbridge's expression changed, and Marks-Eye was tearing down her platform again. Umbridge said in a bad tone, Marks McClown, what do you want to do? Marks McClown smiled lightly. Professor Umbridge, what can I do? Didn't you say yesterday everyone has the right to speak? Is there any problem with me expressing my own thoughts? Umbridge took a deep breath and forced himself to maintain a good mood. Now Umbridge couldn't help but feel angry when he saw Marks McClown. Repressing this kind of anger made Umbridge very uncomfortable. Umbridge said, This is my class. You speak without my consent. Do you think this is what you should do? Marks McClown said indifferently. But has your teaching method been approved by other Hogwarts professors? You are clearly test-oriented education, and the education of coping with tests is not good for students. Umbridge stomped fiercely and said, Marks McClown, this is my class. Why are you telling me about my class? What can you kid in the 5th grade know? Marks McClown said, don't forget that I am also a professor of defense against the dark arts. And at least I understand that I have never seen a real thing, and I will never understand the truth of such a thing. Umbridge screamed, your main task now is to pass the exam. What do you do with so many other things? Marks McClown faintly said, then I want to ask, a person who has passed the wizard exam but can't use magic, and a person who can use magic but has not passed the wizard exam, who is the real wizard? Umbridge stagnated, and didn't know how to answer Marks-Eye for a while. Marks McClown continued, we came to Hogwarts to learn all kinds of magic knowledge, so that we can become real wizards, instead of passing various exams and finally graduating. As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, the students immediately burst into applause, feeling like a demonstration to Umbridge. Harry and Hermione also looked at Marks-Eye excitedly. It was Marks-Eye, and only Marks-Eye could argue against Umbridge so happily. Listening to the applause of the students around Umbridge, the unnamed fire in his heart grew stronger. Marks McClown's indifferent expression in front of him seemed to mock himself. Cloud Night. Umbridge spit out these 2 words fiercely, and the anger in his eyes could burn Marks-Eye to ashes. Marks McClown said indifferently, Professor Umbridge, with your teaching method, I hope to get the approval of Professor Dumbledore, otherwise I am afraid I can't agree with it. Umbridge took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, It seems that you don't know yet. Last night I called the Ministry of Magic to clarify my opinion about Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic very much agrees with my ideas, so I have been instructed to do so. Make rules at Hogwarts without Dumbledore's approval. Marks McClown frowned. Unexpectedly, Umbridge moved so fast. The Ministry of Magic had actually agreed to her rules at Hogwarts. It seems that the Ministry of Magic has also been dissatisfied with Dumbledore for a long time, and finally wants to treat Hogwarts and Dumbledore. Started. Umbridge shouted, "Mr. Filch, you coming?" The door of the classroom 0.5 was pushed open, and Filch walked in with a grinning smile, holding a wooden frame, pen, paper, hammer and other things in his hand. Marks McClown squinted slightly. Umbridge is an absolute element who opposes half-blood wizards. This attitude is exactly what Filch had in mind. Therefore, it is no surprise that Filch will become Umbridge's helper. Umbridge laughed and said, "I want to manage this dying magic academy. Filch is my helper. He will hang all the rules I set on the wall outside the classroom. Chapter 562 Are you eligible to fire the professor? If anyone violates my rules, he will be expelled from school directly." The students took a deep breath and looked at Umbridge in disbelief. She actually possessed such a great power. Umbridge stared at Marks coldly and said, "Mr. Filch, I am making the first rule now, and everyone will listen to me." Marks McClown looked at Filch faintly. When Filch saw Marks McClown, he instinctively shrank himself, but still bite the bullet and spread out the paper, ready to write Umbridge's rules. Umbridge said coldly, "The first one, don't confront the professor, and those who violate it will be expelled." Umbridge's words shocked the students. If he said that, wouldn't Umbridge be expelled directly if anyone was not pleasing to the eye? Filch wrote the rules on paper and set them in a wooden frame. He held it in his hand and smiled triumphantly, as if he had power. Umbridge saw the fearful expressions of the 11 students around him, and said, "Mr. Filch, please hang this on the wall outside." Filch quickly picked up the mace and walked out of the classroom door. There was a sound of clanging nails from the horse outside. Umbridge glanced around at the students around him, and said triumphantly, "Does anyone have an opinion now?" Hermione closed her mouth consciously, and the students who had been applauded so much just now bowed their heads. At this moment, who would dare to jump out? After all, being expelled is not a fun thing. Plus cool, Tiger. "I have an opinion." Marks McClown's familiar voice sounded in the classroom, and everyone looked at Marks McClown in unison. At this time, they dared to face Umbridge. "Isn't Marks McClown afraid of being expelled?" Marks McClown smiled playfully and looked at Umbridge lightly. Umbridge said angrily, "Marks McClown, do you want to be expelled?" Marks McClown looked innocent and said, "Of course I don't want to." Umbridge's face flushed red and said, "Did you not hear the regulations I just made? Confronting the professor and expelled directly. You have been expelled." Marks McClown stretched out his hand and said lightly, "Professor Umbridge, I am not only a student, I am also a professor at Hogwarts. Do you have the qualifications to expel the professor?" Umbridge's face became cold, and the muscles on his face twitched unconsciously because of anger. Marks McClown smiled and said, "If you want to expel me, hurry up and apply for qualifications with your Ministry of Magic." Umbridge trembled all over with angrily, pointing to Marks' eye and speechless. Marks McClown sat down straight, not paying attention to Umbridge. In Marks' eye's heart, Umbridge was just a beaming clown and had nothing to care about. Plus cool, Tiger. Umbridge took a deep breath and said, "Marks McClown, just feel proud, you won't be arrogant for too long." Marks McClown narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not speak. In Umbridge's office, the surrounding walls are pink, which is incompatible with Hogwarts' rough walls. There are pictures of cats hanging on the walls, which look very strange. Umbridge was sitting in his seat, and the wide pink sweater was spread flat on the chair, looking like a big pink toad lying there. Umbridge stared at the pink wall, his face flushed red. The attitude of Marks McClown in class just now completely angered Umbridge. At this time, Umbridge was thinking about how to avenge Mark's eye. But Umbridge sadly discovered that even now she has the right to make rules at Hogwarts, but she is only a professor at Hogwarts, at most targeting students. Facing a professor like Marks McClown, there is no way. If you can target professors and people above the professor level, then Umbridge has no ability to master Hogwarts. Umbridge stood up fiercely. She knew exactly why she was sent to Hogwarts. On the surface, the Ministry of Magic paid great attention to the education of new wizards. But in fact, it was because the Ministry of Magic was too worried about Dumbledore and wanted to replace Dumbledore's place. But now Umbridge can't even punish a professor. So what are you talking about replacing Dumbledore? She needs more power. Umbridge opened the drawer and took out a small wooden box filled with small shiny powder, which was Floo powder. Umbridge grabbed a handful of Floo powder and walked into the fireplace in his office. The Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's body was surrounded by a burst of green flames, and disappeared in place in an instant. Umbridge appeared in the avenue fireplace of the Ministry of Magic, in front of which was the avenue of the Ministry of Magic where people came and went. Many people thought that the person who appeared was actually Umbridge, and they greeted Umbridge enthusiastically. Before Umbridge became Professor Hogwarts, he was the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, and he was a very powerful man. This is why Umbridge hates Hogwarts professors and students so much. Umbridge was used to being respected, and suddenly went to a place where everyone was equal and no one respected himself. How could he endure it? Umbridge arrogantly walked towards the deepest part of the Ministry of Magic. To obtain the rights of Hogwarts, he needed that person, Connolly Fudge. Umbridge knocked on the door of Fudge's office. According to Umbridge's knowledge of Fudge, Fudge should now be in the office to make up for a sleep. Who? Fudge's lazy voice came from the office. Umbridge sorted out her clothes. She knew that Fudge paid great attention to these things and said, "It's me, Dolores Jane Umbridge." The door to Fudge's office slowly opened, and Fudge said with a look of displeasure, "Miss Umbridge, shouldn't you perform your work at Hogwarts?" Fudge looked lazy, and he was really sleeping. Umbridge said seriously, "Mr. Minister, my actions at Hogwarts are not going well." Chapter 563 Fan the Flames. Fudge frowned and said, "Didn't I already give you the right to make rules at Hogwarts? Why is it still not going well?" Umbridge said, "Mr. Minister, although this is the case, I am only a professor in the final analysis. My right can only manage students. I can't do anything to professors or professors above. Plus cool, Tiger." Fudge frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Umbridge pondered for a moment and said, "I mean, if Mr. Fudge wants me to control Hogwarts, it is far from possible with the power that Mr. Fudge gives me now." Fudge looked at Umbridge coldly. Umbridge's waist was straight, without any expression on his face. Fudge shook his head lightly and said, "Impossible. Our Ministry of Magic only has the right to manage Hogwarts in name. But we all know that Hogwarts is actually Dumbledore's. It is the Ministry of Magic that allows you to freely make regulations." The limit is reached. The muscles on Umbridge's face twitched slightly, trying to argue, but in this case, all right. Fudge shook his head lightly, with an impatient expression on his face, and said, "Go back to Hogwarts, there will always be a way." Umbridge gritted his teeth. The expression on his face changed several times and said, "Mr. Fudge doesn't know what I am doing at Hogwarts. Where is the biggest resistance I encounter?" Fudge smiled lightly. "I didn't tell you before. Although Dumbledore is great, he also has his shortcomings. He loves his students too much. You can seize his weakness." "I'm not talking about Dumbledore." Umbridge returned to calmness. Fudge was taken aback and looked at Umbridge in a puzzled way. He really could not think of Hogwarts but Dumbledore who could influence Umbridge. Umbridge looked at Fudge lightly and said, "It's Mark's eye." Fudge frowned, and Umbridge caught this small movement. Harry Umbridge was present at the trial. Mark's eye's collision with Fudge was also in sight at that time. Umbridge naturally knew Fudge's huge dissatisfaction with Mark's eye in his heart. Fudge raised his head and looked at Umbridge and said, What happened to Mark's eye? Umbridge snapped his mouth and said, he treated me badly at Hogwarts, even if he knew I was sent by you. Fudge hummed softly and said, that kid Mark's eye is lawless. You just want to provoke him as little as possible. Umbridge laughed and said, I don't want to mess with him, but Mr. Fudge, will you let him promote the resurrection of the mysterious man? Fudge's expression changed, his eyes staring at Umbridge, like a beast that can eat people. Fudge said cruelly, Marks McClown is spreading this rumor again. Umbridge smiled and did not speak, neither denied nor confirmed. Fudge stood up, his face couldn't hold back his anger and said, didn't the Ministry of Magic deny this matter? No one will believe him. Umbridge said with a regretful expression, but there are always people whose IQs can't keep up, and blindly believe in rumors, don't they? Boom. Fudge slammed his hand on the table and said, you must stop this from happening. Umbridge smiled slightly, knowing that her request had been passed. Fudge squinted his eyes and said, I will order you to be the Supreme Ombudsman of Hogwarts, with the same power as Dumbledore. Umbridge said with a smug smile on his face, will Dumbledore agree to this? Fudge said angrily, dare he disagree? What is he? I'm the Minister of Magic. Umbridge laughed and said, as expected of Mr. Minister, the person who can control the entire Ministry of Magic is indeed extraordinary. Fudge snorted heavily, and Umbridge thanked him and left Fudge's office. Hogwarts, outside the classroom of the Protecting Magical Creatures course. Filch sneered, holding his own hammer and hammering a template frame to the wall. Many students ran over laughing, trying to see what rules this Umbridge humiliated by Marks McClown had formulated. The wooden frame nailed to the wall reads in a big way, the Ministry of Magic has appointed Professor Umbridge as the Supreme Prosecutor of Hogwarts today, with immediate effect. There is also a watermark used by the Ministry of Magic under this notice, which seems to be the same thing. When the onlookers saw the notice, no one could laugh. Many people still remember Mark's eye's provocation against Umbridge in the class 2 days ago, and it has been widely spread. Many people know that Umbridge has nothing to do with Mark's eye, who is also a professor. Who knows that in just 2 days, Umbridge has directly become Hogwarts' Supreme Inspector, which means that if Mark's eye provokes Umbridge again, Umbridge also has the right to expel Mark's eye. The students gathered in front of the notice and kept tweeting, all saying that Umbridge was very hard backstage, and then Hogwarts was going to suffer. What are you looking at? McGonagall happened to pass this way, and saw a large number of students surrounding this way, coming over curiously. The students immediately stepped aside so that McGonagall could see the latest notice on the wall. Goodleyzow. After reading the notice, McGonagall's mouth opened wide in surprise, and she didn't hear anything about it. Originally, McGonagall thought that Umbridge had gotten free to make rules at Hogwarts. It was too much. Why suddenly Umbridge became the top prosecutor of Hogwarts? Then she was going to turn the sky in Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, is this true? A student asked with a puzzled expression. McGonagall shook his head slightly and said, I don't know, I will ask Professor Dumbledore. As soon as he finished speaking, McGonagall left here in a hurry. Chapter 564 Just a Jumping Clown. Dumbledore's office. McGonagall came to Dumbledore's office via the spiral staircase. Dumbledore was teasing Fox with great interest. Albus, do you know what's going on outside? McGonagall asked hastily. Dumbledore raised his head slightly and said, what are you talking about? McGonagall said solemnly, Umbridge was appointed as the Supreme Ombudsman of Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled lightly and said, you said this, of course I know about it. After all, I'm still the principal of Hogwarts. McGonagall said anxiously, Albus, why are you still like this? How can you tolerate this happening? Dumbledore sat back in his seat and said lightly, after all, it is the order of the Ministry of Magic. I can't help but execute it. McGonagall shook his head and said, this is not your character, Albus, you used to not tolerate this kind of thing. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall and said softly, Minerva, you know who I am. Suspicious now. 407. McGonagall was taken aback. She naturally knew this, But what did this have to do with Umbridge being the highest prosecutor? Dumbledore sighed and said, there are contradictions within us. If we wait for the conflict to break out at a critical time, it will be a fatal blow to us. Plus cool tiger. McGonagall already understood Dumbledore's thoughts a bit, and hesitated. So Albus, your thoughts are? Dumbledore nodded and said, I would rather lose the strength but we are united, than the seemingly strong but contradictory us. McGonagall sighed and said, then you just let Umbridge mess around like this? Dumbledore shook his head lightly, and said nothing. At this time, Hogwarts has been detonated by this explosive message, and all the students and professors are discussing this matter. When Umbridge first came to Hogwarts, the students' first impression of Umbridge was not friendly. In addition, she deliberately targeted Hogwarts pride and made the students feel that Umbridge was very annoying. But it is such a person who became the Supreme Inspector of Hogwarts. How could this news not make the students feel panic? Hogwarts Library. Marks McClown was looking carefully at some books that recorded the previous history of the wizarding world, wanting to see if he could find the history of Merlin. Marks McClown also wanted to go to the district to look through it. Although she did not hope to find the Key of Solomon, she also wanted to find some related news. He is a professor, and he can write a note for himself. He is the most convenient student to browse through the area. However, it is a pity that the police area is now closed for some reason. It is difficult for Markseye to sneak into and find information in a short time. Markseye had to look for some history books from Melin's era. Mr. Marks, a hurried voice suddenly sounded, and Harry gasped and ran over, looking very anxious, followed by an urgent Hermione. Marks McClown said in a daze, "What's wrong?" Judging from the urgency of the two, Markseye thought that Hogwarts had been attacked. Harry grabbed Marks McClown's hand and said, "Mr. Marks, you have to be careful. Umbridge is now the Supreme Inspector of Hogwarts." Marks McClown said in a daze, "Umbridge?" Hermione nodded quickly and said, "Marks McClown, don't clash with Umbridge anymore during this time. The Supreme Prosecutor has a lot of power and is equal to Dumbledore, and more importantly, she have the power to abolish professors." Marks McClown frowned and said, "I didn't expect that Fudge would give Umbridge such power. Isn't he afraid of playing with fire?" Hermione shrugged and said, "Mr. Fudge has been upset by Voldemort's affairs recently. It is understandable to do some stupid things." Harry was dissatisfied. "This is more than a stupid thing. It's just trying to kill us." "Okay, Hogwarts doesn't know what it will become." Hermione smiled bitterly. "Well, Harry, don't do that. Umbridge is a professor after all. As long as we listen to the class well, there shouldn't be any problems." Harry couldn't comment. He didn't take Hermione's words to heart. Hermione wasn't very worried about Harry. After all, Harry would go to class with himself, so he could take care of anything. In contrast, Hermione was more worried about Marks McClown. Marks McClown, the proud child of the sky, had a higher heart than Tam. If Umbridge deliberately angered Marks McClown, who knew Marks McClown could hold it back? Hermione said solemnly, "Marks McClown, listen to me. During this time, you should not have a conflict with Umbridge, otherwise it will be very troublesome. When the time passes, Mr. Fudge realizes that his approach is wrong." "All right." Marks McClown smiled and said, "I don't have to conflict with Umbridge. I still have my own business to do." Hermione shook her head vigorously and said, "No, Markseye, I want you to assure me that I won't be in conflict with Umbridge during this time." Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, but actually she was a little bit resistant in her heart. Otherwise Umbridge would really rush to her head and poop. Wouldn't she have any reaction? But now Hermione stared at Marks McClown seriously, and Marks McClown couldn't help but agree. Marks McClown had no choice but to say, well, I promise you, anyway, I am a professor, and I will be fine if I don't attend her class during this time." Hermione smiled and said, "Then Markseye, you promised me." Marks McClown smiled and nodded. He has a lot of things on his own, and there is no need to argue with Umbridge. What's more, who is Umbridge? Which a lot. It's just a clown jumping beam. Where does Marks McClown have time to pay attention to her? And Umbridge, who was appointed as the supreme prosecutor, was walking rightly on the Hogwarts Avenue at this time. Chapter 565 Best Privilege. Students passing by frequently peeked at the old woman who had climbed to the highest authority at Hogwarts, with fear and disdain in their eyes. Of course Umbridge did not notice the disdain in the eyes of others. Umbridge is now full of a sense of conquest. What about Hogwarts? What about Dumbledore? I am not Umbridge stepping on you, upper. Umbridge smiled triumphantly. Filch appeared next to Umbridge at the right time, his eyes full of "Oh please." Filch respectfully said, "Professor Umbridge, what do you want now?" Umbridge shook his head contemptuously and said, "I'm here to manage this school." "How can you ask me these questions?" Filch chuckled and said, "That's right. Professor Umbridge is really different from ordinary people." Umbridge looked at the students at Hogwarts around him and said more proudly, "Mr. Filch, help me nail the latest regulations. Starting today, I will work hard to rectify Hogwarts. Men and women are not allowed to be too close. Men and women must keep their distance. It is strictly forbidden to use all Weasley Brothers products. Everyone must pay attention to clothing, and those who are not well dressed are found to be punished directly." During the next period of time, Umbridge became a nightmare of Hogwarts. All the students bowed their heads when they saw Umbridge, for fear of being caught. Plus cool, tiger. A series of regulations were enacted to strictly prohibit all freedoms. Students must strictly follow the school's rules and regulations. For a time Hogwarts seemed to have become a huge prison. The students were prisoners managed by Umbridge. Even the professors had to succumb to Umbridge's lewdness. After all, Umbridge also has the power to abolish professors. Professors dare not speak in front of Umbridge, for fear of saying a wrong sentence. Kicked out. And Dumbledore, this time also completely disappeared from the sight of everyone, and did not know what Dumbledore was doing. During this period, Marks I only took his own dark arts defense class according to his duty, and stayed in his bedroom or in the library at other times, and waited until the evening to explore the campus. Marks I also listened to Hermione's request and was able to avoid Umbridge as much as possible to avoid the chance of conflict. As for the other students, always in the pink terror of Umbridge, dissatisfaction with Umbridge is growing. Protect the Magical Creature course. Standing on the podium with a smile on Umbridge, looking at the students desperately endorsing underneath, he slowly said, "Hurry up and memorize what you are still carrying. You can't go back to the bedroom if you can't finish it today." The students below did not dare to act at all. Someone had expressed dissatisfaction before and was directly punished by Umbridge and almost expelled. This incident left the students lingering fears, and they did not dare to do anything to Umbridge's behavior. Reaction. Harry lowered his head and made a grimace at Ron, who also looked miserable and couldn't help but die. Harry was a little envious of Marks McClown at this time. Because Marks McClown was a professor, he could not use it for class. This was really the best privilege ever, especially when the professor was Umbridge. Hermione raised her hand and said, "Professor, I have already memorized it." Umbridge glanced at Hermione faintly. Hermione's background was clear. She had always felt that a mudblood like Hermione had no qualifications to come to Hogwarts. Umbridge said indifferently, "Miss Granger, do I agree with you?" Hearing Umbridge's unkind words, everyone raised their heads swiftly, watching the show. Harry also looked stunned, not knowing why Umbridge suddenly wanted to target Hermione. Hermione nervously said, "Professor, you haven't said this rule. You just said you have to raise your hand before you speak." Umbridge slapped the table fiercely and said, "Miss Granger, are you against me?" Hermione was taken aback, and immediately closed her mouth and dared not speak. Umbridge walked up to Hermione and stared at Hermione coldly and said, "I made the rules. Whatever I say is what I say. Have you heard it?" Hermione gritted her teeth, resisted the tears in her eyes, and nodded. Umbridge looked around at the students around him and asked loudly, "Now, Who has any opinions? Harry clenched his fist tightly. Had Ron held him tightly, I'm afraid Harry would have rushed forward and beat Umbridge severely. Umbridge was too much to treat Hermione like this. Harry was really thankful that Hermione would not let Markseye and Umbridge face each other, otherwise Markseye would definitely not be able to help but explode now. No one could hold it back. The other students also lowered their heads. They could only express their sympathy for Hermione's experience. And no one dared to be hard on Umbridge. Umbridge also noticed Harry's abnormality and looked at Harry coldly and said, "Mr. Potter, you look bad." Harry took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, I have no problem." Umbridge sneered, "Mr. Potter, you are our savior. If you have any questions, you must speak up, although I don't care." Harry clenched his fists, desperately suppressing his anger and said, "I'm really fine." Umbridge smiled and walked onto the podium and said, "Mr. Potter, do you really think you are our savior? I really have to say that people of your age are so naive." Harry's face changed, and he gritted his teeth without speaking. Umbridge continued, "Do you think that if you lie to people that the mysterious man is resurrected, you can continue to maintain your sense of existence? Can people respect you?" "Sorry, I don't want to agree with your pranks." Harry was taken aback, then raised his head sharply. Chapter 566 Harry's Backbone. Ron could no longer hold Harry's hand at this time. He was about to step forward and hold Harry, but it was too late. Harry yelled, "I've had enough." "I didn't lie. Voldemort has been resurrected. I saw it with my own eyes." The entire classroom was silent, and everyone stared at Harry in amazement. Plus cool, Tiger. Umbridge also grew up slightly, not knowing how to talk for a while. As soon as Harry spoke, he regretted it. Why couldn't he control himself? He actually refuted Umbridge. "Is this looking for death?" Hermione was covering her face, unexpectedly reminding Markseye that Harry couldn't help it. Umbridge immediately became ferocious. "Harry Potter." After Harry was frightened, 353 took a step back and could only bite the bullet and look at Umbridge. Umbridge said word by word from between his teeth, "Don't tell me the name of the mysterious man. He is dead." Harry's chest was constantly rising and falling, and he had offended Umbridge anyway. Harry didn't care anymore, and shouted again, "Voldemort is alive." Umbridge's eyes widened. Because of his extreme anger, Umbridge's expression was extremely hideous. All the students held their breath, for fear that any noise would cause disaster to themselves. Umbridge took a deep breath, pointed at Harry, and said coldly, "After class is over, you come to my office to find me, and I will let you know what the truth is." Ron immediately pulled Harry off the stool, and Harry realized that he was already in a cold sweat and seemed to be collapsed. Many students secretly looked at Harry, some admired Harry's bravery, some gloated at misfortune, and even had an expression of pity for fools. Ron hated Diane for failing to make Steal. "Harry, are you crazy? Dare to fight Umbridge?" Harry smiled bitterly and shook his head. As expected, no one can pretend to force this kind of thing. Markseye can fight against Umbridge. That is, Markseye is good enough. Why did he get up? Hermione also gave Harry a fierce look in the distance, and almost ran over to point at Harry and call Harry a pig. Umbridge office. Harry knocked on the door of the office with trepidation and waited outside quietly. Now Harry only begged Umbridge not to expel himself, and everything else was fine. "Please come in." Umbridge's voice sounded from inside. Harry timidly pushed open the office door. The pink office style immediately shocked Harry. As expected, Umbridge. Even the office was so different from ordinary people. As soon as Umbridge saw Harry, his face immediately sank and said, "Mr. Potter, do you know what I am asking for you?" Harry nodded immediately, and now he just asked not to be expelled, regardless of his spine. Umbridge pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Sit down first and tell me about today." Harry swallowed, and said in a desperate manner, "I know I was wrong, Professor Umbridge. Please punish me." Umbridge smiled and said without a smile, "Wrong? Of course you are wrong. I want to know how you are wrong. Did someone else instigate you?" Harry said for a moment, instigate? No one instigated me. Umbridge shook his head and said, No, 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 I think there is an inside story in this matter. You must be persecuted. That person is Marks-Eye, right? Harry immediately understood what Umbridge meant, and firmly shook his head. No, this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Marks. Umbridge said with a faint smile, Harry, you know the consequences of confronting the professor. With your attitude just now, I'm afraid no one will say anything if you just fire you. Harry trembled all over. What he feared most was Umbridge expelling him, but on the other hand he couldn't betray Marks-Eye. Seeing Harry's face changed drastically, Umbridge felt that the victory was in sight. Although she had become the actual controller of Hogwarts during this period, Umbridge still did not forget who she wanted to solve during this trip. Harry took a deep breath and said indifferently, Mr. Marks has nothing to do with this matter, nor did he instruct me to do anything. Umbridge frowned, slammed the table and said, Harry, do you know what you are talking about? Harry also wanted to understand. Umbridge just wanted to plant the blame on Marks-Eye, but how good Marks-Eye was to him. How could Harry do something that was sorry for Marks-Eye? Harry took a deep breath and said, I know what I'm doing. It's my job to fight against the professor, and it has nothing to do with Marks-Eye. Umbridge sneered and nodded and said, well, since you want to be a hero so much, I will let you present enough and pick up the pen. Harry picked up the pen in front of him. He was ready to let Umbridge punish casually. Umbridge said, write on paper, I will never lie again. Harry was taken aback. Is it that simple? Harry asked. How many times do you write? Umbridge glanced at Harry coldly and said, write until you admit your mistake. Harry let out a sigh of relief. The penalty for writing is not too heavy anyway. It's better than expelling him. Harry squeezed the pen neatly on the paper, and began to write I won't lie anymore. As soon as he wrote a sentence on the paper, Harry suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand, as if something stinged his hand. 1.0 Harry immediately looked at his hand, and a line of small characters was slowly and automatically drawn on it, which was exactly I won't lie again. The blood slowly flowed from the back of Harry's hand, dripping onto the paper and the table, and the pain kept stimulating Harry's nerves. Harry looked at Umbridge in shock, and what he wrote would actually be engraved on the back of his hand. Umbridge took a sip from the teacup, and said in a casual manner, look at what, I told you to stop. Continue writing. Chapter 567 Who can help? Exclamation mark. Harry's hand holding the pen was already bursting from the severe pain. But Harry gritted his teeth and continued to write the words I'll never lie anymore on the paper. Cool tiger. Another line of bloody words appeared in the same position on the back of Harry's hand, which made the back of the hand that had been injured even more pain. Harry finally understood why Umbridge's punishment seemed so simple, because this punishment was corporal punishment at all, and Umbridge wanted to force Harry to yield with pain. Harry gritted his teeth, because of the pain. Sweat dripped drop by drop, and the scar on the back of his hand was getting deeper and deeper, and the pain became deeper and deeper. Harry felt that he was dizzy from the loss of blood, and there was a large patch of blood on the table, but Harry still gritted his teeth and continued to write on the paper. Since Umbridge's punishment for himself is a penalty, as long as he completes this punishment, Umbridge has no other excuses to expel himself. So Harry must complete this punishment task. Umbridge sneered and looked at Harry in pain and said, what's the matter? It's not acceptable for you to write Braille. In fact, it's okay if you don't want to write. I write. Harry resisted the sharp pain in his hands and said, I won't betray Mr. Cloud. Why don't you just write Braille? You can write as long as you want. Harry basically roared in the end, glaring at Umbridge. Umbridge snorted coldly and ignored Harry. By the time Harry returned to the Gryffindor lounge, it was too late, and only Ron and Hermione were waiting for Harry in the lounge lobby with a worried look. Harry, what's wrong with you? Did that old woman treat you? Ron stood up anxiously. Hermione also looked at Harry worriedly, wondering how Umbridge had tortured Harry. Harry's face was pale at this time, and Umbridge's punishment hurt the back of Harry's hand, but afterwards Umbridge also chanted a counter curse to Harry. lest there be evidence to be caught by others. However, the pain of the process still made Harry very painful, and some scars were inevitably left on his hands. Seeing Harry's sluggish expression, Hermione immediately realized that it was not simple, and asked, "Harry, what's the matter with you? Don't keep talking." Harry said with an ugly smile, "Do you have any problems with my appearance?" Ron and Hermione nodded at the same time, their eyes full of suspicion when they looked at Harry. Plus cool, tiger. Harry smiled bitterly, "I'm really fine, anyway. You remember not to mess with Umbridge in the future." Harry deliberately hid his injured hand behind his back, looking indifferent, just about to go directly to his bedroom. The sharp-eyed Hermione had found something wrong and asked, "Harry, what are you hiding? Take out your hand and take a look." Harry shook his head quickly and said, "I'm fine, don't be so suspicious, Hermione. I'm really fine." Hermione suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Harry's hand and yanked it out. Hermione and Ron immediately saw the scar on Harry's hand. Although the scar on Harry's hand was blurred, it still occupies a large area and was very obvious. Hermione asked in surprise, "What is this?" Harry slapped haha, and wanted to get confused and said, "What's wrong with this? Don't think about it if you accidentally get it." Hermione grabbed Harry's arm and said angrily, "This is physical punishment, Harry. How can you endure this kind of thing?" Harry immediately drew his arm back and hid it behind his back and said, "Okay, it's okay, it will be cured soon, a small injury is nothing. You can go back and rest quickly." Harry gave Ron a wink immediately. Ron put away his surprised look and was about to speak, and was immediately pulled back to the bedroom by Harry, leaving Hermione standing alone in the lobby of the lounge. Hermione stomped heavily. She knew that Harry was hiding it to prevent them from asking Umbridge for justice. This would only make things more complicated. But how could Hermione just watch Harry being bullied like this, too? Hermione also knew that there was no way to threaten Umbridge with her own power. As for Mark's-Eye, she couldn't ask for help. Otherwise, Mark's-Eye's character would definitely cause big troubles. In that case, who else can I call for help? Professor McGonagall immediately appeared in Hermione's mind. McGonagall is the professor who likes Hermione the most, and he also takes good care of Hermione, otherwise McGonagall would not specifically apply for a time converter for Hermione. Moreover, McGonagall is also the Dean of Gryffindor and has a high teaching experience at Hogwarts. If McGonagall comes forward, he might be able to stop Umbridge's arrogance. Hermione had already made up her mind to tell McGonagall about the matter and let McGonagall take care of it. The next day, McGonagall's office. Hermione told McGonagall the whole thing that happened yesterday plus her own speculation. McGonagall said with a cold face, "Hermione, are you sure that the scar on Harry's hand was caused by U-377 Mitch?" Hermione nodded vigorously and said, "I'm sure that Harry's hands were still good during class yesterday. They became like that after returning from Professor Umbridge's office." Together with Harry's reaction, "I firmly believe in Professor Rich physically punished Harry." McGonagall solemnly said, "This matter is not trivial, I will definitely investigate this matter." Hermione worried, "Professor McGonagall, now that Professor Umbridge is so strong in school, I still hope to find Professor Dumbledore to come back and solve this matter, otherwise I am afraid that it will hurt you." Professor McGonagall shook his head and said, "Professor Dumbledore hasn't known where he's been recently. It's a magical." Hermione was taken aback, just about to speak. McGonagall said, "Besides, Hogwarts can't always rely on Albus, can he?" Hermione was shocked. "Professor McGonagall, don't be impulsive. Professor Umbridge can't offend him now." Chapter 568 Hogwarts in the Shadows. McGonagall smiled and said, "Do you let me watch her abuse our Hogwarts students?" McGonagall put on a wizard robe and said lightly, "I am also a professor at Hogwarts. Since I know this kind of thing, I will never stand idly by." Hermione hurriedly followed behind McGonagall. McGonagall was willing to come forward for them. She naturally followed McGonagall and supported McGonagall. Hogwarts Avenue. Umbridge was walking with a smile. Now it was the end of get out of class. The students on the boulevard were all after class. Seeing Umbridge, they all bowed their heads and did not dare to talk. The avenue where people came and went, but it was unusually quiet, and it looked 10-minute weird. Professor Umbridge. McGonagall's voice suddenly sounded at the end of the avenue. Many people looked at McGonagall curiously. Now even the professors have to bow their heads when they see Umbridge. Why is McGonagall looking for Umbridge in front of so many people? Umbridge also turned his head and smiled. Professor McGonagall, what's the matter? McGonagall said with a cold face. Professor Umbridge, I have one thing to ask you for confirmation. Umbridge said lightly, my time is precious, I hope you can finish it as soon as possible. McGonagall walked up to Umbridge, looked down at Umbridge and said, I have received a report that you are punishing students without authorization. As soon as McGonagall's voice fell, the originally quiet avenue immediately became audible. All the students looked at McGonagall and Umbridge in unison. Umbridge physically punished students. McGonagall helps students target Umbridge, who is the strongest now. A breath of gossip immediately filled the air. Of course, no one dared to stop and listen to them blatantly, but everyone slowed down and paid attention to McGonagall and Umbridge. Umbridge let out a cry and looked directly over McGonagall to Hermione, who was behind McGonagall. Hermione straightened her body immediately, her face stiff. Although Hermione hated Umbridge very much, Hermione still became nervous in front of Umbridge. Umbridge laughed and said, Miss Granger, do you know who spread this rumor to Professor McGonagall? Hermione swallowed, and when he was about to speak, McGonagall waved his hand and said, Hermione, please go back first. I will answer your paper later. Hermione was taken aback and understood McGonagall's maintenance meaning, so she nodded and said, I know Professor McGonagall. After speaking, she walked away, but her mind remained on McGonagall. McGonagall continued, Professor Umbridge, don't break the subject. You just have to tell me if there is such a thing or not. Umbridge narrowed his smile and said, Professor McGonagall, are you questioning my teaching method? McGonagall said coldly, Hogwarts has never endorsed corporal punishment education methods. This completely violates the teaching guidelines. Umbridge sneered, are you talking to me about the guidelines? Have you forgotten that I am now the highest inspector of Hogwarts? Can I make regulations? McGonagall said angrily, this is Hogwarts, this is not your Umbridge school. You should follow Hogwarts rules. Umbridge laughed and said, Professor McGonagall, I didn't expect you to be so naive when you are old. Times have changed, and you will be eliminated if you don't follow the changes. McGonagall snorted heavily and said, you can take care of other things. Anyway, I will never give up on you physically punishing students. Umbridge said, then I want to see how you don't give up. Now I am the highest prosecutor at Hogwarts, what I say is what I say. Even if I want to fire you, it's just a sentence. McGonagall looked at Umbridge in disbelief, but he didn't expect Umbridge to say such straightforward threatening words in front of everyone. The rest of the students were also shocked by Umbridge's face. They all knew that Umbridge is now when the villain was proud, but no one would have thought that Umbridge was so shameless. Seeking flowers McGonagall took 2 steps involuntarily, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. Umbridge's shamelessness far exceeded McGonagall's imagination. Umbridge pointed to McGonagall and said, Professor McGonagall, if you still want to stay at Hogwarts, then you'd better hear it clearly. Now I am the principal of Hogwarts. I have the final say. I would question the Ministry of Magic, and I would oppose the Ministry. The whole Hogwarts Avenue fell into a dead silence. Hearing such arrogant words from Umbridge, all Hogwarts students felt uncomfortable, but there was nothing to do. Hermione frowned. Now Umbridge's arrogance is too arrogant, even McGonagall doesn't give any face to her. If this goes on, Hogwarts will be ruined in her hands one day. Why Dumbledore still condoned her to continue like this? Umbridge looked at McGonagall with a sneer, and said with disdain, do you have any opinions now? McGonagall glared at Umbridge, But after all there was nothing to say. He could only sigh and shook his head and left. The Hogwarts students watched McGonagall leave dejectedly, and finally realized what Umbridge's status is for Hogwarts now. Their fear and dissatisfaction with Umbridge can only be hidden deep in their hearts. Umbridge left Hogwarts Avenue with his head upright as if he had won a battle. The conflict between McGonagall and Umbridge quickly spread throughout Hogwarts and quickly caused panic among the students. After all, Hogwarts' style of study has always been based on freedom, and even some more strict professors are nothing. Chapter 569 Are there too many hole cards and trump cards? But now Umbridge has completely rectified Hogwarts, and the requirements for students are not only strict, but even harsh. The most important thing is that Umbridge is an extreme idealist. Everything is too idealistic. Such a mess will definitely not do any good to Hogwarts. However, McGonagall, who represented the past, and Umbridge, who represented the New Deal, finally gained the upper hand. Doesn't this indicate the decline of Dumbledore, McGonagall and others? The whole Hogwarts became lifeless, as if there was a suffocating breath covering this side. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown also heard about the conflict between McGonagall and Umbridge, but Markseye has no good solutions for the time being. Now is the strongest period of 37-7 Ridge. This time he takes the initiative. Trouble with Umbridge. It can only be said that McGonagall did not distinguish the situation clearly. During this period of time, Markseye has stepped up his exploration of Hogwarts. Even if it is the area of the library, Markseye has sneaked in secretly. Unsurprisingly, Marks McClown didn't find any useful information, not to mention the news about Merlin's secret treasures. There were even very few things about Merlin. Now that the news that Merlin's secret treasure exists in Hogwarts, Marks McClown is increasingly suspicious. After all, if such a precious thing is really placed in Hogwarts, how could no one discover it for so many years? Marks McClown planned to go to the secret room and check again to see if there are any relevant clues. Cool Tiger. The night slowly enveloped Hogwarts, and the other students returned to their dormitories obediently. Now Umbridge is in power, and the consequences of being found hanging out outside are very serious. Only Markseye took advantage of the darkness and left her bedroom and walked towards Myrtle's bathroom. Marks McClown still remembers the secret room incident that disturbed Hogwarts in the 2nd grade, but Nigel, the powerful basilisk at that time, had turned into a cute little snake, hidden in his sleeves, and had been lurking for several years. Originally Markseye used to think of the basilisk as his hole card. As a result, only less than 3 years have passed before Marks McClown found that her hole cards and trump cards had become more and more. In the end, except for giving it a small test in the 3rd grade, she had never used the basilisk. And the current toilet has long been listed as a no-entry area by Hogwarts, and the entrance to the secret room is completely blocked. Plus cool, Tiger. But for Marks McClown, these are not problems at all. Marks McClown easily sneaked into the bathroom. At this time the bathroom was covered with dust and cobwebs, and no one had been here for a long time. Even the ghost Myrtle seemed to have disappeared. It is estimated that even ghosts are not allowed to enter the Hogwarts blockade. Markseye came to the wash basin of the bathroom, a dark passage leading to a secret room deep underground. It seems that this passage was not closed since it was opened last time. Marks McClown slid along the twists and turns to the secret room at the end. The secret room at this time can no longer be called a room, because the battle between Marks McClown, incarnation of the 5-clawed golden dragon, and the basilisk Nigel basically destroyed the entire secret room. Ruined. Markseye can only see the ruined walls that have collapsed everywhere, as well as various broken snake statues. Marks McClown looked around the dilapidated secret room and couldn't help smiling bitterly. He didn't expect that the fighting power of the year was so powerful, and he destroyed this secret room like this. He still wanted to find clues. How could he find clues when it was so bad? However, Markseye was still wandering around in the secret room to see if there were any clues. but of course he found nothing. Marks McClown also laughed that she was really trying to find clues and was crazy. There shouldn't be any possibility that the secret room would contain Merlin's secret treasure. Otherwise, it's impossible for Voldemort to not know this. If there is Merlin's secret treasure, then how can Voldemort always be checked and balanced by Dumbledore? Although according to Marks' speculation, Voldemort and Dumbledore and even Grindelwald in the past must have crossed the boundary of the limit of magic control by their own methods, otherwise it would not be possible to achieve such inhuman achievements. But in history and even in the world, the most famous wizard has always been Merlin, which undoubtedly shows that among these god-level wizards, they are still a little bit worse than Merlin after all. In this case, no matter who finds Merlin's secret treasure, if Merlin's secret treasure is really what Marks McClown thought, then the method of obtaining the Merlin version, combined with his own method, will definitely get a leap in strength. However, so far, their strength has been half a catty. So Marks McClown estimated that Voldemort and Dumbledore had not even seen the shadow of Merlin's secret treasure. Think about why Voldemort suddenly wanted to come back to Hogwarts as a professor back then. Probably part of the reason was that he was tempted by this legend. Marks McClown sighed. He basically walked the known Hogwarts places, but he couldn't find any information. Marks McClown didn't know where he should suspect now. Marks McClown crawled back to the bathroom along the passage, preparing to go back to his bedroom to rest. However, just as Marks McClown crawled out of the passage, an old man with his back just appeared at the door of the bathroom. Filch. Marks McClown was stunned, almost unable to restrain him from wanting to come directly and forget it all, but fortunately, he finally suppressed his thoughts. Although with Marks McClown Meow's peak magic control and spell level, it can be guaranteed to a large extent that there will be no problems with forgetting, but after the forgetting is cleared, there will definitely be a sense of vacancy and numbness in the memory. Sense of symmetry. This kind of memory violation can even be noticed by ordinary people, but they don't know the existence of magic, so in the end they will think that they think too much. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 570. I want Marks to regret it. However, Filch is different. If he discovers this situation, he will know that he has been under the forgetting curse the first time, and then he will inevitably find Dumbledore and others to check, and then it will be troublesome. Marks McClown crawled out of the secret chamber without changing his face. He had explored Hogwarts too many times, and none of them had any problems. So Marks McClown was obviously careless this time, and he crawled out without using spiritual exploration. It seemed that Filch happened to be passing by here, and happened to encounter this scene. Filch was surprised. Mr. Marks, why are you here? Marks McClown didn't change his face and said, I heard a little noise inside just now, so I went down to see what happened. Filch frowned and said, but this place has been sealed off. It is difficult for ordinary people to enter. Marks McClown looked at Filch coldly and said, what do you mean? Do you suspect that I am doing something bad? 11. Filch was taken aback. Although he relied on Umbridge to make more students fear him during this period, Filch did not dare to act in the face of Marks. After all, Marks McClown is the only son of a famous pure-blooded wizard and noble family, and Filch was only born in a family of ordinary wizards, and he was still a dumb gun. It's okay to bully ordinary students. Filch is really not in front of people like Marks McClown. Any confidence. Plus cool, tiger. Filch immediately put on a flattering smile and said, Mr. Marks, how dare I doubt you? You must have your reasons for doing this. I understand. Marks McClown said lightly, I don't want anyone to know about this except you and me. Do you understand? Filch nodded repeatedly and said, I understand, I understand. Marks McClown then left the bathroom and walked towards her bedroom. Filch looked at Marks McClown's back, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. If it were changed to before, Filch would definitely not leak this out. But the situation is different now. Both Dumbledore and Umbridge had explained that Filch had to monitor Marks' actions. Filch knew that his strength was too weak, and he definitely couldn't monitor Marks' so Filch didn't care about this order. But now that he had seen Mark's eye, Filch couldn't pretend to be invisible. Filch walked straight to Umbridge's office. Now the most powerful person in Hogwarts is Umbridge, and the first person Filch has to report to is of course Umbridge. Cool Tiger. Umbridge office. Umbridge corrected the students' homework in the office. Umbridge assigned a lot of homework, which also caused Umbridge's time to correct the homework a lot. Professor Umbridge. Filch's voice came from outside the door. When Umbridge changed his homework to correct his irritability, he was even more impatient when he heard Filch's unequal voice. Umbridge screamed, "What's the matter? Don't find me if it's okay. I'm busy now." Filch respectfully said, "Professor Umbridge, I have something important to report to you." "This matter is very important." Umbridge curled his lips impatiently and said, "Push the door. I didn't lock it." Filch hurriedly pushed the door in, and still looked panicked, looking out the door for fear that Mark's eye would be behind him. Umbridge said, "Let's talk about it. What's the matter? If what you said is not important, you will be done." Filch heard Umbridge's tone and immediately guessed that Umbridge was in a bad mood at this time, and of course he didn't dare to sell it. Filch said, "I ran into Mark's eye just now. He appeared in the secret room and didn't know what he was doing." Umbridge questioned, "What is a secret room? Why haven't I heard of it?" Filch explained, "The Chamber of Secrets was built by the founder of Slytherin College at Hogwarts. It is said to contain a very dangerous snake, but it was inexplicably destroyed a few years ago. One of the parties involved had Mark's eye." Umbridge asked again, "Is there anything in the secret room?" Filch shook his head quickly and said, "No, I have entered several times after the secret room was destroyed, and found nothing except the ruined walls." Umbridge sneered, "Okay, I see, you go out first." Filch saw that Umbridge didn't blame himself anymore, and he knew that the news was quite useful for Umbridge. Umbridge didn't think much about why Mark's eye appeared in the secret room, but now Filch reminded himself instead. "The reason why I want to become the highest prosecutor is not just to master Hogwarts, but a large part of the reason is to retaliate against Mark's eye and the Marks family." After all, even regardless of Mark's eye, the Marks family had given Umbridge a lot of embarrassment before that. But after Umbridge became the Supreme Inspector 347, there were too many things to be busy, and Mark's eye automatically disappeared in front of him, so Umbridge temporarily forgot about it. Now being mentioned by Filch, Umbridge's nameless fire to Mark's eye is burning again. Umbridge couldn't forget Mark's eye's provocation to him at that time, and his disdain for himself. Even if he thinks of it now, Umbridge will be furious. Must revenge Mark's eye. Umbridge put down the homework he was marking, thinking about how to avenge Mark's eye. Now Marks McClown no longer takes her own class, and it seems that Marks McClown is also a smart person, knowing that it is impossible to be hard with herself now. If you want revenge on Mark's eye, you can only find Mark's eye by yourself. Umbridge has made up his mind that he will go to Mark's eye's defense against the Dark Arts class tomorrow. As long as he sees Mark's eye, Umbridge bets, there must be a way to avenge Mark's eye. She wants to make Marks McClown's reputation disgraced. Let Mark's eye regret the provocation to herself. Let Mark's eye regret it all his life. Chapter 571, 3 Professors a Class. Filch, who walked out of Umbridge's office, was in high spirits at this time and felt that he had found information that could make Umbridge useful, and Umbridge would definitely value himself more in the future. Just when Filch decided to drink a few cups to reward himself, Filch suddenly remembered something, that he did not finish his work. Filch could only shook his head and changed direction, and walked towards Dumbledore's office. In the Dark Arts Defense classroom, students entered the classroom with textbooks in their hands. Only a few people were whispering. Most people were afraid that Umbridge would not dare to talk nonsense nearby. There is still some time before class, and the Knight of the Cloud has not yet arrived, and the students are also doing their own things in the classroom. Harry was immersed in the book, not knowing what he was writing. Ron stretched his head curiously and asked, "What are you writing?" Harry said with a bitter expression, "The Old Witch's homework in Umbridge. I was punished to copy it yesterday for failing to recite the book." At this time, Hermione also leaned over and whispered, "Be careful. Don't say bad things about Umbridge so loudly. Beware of someone reporting you." Now there are high rewards for reporting violations. Harry closed his mouth immediately, afraid to speak any more. Cool Tiger, Ron sighed and said, "Professor Dumbledore doesn't know if his brain is burned out. Hogwarts has been made like this and there is no reaction at all." Hermione also shook her head and said, "Professor McGonagall can't stop the momentum of the Old Witch in Umbridge. I have a pink phobia now." Ron suddenly trembled and said with a shaking voice, "Why is Umbridge here too?" Hermione stunned and said, "What, isn't this Marksi's class?" Ron pointed in the direction of the door, winking desperately at Hermione. Harry looked up, and there was a little pink coat outside the door, plus a short fat figure, very dazzling. Umbridge. Hermione was so frightened that she immediately ran back to her seat, and the other students lowered their heads, pretending to study hard. Umbridge held a small notebook in his hand, smiled and walked into the classroom and said, "Why, haven't you been in class yet?" The students below were silent. No one dared to answer Umbridge. Umbridge asked and replied, "McClowns, time is still a little short now. It's normal for the professor not to come, right?" Umbridge just looked at the time and stood at the door of the classroom, motionless. Cool Tiger, Harry lay on the desk and whispered, "Is that old witch looking for trouble with Mr. Marks? Why is he waiting for Mr. Marks there?" Ron whispered, "How do I know? But it is not unimaginable for the old witch to trouble Marksi. After all, Marksi didn't give Umbridge face so much before, and it deserves to be troubled." Harry curled his mouth and looked at the time. It was almost time for class. If Marksi is late, I don't know how Umbridge will target Marksi. However, Marks McClown's figure happened to appear at the door of the classroom. The moment he saw Umbridge, Marks McClown was also taken aback for a while, but soon calmed down. Marks McClown walked into the classroom, as if he hadn't seen Umbridge, and said lightly, "Sorry classmates, something was delayed. I shouldn't be late." Some Slytherin students shouted immediately, "No!" Umbridge stared at Marksi fiercely, and Marksi's blindly attitude made Umbridge angry again. But before Umbridge spoke, Marks McClown said indifferently, "I'm ready to go to class. Please leave the classroom if you don't care." The eyes of the students shifted to Umbridge. "Are the two going to fight again?" Umbridge snorted coldly and said, "I'm here to listen to the class, to identify whether each professor is capable of continuing to teach students." The students clashed. Umbridge's words already had a strong sense of purpose. Hermione, who was sitting among the students, looked at Marksi worriedly, and her most worried thing finally came. Marks McClown uttered a cry, and ignored Umbridge and said, "Students, we are going to class now. What I am going to teach you today is the Split Curse, also called the Split Curse." Umbridge snorted heavily, and was about to find a place to sit down, but saw a small figure outside as if he was poking his head at something. Professor Flitwick. Flitwick was looking into the classroom, looking curiously. Umbridge looked at Flitwick suspiciously and said, "What are you doing?" Marks McClown was also attracted by the movement here, and he saw Flitwick outside the classroom at a glance. Marks McClown asked doubtfully, "Professor Flitwick, what are you doing?" Flitwick outside the door looked embarrassed. He glanced at Marks McClown and said, "No, I don't have a class now, so I'm looking around to see if I can pass the time. I happened to see Marks McClown teaching, so I wanted to come over. Take a look." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Professor Flitwick wants to come to see me in class. Of course I am very welcome." For Flitwick, Marksi still respects him. Although Marksi himself is very good these years and does not need any Flitwick's help and care at all, but in any case, good enough. Flitwick is the dean of his parents back then, and therefore treats himself very much friendly. However, Marks McClown's behavior seemed even more irritating in Umbridge's opinion. When she came to the class, Marks McClown looked like she didn't listen, but she smiled at Flitwick. Flitwick smiled and said, "Professor Marks McClown, do you really mind?" Marks McClown shook her head slightly, turned her head and shouted, "Harry, find Professor Flitwick a stool." Harry immediately stood up and moved to the back of the classroom to move Flitwick to a stool. Umbridge said with a cold face, "Give me one too, Mr. Potter." Chapter 572, Flitwick's Intention. Harry reluctantly replied, and walked over with 2 stools. Umbridge gave Marks McClown a fierce look, grabbed the stool in Harry's hand, and sat down carelessly. Flitwick took a meaningful look at Marks McClown before sitting down. Slowly, the Dark Arts Defense class, which was supposed to be the only Professor Marks McClown, suddenly became 3 professors, and the atmosphere in the classroom became a bit strange. Marks McClown returned to the podium, still unconsciously glanced at Flitwick and Umbridge. Umbridge came over to find his trouble. Marks McClown could understand. Marks McClown had also made a decision to show down with Umbridge. After all, Marks McClown could never bear Umbridge's wildness on her head. As for the agreement between Hermione and herself, Marks McClown thinks that Hermione can also understand it, because it is not that Marks McClown wanted to conflict with Umbridge, but Umbridge took the initiative to come and die. But why Flitwick suddenly appeared here, and also actively listened to his own class? This is really strange. Although Flitwick is very friendly to Marks-I, he has not tried the habit of taking the initiative to listen to Marks-I's class, but he still comes to listen in while Umbridge is attending the class. Listening to class 333 in Umbridge. Marks McClown Meng woke up. It turned out that Flitwick was afraid of a conflict between himself and Umbridge, so he pretended to be here for emergencies. Flitwick came here to protect himself. After all, Flitwick was present, and Umbridge did not dare to do too much. If Umbridge was too unreasonable, he could also act as a witness to help himself argue. Thinking of this, Marks McClown couldn't help casting a thankful look at Flitwick. Then Marks McClown looked at the students again and said with a smile, "I have lost so much time for everyone." Now we get to the topic. Let me introduce the splitting spell to you first. Marks-I started to teach according to her previous teaching method, first introducing the students to the purpose of the splitting spell. Marks McClown said, "The splitting curse is an attacking curse. It can attack the same item in front of you and split it into countless small pieces. If it is combined with other magic, it can even cause death and injury. I will give it to the students first. Demonstrate once." Marks McClown took out a rock with the big palm of his hand, placed it on the podium, and drew out his wand and pointed it directly at the rock, preparing to split the rock into pieces. Umbridge suddenly screamed, "Marks McClown, what are you doing?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Umbridge. Umbridge stood up and pointed at Marks-I, the muscles on his face twitching constantly, as if Marks-I did something unforgivable. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes and said, "Professor Umbridge, I am about to test the curse. Is there any problem?" Umbridge screamed, "Put down the wand." Marks McClown was taken aback, just about to speak, but saw Flitwick sitting behind Umbridge desperately winking Marks McClown. Marks McClown took a relaxed breath, and then slowly put the wand on the podium to ensure that he could get the wand at any time. Flitwick smiled and said, "Professor Umbridge, you are too sensitive. Marks McClown just wants to demonstrate the curse." Umbridge said angrily, "No, magic is not allowed in the classroom, especially such aggressive magic." Marks McClown frowned slightly and said, "Umbridge, this is a class of defense against the dark arts. It is normal to demonstrate the spell." Umbridge yelled, "No." I said no. Did you hear that? The students came to class, not to accept your dangerous performance. What if you hurt the students? The students stared at Umbridge blankly. If defense against the dark arts is not allowed to use wands, what is the meaning of this course? When Marks McClown was about to speak, Umbridge said coldly, "As long as the students can graduate successfully, everything is enough." and what you Marks McClown has to do is just let the students pass the exam, not let the students watch you perform. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes and was about to refute Umbridge. Flitwick had already stood in front of Marks McClown and smiled. Marks McClown, don't use your magic wand in class. There is no big problem, right? Flitwick turned his back to Umbridge and desperately winked Mark's eye. Umbridge looked at Mark's eye provocatively. As long as Mark's eye disobeyed him a little bit, he would directly expel Mark's eye in revenge. Marks McClown glanced at Flitwick, then smiled faintly. It's okay, I can save some energy without using a magic wand, right? With that said, Mark's eye put away her wand and looked at Umbridge. Seeing that he hadn't angered Mark's eye unexpectedly, Umbridge gave Mark's eye a fierce look, and returned to his seat without saying a word. Flitwick secretly gave Marks McClown a thumbs up and returned to his position. Marks McClown said with a smile, since you don't use a magic wand, the next thing is very simple. Everyone turns to page 58 of the book and read the content of the splitting spell once. The students weakly picked up the magic book in their hands and studied together according to Mark's eye's instructions. Umbridge looked at Mark's eyes teaching students in a proper manner, and her heart was extremely anxious. Her purpose was to avenge Mark's eye and expel Mark's eye. If this continues until the class is over, she can't find it. Reasons for expelling Mark's eye. Marks McClown clearly understood Umbridge's psychology, and in the next time he blindly allowed the students to study and endorse, just to prevent Umbridge from catching her. The students also understood Marks McClown's intentions. Just do what Marks McClown is called. No one has any opinions, and it slowly becomes a happy and happy appearance. Flitwick nodded slightly when he saw Mark's eye understand his intentions. As for Umbridge, he looked restless. The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 573. Do you think I dare not touch you? She stared at Mark's eye fiercely, thinking about what handle she could grasp. However, how can Marks McClown get caught so easily? Marks McClown knows the psychology of professors like Umbridge, just like those teachers in Marks McClown's previous life, and her favorite is Dugfling education. As long as Mark's eye implements a step-by-step education, it only focuses on the key points, draws the key points, and allows the students to study and endorse. It is impossible for Umbridge to pick out the thorns in it. Hermione was sitting in the seat and snickered. Marks McClown's response like this was undoubtedly the best way to deal with it. As expected, it was Marks McClown. This method also made him want to get it. The students were also laughing at the bottom. Mark's eye's teaching mode obviously made them feel very novel. They also knew the reason why Mark's eye suddenly changed his teaching style. It was very compatible with Mark's eye. Seeing that this class was about to end, Umbridge finally couldn't help it, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Enough!" The classroom became quiet, and everyone's eyes were on Umbridge. Flitwick frowned. This Umbridge is still going to end. There is obviously no problem with Mark's eye's teaching. Are you all looking for problems? Marks McClown faintly looked at Umbridge and said, Umbridge, do you have any questions? Umbridge said fiercely, McClowns. Marks McClown squinted his eyes slightly. He has already endured a class in Umbridge, and so much effort to deal with Umbridge in a Dugfling class. This is the limit Marks McClown can do. If Umbridge makes any excessive demands, Mark's eye can't guarantee that she can bear it any longer. Hermione obviously felt the change in Marks McClown's attitude. Marks McClown, such a proud person, could have been able to take such a class to deal with Umbridge. There is no doubt about it. Cool Tiger, Hermione suddenly said loudly, classmates, did Professor Marks teach this lesson well? The students were obviously taken aback, but immediately realized Hermione's intentions, and immediately shouted, okay. Umbridge turned his head and said angrily, shut up, sit down for me. Hermione was frightened by Umbridge's fierce face, and she sat back on the stool as her legs softened. Flitwick stood up and said lightly, Professor Umbridge, Professor Marks McClown is doing well in class. Don't always interrupt him in class. I can listen with great gusto. Umbridge gave Flitwick a fierce look. frantically looking for a reason to slander Marks-I. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes dangerously. Umbridge, you'd better tell the reason for interrupting my class. Umbridge stared at Marks McClown and shouted, Marks McClown, what are you in this class? It's just a bunch of shit. The classroom fell silent for an instant, and everyone could feel the icy chill slowly extending from Marks McClown. Marks McClown looked at Umbridge faintly, his eyes full of unstoppable killing intent. This was the first time someone had slandered Marks McClown this way, and it was also the one that made Marks McClown the most angry. Of course Marks McClown knew that the class was not very good, but it was not to deal with the stupid woman Umbridge. But Umbridge actually said that Marks-I's class was like a pile of shit. Umbridge obviously felt the chill on Marks McClown's body, and he took a step back in fright, as if remembering that he was the Supreme Inspector of Hogwarts, so why was he afraid of Marks McClown? Umbridge yelled. What do you stare at? Do you think he'll be afraid of you if you stare at me? Tell you, now I am the top prosecutor of Hogwarts, I have the power to fire you, if you dare to try what? Looking at Umbridge's forcibly arrogant face, Marks McClown had such a turbulent urge to kill the ugly old woman in front of him for the first time. Sure enough, the most hateful thing in this world is not a powerful enemy, but a villain who obviously doesn't have the ability but wants to ride wild on his head. Marks McClown took a step forward slightly, and immediately scared Umbridge back a few steps in a hurry. He even kicked the stool behind him and almost fell unsteadily. Marks McClown sneered, do you think I dare not? Marks McClown's words were like the cold wind from hell, blowing through Umbridge's body coldly. Umbridge felt the coolness of his body from the inside out, as if he was facing death. Find flowers middle dot. Hermione screamed, Marks-I, don't be impulsive. All petrochemicals. Suddenly, a curse hit Umbridge's body straight, and Umbridge's body stiffened and fell to the ground like a stone statue. All eyes immediately focused on the hand of the man holding the wand. Not Marks-I. The person who made the shot was not Marks-I, but a small man, Flitwick. Hermione exclaimed, and tightly covered her mouth. This change almost made Hermione's heart jump out. Harry and other classmates also watched all this in amazement. They didn't turn their minds at all. Didn't Marks-I and Umbridge conflict? Why did Flitwick suddenly make a move? Marks McClown was also surprised by Flitwick's shot. After all, Flitwick's shot was too unprepared, and he did not give people a chance to react. As the person involved, Flitwick smiled bitterly, standing still, looking at Umbridge, who had fallen under his feet. Although Umbridge was petrified, he stared at Flitwick with extremely angry eyes. If Marks-I made a shot at him, Umbridge would understand and even be happy. But what the hell is Flitwick's shot? Flitwick smiled bitterly. Umbridge, you vicious toad. I'm fed up with you. That's why I shot you. Flitwick's words meant to insult Umbridge, but his tone sounded rather weak, as if he was just trying to find a reason for his action. The anger in Marks McClown's eyes has disappeared, and Marks McClown has already figured out why Flitwick made the move. Chapter 574 Fire Flitwick. Flitwick was afraid that he would kill Umbridge when he shot, so he could only do it by himself, at least to ensure the strength of the shot, and at the same time, he could take the disaster on himself. Marks McClown looked at Flitwick and said, Professor Flitwick, you. Flitwick shook his head and motioned to Marks-I to stop talking. There were also many people present who saw the reason for Flitwick's sudden move, but no one could tell at this time. Flitwick smiled faintly, raised his foot and kicked Umbridge heavily, and shouted, Umbridge, you shameless old toad woman. Come at me if you have anything. Don't hurt Hogwarts. Here, don't hurt my students anymore. The students including Marks-I stared at Umbridge in a daze. Watching Flitwick kick Umbridge with a kick and insult Umbridge. There was a big breath in everyone's hearts, but there was also an unspeakable sense of guilt. Flitwick was using his own way to protect Marks-I and the students of Hogwarts. Everyone, including Flitwick, knew that no matter who offended Umbridge, it would be miserable, but knowing that, Flitwick also stood up to protect the oppressed students. The raging fire in Marks McClown's heart slowly subsided. If he changed to normal, Marks McClown would never let Umbridge easily. However, when Flitwick sacrificed herself in this way, just to prevent her from making a move, how could Marks fail Flitwick's kindness? The incident of Flitwick's attack on Umbridge spread throughout Hogwarts. Without any doubt, Hogwarts was shaken. Flitwick, a senior professor at Hogwarts and the Dean of Ravenclaw College, can be said to be quite senior. Umbridge, however, is Hogwarts' highest prosecutor and Deputy Minister of Magic, and has the power to freely formulate rules at Hogwarts, even if she can control most of Hogwarts. Flitwick actually attacked Umbridge. This is the first time that Hogwarts broke out between professors, and the scandal where a professor attacked a professor. While this matter spread throughout Hogwarts, the truth of the matter slowly became known to the public. It turned out that Umbridge kept targeting Marks, so Flitwick attacked Marks and the students for the purpose of protecting Marks and the students. Umbridge. Flitwick's prestige reached its apex in an instant at Hogwarts, and everyone hoped that Flitwick would not have trouble. Plus cool, Tiger. However, the students' hopes were not fulfilled, because the other protagonist Umbridge in this incident was completely furious. Umbridge is a very vain and vengeful woman. Otherwise Umbridge would not try to get the power of the highest prosecutor from Fudge, in order to avenge Marks. But when Umbridge reached a peak in Hogwarts rule, Flitwick actually dared to jump out to oppose her, and it was such an insulting objection. How did Umbridge swallow this bad breath? The punishment for Flitwick was immediately issued and expelled. Hogwarts Gate. Flitwick stood alone by the gate. His short body was quite obvious compared to the huge gate. In front of Flitwick, there was also a lot of luggage that was forcibly thrown out, heavy books, and various bottles and cans, all thrown on the ground in a mess. Flitwick smiled bitterly, and his usual neat suit looked so messy now. Umbridge is still dressed in pink. He usually looks unappetizing. Now he looks even more nauseous. With the door facing Hogwarts Castle, countless Hogwarts students watched all this. Many students had tears in their eyes, staring at Flitwick's short figure. Umbridge said coldly, "Go away. People like you with dirty goblin blood are not suitable for professors at all. Who knows if your next target is a student?" The reason for Flitwick's short stature is indeed because there is a little fairy blood in his body, but Flitwick is usually friendly, very popular and popular. No one would use such insulting words in front of him. Directly pointed out. Flitwick knelt down and quietly packed his luggage on the ground, and did not dispute Umbridge's words. Umbridge looked around at the onlookers and shouted, "This is the fate of the hybrid." As expected, human beings who are not purebloods are not worthy of education at all. They are all bloodthirsty in nature. Many Hogwarts students who are not purebreds stared at Umbridge. Umbridge obviously refers to Sanhui, but seeing Flitwick can't match Umbridge, no one dared to argue with Umbridge. Rich. Flitwick packed his luggage, looked at the students in the castle with a wry smile, and sighed. Many students could not help the tears in their eyes, and their eyes were full of disgust when they looked at Umbridge. Flitwick looked at the students and smiled. "I'm sorry, everyone, there is no way to watch you graduate. But you must live on. Hogwarts is still your home, but now there is a little problem. You won't trust Hogwarts, okay?" Many students heard Flitwick's farewell and couldn't help crying. The crying immediately infected the people around them. Many people who didn't cry at 1.8 could not help but their eyes turned red. Hearing the crying all around Umbridge, he couldn't help feeling upset, and shouted, "No one is allowed to cry. Anyone who cries for Flitwick will be punished." Umbridge's threat did not stop the crying around him, but it grew louder. Some students even hid in the corner and shouted at Umbridge. Umbridge turned his head back fiercely, trying to find the person who cursed him viciously. Chapter 575. I disagree. But all of a sudden, and the people who scolded Umbridge deliberately hid, Umbridge could not find the source of the scolding. Flitwick glanced at Umbridge lightly and said, "Umbridge, your high-pressure teaching will not be useful. Everyone hates you in their hearts." Umbridge became angry and yelled, "Get out! Get out of Hogwarts right away!" Flitwick sighed and turned to look at the Hogwarts students and campus, his eyes full of reluctance and nostalgia. How could he really want to leave Hogwarts? "I disagree with Professor Flitwick. Leaving Hogwarts." A familiar voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present through the amplification spell. "It's Marks-Eye." Everyone was shocked and looked at the place where the sound was made. It was the entrance of Hogwarts, and a thin figure stood firmly at the entrance. "It is Marks-Eye." The students at Hogwarts stopped their voices immediately, not knowing when they started. As long as a cloud knight appeared on 11th, the students' hearts would settle down and stop restless. Marks McClown slowly walked into the school gate, looked at Umbridge lightly, and repeated, "I don't agree with Professor Flitwick leaving Hogwarts." The voice is not very loud, but very firm. Umbridge sneered and said, "Marks McClown, don't worry, you will get out of Hogwarts soon. Let me go first today." Marks McClown seemed to have not heard Umbridge's words, and directly past Flitwick, walked in front of Umbridge, and looked down at Umbridge from a high position. Cool tiger. Flitwick quickly grabbed Marks-Eye and said worriedly, "Marks-Eye, don't mess around." Marks McClown gently broke free of Flitwick's hand and looked directly at Umbridge. Umbridge remembered the killing intent that Marks McClown had revealed to him before, and couldn't help taking a step back. When he was about to say something to threaten Marks McClown said again, "Can't you hear me? I don't agree Professor Flitwick to leave Hogwarts." Umbridge looked up at Marks McClown, and the muscles in her mouth kept twitching. This was the first time someone provoked herself so much since she became the top prosecutor of Hogwarts, and this person was Marks McClown, the most hated. The surrounding students also shouted noisy shouts to give Marks McClown's support. Many professors also walked out of the building and looked at this side worriedly, but the dissatisfaction with Umbridge in the eyes of the professors can also be seen. Umbridge took a step back again, and distanced himself from Marks-Eye and said, "Marks-Eye, what do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me like this?" Marks McClown looked at Umbridge coldly and said, "I am nothing, but I am from Hogwarts, and you are not." Marks McClown's words immediately evoked a response from the students. "McClowns, we are the people of Hogwarts, and we have the power to control the fate of Hogwarts. Umbridge is just an outsider sent by the Ministry of Magic. Domination on their heads." When the professors listened to Marks McClown's words, their hearts were a little shocked. After all, they also have feelings for Hogwarts, and none of them would like Hogwarts to be played with by outsiders like this. Their attitude towards Marks McClown is one aspect, but they can also see Marks McClown's dedication to Hogwarts. After all, Marks McClown is still a member of their Hogwarts. Umbridge stared at Marks-Eye. His inner anger could no longer be expressed in words. Marks McClown is no longer against herself once or twice, and now she is the highest inspector of Hogwarts and is still making trouble here. Isn't it obvious to look down on herself? Umbridge yelled, "Marks-Eye is enough for you. I am the highest inspector of Hogwarts. I have the right to fire anyone who disobeys my orders, including you, Marks-Eye. You will be entangled here again. I will let you get out of Hogwarts right away." Flitwick couldn't help holding Marks McClown's skirts. He really didn't want to see Marks McClown because he was also fired. Marks McClown didn't have any fear. Instead, she took a big step forward and pressed closer to Umbridge and said, "You are the highest prosecutor at Hogwarts. You have the power to expel us, but you have no power to expel Professor Flitwick." Umbridge was taken aback, and was about to speak. Marks McClown interrupted Umbridge directly and said, "Professor Dumbledore is the only one who has the power to expel people. Have you agreed with Professor Dumbledore, or do you really think you are the principal of Hogwarts?" Umbridge became angry and screamed, "Marks McClown, you are going to take a shot with me today, don't you believe it or not?" I will fire you directly here. Marks McClown smiled faintly and said, then you should give it a try. If your power can really cover the sky at Hogwarts, then there is no point in me staying at Hogwarts. Umbridge pointed to the tip of Marks McClown's nose, trembling with anger, and shouted, Marks McClown, then I will fulfill you. I will expel 357 directly. Before Umbridge finished speaking, a voice came out and said loudly, if you want to expel Mr. Marks, then just expel me. Umbridge looked at the place where the sound came from in surprise. It was actually Harry. Harry didn't know where he was bloody, and he dared to jump out in front of so many people to openly challenge Umbridge. But when he heard that Marks I was about to be expelled by Umbridge, his whole heart was boiling. If Umbridge continued to mess around, he didn't want to stay in school, so he rushed out with enthusiasm. Umbridge said angrily with a smile, okay, you are really hard brothers. If that's the case, then Harry, get out of me, I want. If you want to expel them, you can expel me directly. I'm fed up too. Hermione also gritted her teeth and bravely stood up and shouted. Chapter 576 Echo 100 Responses. And me, I have had enough. Janku also stood up resolutely at this time, but she could see that she was very scared at this time, but she still stood up bravely. Cool Tiger. There is me. You also fired me. Joseph laughed and stood up and said, the boss is gone and I stay there. It doesn't make sense, isn't it? I. So do we. Expel us if you have the kind. For a time, many energetic students stood up and glared at Umbridge. What Umbridge did made them feel that they had had enough. Since Marks I is taking the lead, they can't control so much. Now, stand up one by one. Slytherin College, Gryffindor College, Ravenclaw College, Hufflepuff College. Umbridge was trembling with anger, looking at the turbulent students, so angry that he couldn't speak at all. Most of the students onlookers stood up. As long as Umbridge dared to say the words to expel Marks I, they went straight back to pack up their packages. They were Hogwarts who did not want to stay under Umbridge's rule for a moment. Suddenly, Umbridge thought of something, and turned around and shouted, Meg, Snape, is this the good student you taught? Is this how you manage your students? McGonagall said coldly, since you have done corporal punishment to the students, I have anticipated this situation a long time ago. I think the students have done very well and there is no problem. Plus Cool Tiger. Snape still had a cold face and didn't say a word, but his attitude had already made it clear that he wouldn't care about the students below. Umbridge was so angry that he pointed at all those who opposed him and wanted to expel Marks I directly, but he couldn't tell. Fudge asked her to come over as the Hogwarts Supreme Inspector. She let her control Hogwarts, not Hogwarts disintegrated. If she really fired Flitwick and Marks I on an impulse today, it is estimated that there are not many people left for Hogwarts, so she would become a bachelor commander. The most important thing is that this incident will become the biggest scandal in her life, which will greatly affect her future. After all, it was only a month after being assigned to Hogwarts as the Supreme Inspector, and the good school was torn apart by himself, and everyone opposed him. This kind of thing is not something ordinary people can do. Marks McClown gently raised his hand, and the surging students around immediately became silent, staring at Marks McClown closely. Umbridge looked at Marks I's presence in Hogwarts with such a big appeal, and his heart was mixed, and he was even more resentful towards Marks I. If it weren't for Marks I, Umbridge would not have been opposed by so many people at all. Everything was due to Marks I. Marks McClown faintly looked at Umbridge and said, Professor Umbridge, I call you a professor because you are a professor at Hogwarts. If you are only Umbridge, I will not treat you in my eyes. If you insist on expelling me and Professor Flitwick, I will do whatever you want, but I can't guarantee it if there are consequences. Umbridge stood on the spot with her teeth gritted, saying nothing. Now she no longer had the confidence to negotiate with Marks I. If she insisted on expelling the two people and made Hogwarts an empty shelf, she estimated that many people would not let her go. including Dumbledore and Fudge. Marks McClown picked up the luggage that Flitwick had placed on the ground and said lightly, "Professor Flitwick, you can go back with me." Flitwick was taken aback, and immediately looked at Umbridge. Umbridge's face was very ugly at this time, but he didn't mean to obstruct. Marks McClown took the luggage, followed by Flitwick, dismissive of Umbridge, and walked over Umbridge to the interior of Hogwarts Castle. The students around let out a tidal wave of cheers, and immediately rushed into Hogwarts, as if they had just won a battle. McGonagall, Snape and other professors also returned to their offices. Only Umbridge was left at the gate of Hogwarts. At this time, Umbridge was extremely angry. She was deliberately trying to avenge Marks-Eye, who knew that she was making a farce now, but the whole school saw a joke. Umbridge's inner resentment towards Marks-Eye became more and more serious, and he wished to get rid of Marks-Eye directly. An old man limping over with his back was Filch. Filch asked puzzledly: Professor Umbridge, how come you let them go so easily? Umbridge glared at Filch coldly, and the anger in his heart immediately poured on Filch and said, "Do you have so much control? Don't be a dumb gun dangling in front of me." Filch was so frightened that he shrank aside, daring not to speak any more. Umbridge said fiercely, "Look at it, sooner or later I will make you regret it, Marks-Eye." Speaking of Umbridge, he stomped and walked back to Hogwarts. Filch looked at Umbridge's leaving figure, an expression of anger flashed in his eyes, but he was quickly restrained by Filch, and followed Umbridge's face limping respectfully. Although Filch's expulsion of Flitwick has come to an end, Umbridge O'Camelick's face was discredited in front of the whole school, but this did not affect Umbridge's rule over Hogwarts. Umbridge is still the top prosecutor of Hogwarts, and he can still formulate various rules to restrain the students, so that they dare not speak. Naturally, Marks McClown would not think that this incident could reduce Umbridge's arrogance a bit. Only Dumbledore could suppress Umbridge. But Dumbledore didn't know why he hadn't come forward, and Marks McClown couldn't help it. Marks McClown alone couldn't change the situation, and could only let Umbridge mess around. Chapter 577. But as long as Umbridge doesn't get on her head, Marks McClown doesn't bother to care about her temporarily. Plus cool, Tiger. Although Umbridge said that he would retaliate against Marks McClown, she also saw after this incident that Marks McClown's appeal in school was not so strong. If she really wanted to attack Marks McClown, she must go through careful consideration. Umbridge's plan was only certain, and Umbridge didn't dare to move Marks-Eye again in a short time. Marks McClown had already walked Hogwarts during this time, but it was exactly the same as Marks McClown thought, and there was no clue about Merlin's secret treasure. This made Marks-Eye feel even more that Merlin's secret treasure either didn't exist in Hogwarts, or it was hidden in Hogwarts where almost no one could go. Marks McClown thought about many places in Hogwarts, and even before Marks McClown went to the secret room again, there is still no clue. So where else has he not been? A name appeared in Marks McClown's mind immediately: House of All Requests. The House of Requests is an extremely mysterious place in Hogwarts. Many people may have heard of this room, but there are very few people who can actually enter this room, so slowly, not many people noticed it. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown clearly remembered that in this semester, it would not be long before Harry and the others would find the House of Requirement and set up Dumbledore's army in it. Although this is the original history, from the perspective of Umbridge's administration, this event should happen soon. Before Harry and the others found the responsive house, Marks McClown would explore it to see if there were any unexpected surprises. Marks McClown routinely waited until the lights were turned off at night, and the entire Hogwarts was shrouded in darkness. Marks McClown put on his clothes and quietly walked out of the Slytherin lounge. Although Filch happened to see Marks-Eye coming out of the secret room last time, some time has passed, and Dumbledore and the others have not taken any action. It is also a little relieved. However, Marks-Eye cautiously let go of his spiritual exploration, and made sure that Filch was not in this BBCB area this time. Only then did he step forward and walked towards the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. If Mark's memory is not wrong, the House of Request is on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, on the opposite wall of a strange tapestry. Plus cool tiger. Mark's quickly reached the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. This is a very remote place in Hogwarts. Generally, few people come here. After all, there are no offices, no classrooms, and no dormitories, just ordinary. It's just a wall of an aisle. Marks McClown looked at the strange tapestry. It depicts a portrait of a giant chasing an ordinary person with a big stick. Then, on the opposite side of the painting blanket, is there a House of Responsiveness? Marks McClown walked to the wall and stretched out his hand to gently press on the wall. Only the cold wall touches, and it is obviously solid. Marks McClown frowned slightly. Is there really a mysterious room hidden in it? Mark's decided to give it a try. The key to entering the responsive house is to make this room feel your desire, that is, to feel the room you want, so that the responsive house will appear. This is not a difficult thing for Marks McClown. You must know that Marks McClown's spiritual power is extremely powerful today. From the perspective of today's British wizarding world, Marks McClown is confident that he is definitely in the top 10. It's just a matter of concentrating and thinking about something. It's simply too simple. Marks McClown walked to the other side of the wall, thinking of the House of Requirement in his mind, and walked back and forth in front of this wall, just to make the House of Requirement feel his desire. Sure enough, when Mark's was pacing for the third time, the wall finally reacted. The originally hard wall slowly became like a lake, rippled, and then a huge door appeared. This is it. The corner of Marks McClown's mouth raised slightly and slowly opened the door of appearance. However, there was nothing in the room that appeared in front of Mark's or even just an empty room. Mark's understands that the responsive house is just another space. The so-called responsiveness is just what you want to appear in this space, and the space will feed back what you want. And Marks McClown just wanted to enter the responsive house, so this space was also responsible for letting Marks McClown in, and nothing changed. Marks McClown looked at this empty room, and walked forward slowly. The entrance just now closed automatically. The requirement room is indeed a magical place. It can even be regarded as an illusion for everyone. Everyone can get what they want in this space. But after all, it is an illusory thing. Mark's doesn't need it. What Mark's needs is a clue from Merlin. What he needs is the real, not the illusory, the original state of the House of Request. The room of Bing response seems to feel Mark's thoughts. The entire space slowly changes, and finally a seemingly ordinary room appears, with some miscellaneous things piled up in one corner. Is this the original state of the responsive house? Marks McClown looked at the current responsive house. It was also very empty, but it was much more real than before. The messy things in the corner were probably left behind by those who entered the responsive house before, and they were real things. Marks McClown didn't observe the responsive house anymore, but strode towards the mess. Marks McClown hoped to find some clues in the things left by his predecessor. That mess of things really has everything. There are rotten books, and small toys with missing limbs. Chapter 578 Ravenclaw's Golden Crown. In addition, there are many messy gadgets that look like a pile of garbage. Marks McClown flipped through it casually, and there was nothing worthwhile inside. It was just some rubbish and abandoned things. Just when Marks McClown was about to give up searching, a shiny thing suddenly flashed. Marks McClown pushed aside the trash on it, and unexpectedly saw that there was a golden crown at the bottom. The body made of gold is inlaid with dozens of large and small gems. There is a huge diamond in the center. It is the light from this diamond that makes Mark's notice this side. Marks McClown could see at a glance that this crown was a real crown. How could anyone throw such a valuable thing here? Isn't it a waste of money? Marks McClown stretched out his hand to pick up the crown, But as soon as Marks McClown's hand touched the crown, a familiar feeling appeared in Marks McClown's heart. Voldemort. Marks McClown's eyes widened, staring at this crown exuding Voldemort's breath. He remembered that Marks McClown actually forgot the most important point. This is Ravenclaw's crown. It is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Marks McClown patted his head. Recently, he was dizzy when he was really looking for clues to Merlin. He had forgotten one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Ravenclaw's crown was hidden in the House of Request. Ravenclaw's crown is said to be the only relic left by the founder of Ravenclaw. Due to special reasons, it was lost when the founder of Ravenclaw died. When Voldemort came to Hogwarts to study, he found the crown again and made it into one of his Horcruxes. But maybe Voldemort felt that it was placed in the House of Requests. It should not be so easy to be found. After all, the House of Requests is a place where you can't even find a live spot map. It is safe to put here, so Voldemort did not set up any protective measures. Let Marks McClown get this crown so easily. Marks McClown carefully picked up the crown and put it in her wizard's robe. Now that he discovered Voldemort's Horcrux, Marks McClown would certainly not let go of this opportunity to weaken Voldemort, so he would naturally take it back and deal with it properly. Except for this Ravenclaw crown, there seems to be nothing worth looking for. After all, Voldemort has been here a long time ago. It is estimated that this place has also been searched by Voldemort. If there is a clue, it would have been taken away by Voldemort. I couldn't find anything at all. Marks I had to reopen the door to the responsive house and leave the responsive house for now. Although still unable to find a clue to Merlin's secret treasure, being able to find one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was a windfall. Marks I could still accept the result of tonight's action. As for Ravenclaw's crown, Marks I naturally wanted to use it to eliminate Voldemort's soul. But this is also Voldemort's Horcrux, and it takes a little time and energy to eliminate Voldemort's soul. Now Hogwarts is in a special period of being ruled by Umbridge. Of course, Marks I can't make too much noise because of the removal of this Horcrux, so he has to take it back and plan it out before proceeding with it. Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was teasing Fox boredly, and McGonagall sat in front of Dumbledore, looking very anxious. Albus, wouldn't you always be like this? Hogwarts has been made like that by the old witch Umbridge. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with a look of regret. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Isn't the use still? If you are still, Hogwarts will be there." Albus. McGonagall stood up and said, "Umbridge was going to expel Flitwick that day. I thought you would come forward, but you didn't. If Marks I hadn't appeared, I'm afraid Umbridge's arrogance would be even stronger now. Do you just bear that she has been ruining Hogwarts' ethos?" Dumbledore's teasing Fox's hand paused slightly and said, "Has Marks I come forward? Find flowers McGonagall nodded and said, "You don't know how powerful Marks I's appeal at Hogwarts is now. Basically it is no different from you, but why are you still not doing business here?" Dumbledore retracted his hand and sat back on his chair and said, "The situation in the wizarding world is getting worse now. It is impossible for me to fight Voldemort and the Death Eaters alone. I need you." McGonagall nodded and said, "We have always supported you." Dumbledore shook his head slowly and said, "No. Many people are not supporting me." McGonagall was stunned and didn't understand Dumbledore for a moment. Dumbledore raised his head and said, "I need an army that I can control. People who fully support me, Minerva. Do you understand?" McGonagall shook his head and said, "Albus, I don't understand what you mean. As long as you come forward, Hogwarts will definitely support you with all his strength." "I'm sure of this," Dumbledore said with a dumb smile. "MC, you haven't seen the situation clearly. Just tell you this. Umbridge will never be on our side." McGonagall nodded. Of course she knew that Umbridge belonged to the Ministry of Magic, so McGonagall eagerly hoped that Dumbledore could preside over Hogwarts and regain control of Hogwarts, so that the Ministry would not be involved in Hogwarts. Dumbledore narrowed his smile and said, "Marks McClown, he won't be on our side. The expression on McGonagall's face slowly disappeared, staring at Dumbledore seriously, and said, "Marks McClown is a great help." "Are you really sure?" Dumbledore said indifferently. "Minerva, you also participated in the interrogation last year. Don't you know why I targeted Mark's eye? Chapter 579, Suppressed School Magazine. Moreover, Filch had reported to me 2 days ago that he saw Mark's eye come out of the secret room. McGonagall swallowed and said, "The secret room? The secret room with the basilisk in Slytherin?" Dumbledore nodded lightly and said, "It seems that our suspicions are not wrong. There are too many secrets in Mark's eye, and there are too many factors that we are uncertain about." McGonagall took a deep breath, recalling the surprise after the interrogation last year, and slowly said, "Should you start?" Dumbledore raised his head and said slowly, "This matter is very important. We can't act rashly, nor can we behave in a rush." McGonagall frowned and said, "Then what should we do now? Don't you count back to host Hogwarts? 3, 5, 0? Dumbledore shook his head lightly and said, "It is not the time yet. Don't be lost. You have to watch your surroundings carefully so that you will know which people are comrades in arms and which are enemies. When I come back, you will know what to do." McGonagall looked up at Dumbledore's deep eyes and could not say a word. Hogwarts Hanging Promenade. Marks McClown walked on the promenade alone, looking around. The cold wind kept blowing Marks McClown's wizard robe. Originally, Marks I planned to go back to the bedroom to rest. Who knew that Colin mysteriously ran over and handed himself a note, let himself walk the hanging corridor, and said that he had something to find Marks I, so Marks I had to come first. "Here, see what is going on." Not long after, Colin blushed and ran over, looking very alert. Marks McClown asked puzzledly, "Colin, what's the matter with you?" Colin nodded hurriedly and said, "Mr. Marks, wait a moment, and wait for Brother Weasley to come over." Marks McClown said in a puzzled way, "Just talk about it directly, don't be so mysterious. Not many people here come here." Colin saw Marks McClown look a little impatient, and was about to explain. 2 figures appeared behind Marks McClown panting. "George, Fred, we are here!" Colin shouted. After seeing Marks I and Colin, Brother Weasley ran over here immediately, looking tired. Marks McClown said, "What are you doing? You are so tired like this." George waved his hand and said, "Don't say it, we have been miserable recently." Fred nodded and said, "It can't be more miserable." Marks McClown said in a daze, "Is there something wrong with the school magazine?" Colin said, "McClowns, our school magazine has been severely suppressed recently, and many newspapers have not been sold, and we have lost a lot." Marks McClown frowned and said, "What's going on?" "I see Hogwarts still has a lot of people who like to read school magazines." "Is there any problem?" George said, "Of course there is no problem with Hogwarts. This is our base camp, but the problem lies outside." Fred continued, "Didn't we sell the school magazine outside before? People outside are also very interested in the school magazine. Our sales have always been very good." Marks McClown nodded. "Isn't that great? With so many audiences, there won't be situations where newspapers cannot be sold." Colin said with a bitter face, "But recently, the Ministry of Magic has desperately suppressed our school magazine. If we want to sell our newspaper, we have to pay taxes to the Ministry of Magic, and it's several times that of other newspapers." Marks McClown's face immediately fell cold and said, "The Ministry of Magic will tax us?" Colin nodded and said, "Not only that, but several newspapers have joined together to denigrate our school journal, saying that our news was published without verification, and we lost a lot of audiences." George said, "Especially the Daily Prophet, relying on being the #1 newspaper in the wizarding world, publicly suppressing our Hogwarts school magazine, and saying that our news is plagiarized from others, and our news is randomized just to attract the audience." Fred continued, "There are still some viewers who report our newspapers for no reason. Now every newspaper comes out, people will check it for no reason, which affects the timeliness." Hearing these Colin and Weasley brothers' complaints, Marks McClown couldn't help thinking, although the main person in charge of the Hogwarts School Journal is the Weasley brothers and Colin, many people know that the boss behind it is Marks McClown. Why are there so many people targeting the Hogwarts School magazine during this period? Marks McClown didn't even have to think about it. This was for herself. The Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet were both organizations that they had offended. It was no surprise that they united against the Hogwarts School magazine. Marks I, the former Ministry of Magic, when detecting the use of magic by minors, was the last one to give the Marks family a thin face, and did not expel Marks McClown. Marks McClown knew that he had not been expelled, of course, not because of any unnecessary professor status. But because Marks I admitted Voldemort's resurrection, and refused to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic, and Marks I ran into Fudge again. Fudge finally began to officially tear his face with the Marks family, and would definitely retaliate against Marks I as soon as he seized the opportunity. Although, as he explained to Umbridge, Fudge still tried his best not to confront the Marks family represented by Marks I, but using small tricks in private, there was no problem with 2.3. For the Daily Prophet, the rapid growth of the Hogwarts School publication is undoubtedly a challenge to them. In addition, Marks I has also made a face for Rita, the ace reporter of the Daily Prophet, and they are understandable about the school publication. Just how to solve this problem now? Marks McClown thought for a while and said, "Does this happen after the Triwizard Tournament last semester ended?" Colin thought for a while and said, "It's a bit late, but it's almost the same." Chapter 580 The Jedi Strikes Back. For automatic subscription. Last semester, because of the Triwizard Tournament, the sales volume of our school publications was very high, which was close to the Daily Prophet. However, it seems that this situation gradually emerged after the Triwizard Tournament was over, especially this semester. Serious. Marks McClown said, "That's right. After the Triwizard Tournament, we announced the resurrection of Voldemort. And I personally had a conflict with the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet, so we were jointly suppressed by them." Cool Tiger, brothers Colin and Weasley looked at each other at the same time. They didn't think so far. At that time, they published Voldemort's resurrection, and they also accepted the Ministry of Magic's request to not publish any more news about Voldemort. But the Hogwarts School Journal was not under the control of the Ministry of Magic, so Colin and the Weasley brothers naturally did not care. Colin hesitated. It turned out to be because of this. "No wonder they want to unite to suppress us, but we can't help it." The Weasley brothers nodded together, winking at Colin. Colin cautiously said, "Mr. Marks, or else, let's withdraw the newspaper. In the wizarding world, we have been suppressed too much. We are better at Hogwarts." Cool Tiger, the Weasley brothers raised their heads and looked at Marks I at the same time. They actually had the same idea in their hearts. Marks McClown looked at the three of them in their eyes. They were all unwilling but fearful at the same time. Marks McClown understood their thoughts. After all, they were still students and had not experienced too many things. It is understandable that there would be such a thought. But will it be useful to just give in? Certainly not. The Ministry of Magic will not spare the Hogwarts School Journal for the sake of its withdrawal from the wizarding world. It will only think that the Hogwarts School Journal is weak and will intensify its efforts to weaken the influence of the school journal, or even eliminate its existence. The same is true for the Daily Prophet. They will not tolerate the existence of a potential threat. If they can suppress it, they must fight the Hogwarts School Journal without any room to stand up. Once Hogwarts backs down, there will never be a chance to stand up. Marks McClown thought for a while, and said lightly, "Are you willing to give up?" Brothers Colin and Weasley were taken aback at the same time and gave up. Of course, none of them want to give up. After all, this is the result of their hard work for so long. Who wants to give up? But the current situation is too complicated. George grinned bitterly. "Mr. Marks, it's not a question of whether we want to give up or not. It is the joint suppression by the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet. Our school magazine without any foundation can fight them." Fred also said, McClowns, although there are many people in the wizarding world who like to read our newspapers, but the situation is not forgiving. We will lose a lot if we insist on selling out. Marx McClown pondered for a while and said, "Then I ask you a question. Do you believe that Voldemort is resurrected?" Brothers Colin and Weasley nodded at the same time without any hesitation. This surprised Marx McClown and said, "Why do you believe so?" Colin smiled and said, "Because Mr. Marx said this, I must believe it." The Weasley brothers also nodded and said, "McClowns," and Harry also said the same thing as Mr. Marx. "Of course we will believe you." Marx McClown smiled and nodded slightly, expressing her recognition of their belief in herself. But the Ministry of Magic wants to confuse the outside world and make others feel that Voldemort is not resurrected. "Do you think there is a problem?" Colin frowned and said, "In this case, wouldn't Voldemort kill more people?" George also said, "McClowns, I read the Daily Prophet recently, and recently many charges of illegally killing ordinary wizards have been pushed to Sirius." Fred continued, "In fact, you can tell at a glance that this is the killing style of the Death Eaters in the past." Marx McClown nodded and said, "McClowns, now the highest organization in the wizarding world and the most widely spread organization are deceiving everyone. Only our Hogwarts School magazine insists on telling the truth. Do you think we should back down now?" The Colin and Weasley brothers lowered their heads at the same time. Are they insisting on telling the truth, or are they forced to give up their previous efforts? Marx McClown continued, "The reason why the Hogwarts School magazine has become a popular publication in the wizarding world in such a short time, have you ever wondered why this is?" Colin shook his head, and the Weasley brothers followed. "They have been collecting, photographing, printing, and publishing according to Marx's instructions. Why the Hogwarts School magazine can become popular in such a short time. They are true. Did not think about the reason," Marx McClown said lightly. "It's because we dare to speak the truth." Colin and the Weasley brothers stared at Marx blankly, trying to speak but couldn't say a word. Marx McClown said, "You have been a newspaper office for so long, and you are also considered as media people. Don't you know what 333 newspapers are for?" Colin suddenly said, "Spread the news. Spread the news from other places." Marx McClown smiled and patted Colin on the shoulder and said, "Now the whole world is deceived by lies. As a media person, are you willing to be suppressed by evil forces and retreat from the field where you have put in countless efforts?" Colin shook his head vigorously. How could he be willing? As long as there is a little hope, Colin doesn't want to give up. Hogwarts School magazines are now like their children, raised by them and loved by the whole world. How could it be abandoned like this? Marx McClown looked at the Weasley brothers and said, "Since they are going to suppress us now, it's useless for us to shrink back. They will only make an inch of it. What we have to do is to fight back. Their suppression is the strength of our rebound. The harder they suppress, the more violent we will rebound." Chapter 581, Marx McClown's Strategy. Colin clenched his fists and said, "Mr. Marx, I understand what you mean. We will definitely not give up." George also nodded and said, "McClowns, we thought we were just making some money, but we didn't expect our behavior to be so great." "Cool Tiger," Fred continued, "it's not just great, it saves the world. We will definitely stick to the school magazine." Marx McClown smiled and patted Colin and George on the shoulders and said, "It is true that I chose you to be my assistants at the beginning. I think you are energetic and courageous." Brothers Colin and Weasley are a little embarrassed to be praised by Marx. Even if the Weasley brothers are older than Marx, they have already recognized Marx's strength in their hearts, and it is natural in their hearts. It's on the first floor of Marx, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about being praised. Colin suddenly said, "Mr. Marx, but what should we do now?" The Weasley brothers also reacted. Although Marx McClown boosted their morale, the real problem has not been resolved, and the difficulty of selling the newspaper is still the biggest headache. Marx McClown pondered for a moment and said, "The reason why the newspaper cannot be sold now is because of the suppression of the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet, and the loss of the trust of many viewers. Most of it is for this reason. Colin and the Weasley brothers nodded together. Neither of these two reasons seem to be resolved. Marks McClown said, in fact, the former can be ignored for these two reasons. Colin stunned and said, how can it not be counted? Shouldn't the suppression by the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet be the main problem? Marks McClown smiled and patted Colin on the head and said, it seems that they are the biggest problem, but in fact it is not. Their suppression only makes it more difficult for us to sell newspapers, and it becomes difficult for people to buy our newspapers. Colin nodded seemingly, while the Weasley brothers were lost in thought. Marks McClown continued, if the audience is willing to read our newspaper and trust our newspaper, even if the Ministry of Magic Daily Prophet jointly suppresses it, they will still choose to read our newspaper, right? Colin frowned. He seemed to have a clue. Marks McClown continued to persuade him and said, so now our key is how to regain people's trust. This is the most important thing. The Weasley brothers probably understood what Marks McClown meant. George asked, then what should we do? Marks McClown smiled and said, anti-targeting. Cool tiger. Fred was taken aback, repeated Marks McClown's words, and said in doubt, anti-targeting? Marks McClown nodded and said, aren't the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet directed at us, and we can't just sit back and wait for it to die, we must counter them. Colin said with a bitter face, their strengths are among the best in the wizarding world. How can they be counter-targeted? Marks McClown smiled and said, we now have a good opportunity. Now the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet are not willing to acknowledge Voldemort's affairs. However, this is a fact that will be revealed sooner or later, and we will spread it in the newspapers. The idea that Voldemort has been resurrected is spreading. George said, will this cause panic? Fred said, McClowns, in this case, the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet will not let us go. Marks McClown said, listen to me first. Now in the minds of outsiders, they are actually very strange about the recent strange events. The deceptive rhetoric of the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet cannot meet the needs of the audience. And when we spread the truth to the audience at this time, some people will question us. But at the same time some people will question the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet. This will not cause panic. The Weasley brothers clapped their hands at the same time when they heard this, and they already understood what Marks McClown meant. Marks McClown continued, moreover, on the day when the truth is revealed, the deceived people will definitely be extremely dissatisfied with the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet, and as a newspaper propagating the truth, we will certainly win everyone's trust. Colin widened his eyes and looked at Marks McClown. Indeed, according to Marks McClown's statement, the influence of the Hogwarts School Journal will surely rise by then, and can even surpass the Daily Prophet. George said, but we still have one biggest problem now. Fred continued, That's how we persisted until then. Although Marks McClown's statement is correct, the premise is that the Hogwarts School magazine will persist until that time. Now the Hogwarts School magazine has been suppressed outside, and no one wants to buy it at a loss if it is printed, but it is not printed to the outside world. The influence will be weakened a lot. Marks McClown shook his head and said, don't be too rigid in the form of selling newspapers. Our newspapers can also be delivered to every household in various ways. The Colin and Weasley brothers stared at Marks McClown in a daze. Marks McClown's words seemed to have opened up something, but they didn't find the key for a while. Marks McClown continued to enlighten, we can put newspapers in all kinds of ways, as long as people can see with the naked eye, such as the packaging of food and magic props, such as the walls of Rolling Alley and Diagon Alley. Good money's out on the wall. As long as the wizard can see it, our newspaper can appear. Colin suddenly realized, isn't that what the Mole world calls psoriasis? George patted Colin on the head and said, that's our newspaper. What's psoriasis? Fred said, I understand. We can spread the newspaper, then we can spread our views, but also to ensure the number of viewers. Marks McClown nodded approvingly and said, of course we can't make a loss making business, so there is a little trick in it. Chapter 582. It's you again. For automatic subscription. What we publish is only part of the news. If you want to know all the news, you have to buy our newspaper. The Colin and Weasley brothers glanced at each other, and both saw infinite business opportunities in each other's eyes. This was also the time to use their infinite imagination. Colin suddenly said, "Mr. Marks, let's go back and discuss the countermeasures first. I feel that we will definitely make a lot of money by doing this." The Weasley brothers also looked excited, and it seemed that many ghost ideas had appeared in their minds. Marks McClown nodded slightly. He believed that Brother Colin and Weasley would do it well. Marks McClown's exploration of Hogwarts has come to an end. He has already walked wherever he can go, and the effect is the same if he walks several times. Merlin's secret treasure either does not exist in Hogwarts, or exists in a place where no one can find Hogwarts. Whether it is the former or the latter, Mark's eye can't come up with a solution. She can only temporarily shelve her plan and deal with Voldemort's first Horcrux. Ravenclaw's crown was hidden by Mark's eye in a closed box. Mark's eye knew that Voldemort's Horcrux 313 had the ability to confuse others. Although he was not afraid of being confused, he did not handle it properly, causing others to be deceived. If confused, it is also very troublesome, and to eliminate Horcruxes, the most important thing is to have weapons that are effective for Horcruxes. The things Mark's eye knows to have effects on Horcruxes are only three types: Fire Curse, Basilisk Venom, and Evadus Curse. Method: Lihue Curse is a flame summoned by an evil black magic that can instantly burn a Horcrux and the soul inside. In the original history, Ravenclaw's crown was wiped out by Lihue Curse. The Basilisk Venom is the most effective way to destroy the Horcrux that has been certified. As long as the Horcrux is contaminated with the venom of the Basilisk, it can immediately evaporate the soul inside, which is very effective. As for the Evadus mantra, it is only theoretically possible to destroy the Horcrux, but in fact, no one has actually used it. But Marks McClown did not intend to use these two methods. Marks McClown also has Nigel the Basilisk kept by the founder of Slytherin on hand. It is easy to obtain snake venom, of course, by using the safest and most effective method. After Mark's eye was ready, he took the box containing the Ravenclaw crown and walked out of Hogwarts campus. Marks McClown didn't want to deal with Horcruxes at Hogwarts. If there were any accidents in the middle, it would be extremely troublesome. In addition, now Umbridge was in power and wanted to upset herself. Of course she couldn't get the handle. Leaving Hogwarts to solve this matter is undoubtedly the safest way. As for the location, Mark's eye did not hesitate and chose to be in the Forbidden Forest. This time, Mark's eye did not choose to go to the Forbidden Forest at night, but went to the Forbidden Forest in broad daylight. This is also the way Mark's eye avoids risks. The biological activities of the Forbidden Forest at night are particularly active, and Mark's eye is also to reduce the trouble that will occur. After Mark's eye entered the Forbidden Forest, she found a relatively remote place. Towering trees can be seen everywhere here. Even in the daytime, it is still like dusk. Only the beams of light shining from the gaps in the leaves can prove that it is daytime. Choose here. Marks McClown put the sealed box on top of a rock and gently opened his sleeves. A mini snake hovered on Marks McClown's arm and fell asleep. It was the Basilisk Nigel that Mark's eye recovered in the secret room. Marks McClown lightly patted the Basilisk on the head. This Basilisk is also easy to raise. After being regained by herself, she lay down on her arm and fell asleep every day. BBCG, and she didn't mean to get up at all, let alone. The sex who eats is like hibernating. However, Marks McClown could also imagine that since the founder of Slytherin left the Basilisk in the secret room, the Basilisk has also lived a life of blindness all day long. Although the Basilisk would also come out for food, and the leftover bones would fill the large pit before the secret room. But compared to the Basilisk's huge body, plus so many years of time, that bit of food was nothing. Basilisk has always lived a life of not having enough food, and can only force itself to hibernate to reduce loss. Marks McClown patted the little head of the Basilisk, and then the basilisk woke up quietly and looked at Marks-Eye dully, not knowing what Marks McClown was doing to wake him up. Marks McClown removed the basilisk from his arm, gently placed it on the ground, and said in a snake-like voice, "Return to your original appearance." The basilisk nodded lightly, and his body quickly expanded, regaining its original huge body, and even squeezed off a few towering trees around him. With its exaggerated body, coupled with a hideous face, the basilisk should look majestic and majestic. However, the basilisk at this time had a sleepy look, lying next to Marks-Eye, like a docile cat. Marks McClown touched the head of the basilisk to show her comfort, and continued in a snake-like voice, "Najir, get up, go to bed later, help me deal with things first." The basilisk straightened his body reluctantly and looked around blankly, not knowing what Marks McClown had to deal with. Marks McClown drew out her magic wand, lightly tapped the sealed box on the stone and said, "Open." The box on the stone opened in response, revealing the luxurious crown inside. The basilisk immediately felt the familiar breath from the crown, and immediately squinted his eyes, staring at the crown, his mouth constantly hissing. Marks McClown didn't dare to neglect, although he said that this was just Voldemort's Horcrux, but who knows what Voldemort has done with this Horcrux. It is better to be cautious. Marks McClown held the magic wand in one hand and the crown in the other, as if sensing danger. The crown was also in Marks McClown's hand, about to move, not knowing what conspiracy was planning. Marks McClown. It's you again. Chapter 583, Voldemort's Struggle. Suddenly a black mist surged from the crown, and slowly formed a hideous appearance, exactly like Voldemort. Marks-Eye threw Ravenclaw's crown on the ground, and pointed his wand tightly at the black mist that formed Voldemort and said, "Meet Voldemort again." As soon as the basilisk behind Marks-Eye saw that Voldemort wanted to act on Marks-Eye, he immediately made a hissing threatening sound, just like protecting Marks-Eye. After all, Marks-Eye is now his own master. Voldemort glared at Marks McClown coldly, and then saw the basilisk behind him. Voldemort's original angry face changed as soon as he saw the basilisk. He became alert and even a little afraid. He naturally thought of the basilisk. Venom can wipe out this soul of oneself. Voldemort said, "Marks-Eye, what do you want to do? You can find Ravenclaw's crown. You are also considered powerful." Voldemort's tone was obviously more cautious, staring at Marks-Eye firmly. Marks McClown smiled indifferently. "It just happens to be. I just wanted to find something. Who knew that I found your Horcrux? Do you think this is God's will?" Voldemort was obviously taken aback and said, "What are you talking about? What are you looking for in the responsive house?" Marks McClown said, "This is not something you should ask. I advise you to remember you as a distracted soul, because it will be destroyed by me soon." Voldemort's face changed and said, "Marks McClown, do you have to tear your skin with me?" Marks McClown said with a dumb smile, "Voldemort, didn't I tore my face with you long ago? Do you think I will pay attention to those things?" Voldemort stared coldly at Marks McClown and said, "In fact, we can join hands with your strength. As long as you are willing to join hands with me, I promise you will only be inferior to me in the future." Voldemort looked around as he spoke, his eyes constantly glaring. Marks McClown said, "I am not such a naive person. With my grievances and your grudges, I am afraid that if you appear in front of me, you will inevitably chase and kill me infinitely. It is worth all the sacrifices. You were not like that last time. Did you do it?" Voldemort said, "Last time it was because of me that I was resurrected. I have to give my men an explanation. Your strength is so strong. How can I destroy you before I appreciate you?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "You don't need to say more. You just said that just because I was afraid that your wisps of divided souls would be killed by me, and you don't have to look around. Lynn, Hogwarts can't notice no matter how much it makes." Marks McClown said what Voldemort was thinking, and Voldemort's face immediately became gloomy, staring coldly at Marks McClown and said, "Marks McClown, Are you sure you want to kill my soul of division? Marx McClown smiled and said, do you think that with my character, will I let you go at this time? The black mist behind Voldemort spread quickly, and his voice became more and more gloomy. I am Voldemort. You still have to pay a little price if you want to kill my soulspiration. Marx McClown laughed and said, you can't do anything with your body in front of me. Instead, your little soul dared to speak big words. Voldemort suddenly turned into a cloud of black mist, and rushed towards Mark's-Eye with lightning speed. Mark's-Eye's wand lightly said, armor for body protection. The huge magic power instantly formed a barrier in front of him, and Voldemort couldn't break through it no matter how hard he slammed it. Marx McClown knew that the current Voldemort is just a ray of soul, without any power, and there is no problem with Voldemort in this state, so if Voldemort is smart, he will never fight with himself, but think about how to escape. Sure enough, after the black mist in front of him slowly dissipated, only the opened box was left in front of Mark's eye, and the Ravenclaw crown on the ground had long since disappeared. Marx McClown smiled faintly. He had guessed that Voldemort was going to escape. How could he still give Voldemort a chance? Marx McClown's spiritual exploration spread like a big net, and quickly fed back the surrounding situation. Marx McClown knew that Voldemort now is just a ray of soul, and he must not be able to escape where he can only find a place to hide himself. Find flowers middle dot. Sure enough, under the spirit of exploration, Marx McClown immediately locked the location of Voldemort's soul. Marx McClown waved his hand gently, and the basilisk beside him immediately understood what Marx McClown meant, and quickly hovered towards the roots of a towering tree. Voldemort's soul and Ravenclaw's crown are among them. The basilisk opened its mouth in the blood basin, aimed at the position under the root of the tree, and swooped down suddenly. The target was the Ravenclaw crown hiding under the root of the tree. Voldemort's distracted soul once again turned into a black mist, wrapped in the Ravenclaw crown, dangerously avoiding the big mouth of the basilisk, floating in the air, once again showing Voldemort's hideous appearance. Voldemort roared, Marx McClown, you are determined to kill me, right? Marx McClown smiled lightly and said, it's just to wipe out your wisps of distraction. What are you worried about? Besides, it's not that you haven't done this kind of thing. Voldemort knew that he couldn't escape this ray of soul today, so he said angrily, Marx McClown, when I see you next time, you must die under my magic wand. Marx McClown smiled and said, let's talk about it at that time. Now we'll take your wisps of distraction first. Mark's-Eye's wand pointed directly at the black mist of Voldemort's incarnation. Mark's-Eye's huge magic power surged out, and directly forced all the black mist back into the Ravenclaw crown. Go. Don't miss it again. Marx McClown said lightly. The basilisk immediately entangled up, directly wound the Ravenclaw crown, opened the mouth of the blood basin, exposing the hideous fangs, sharp teeth aimed at the big diamond in the center of the Ravenclaw crown, and pierced heavily. The sharp fangs pierced the surface of the diamond instantly, and the venom of the basilisk's body instantly contaminated the interior of the Ravenclaw crown. Chapter 584 Hogwarts Second Space. A black mist slowly drifted out. This time it was no longer the black mist that Voldemort incarnate, but the black mist emitted by the dissolution of the venom of Voldemort's soul. Voldemort's painful voice came from inside and said, Marx McClown, you destroyed my 2 Horcruxes. I will definitely ask you to settle the accounts of this Soul King enemy. Marx McClown looked at Voldemort's soul dissolving slowly and said, then I'll wait for you to come and find me to settle the account. Just as Voldemort's soul was about to dissipate, suddenly a large black mist filled with magic appeared in Ravenclaw's crown, and the thunder and lightning attacked towards Mark's eye. Marx McClown's eyes narrowed slightly, and the wand was lightly tapped. The black mist was instantly dissipated, and the last bit of power of Voldemort's soul was also wiped out. Unexpectedly, March 20th. Voldemort had such a heavy heart, he would explode the saved power at the moment when the soul was about to dissipate, and wanted to cause serious damage to Marks McClown. Fortunately, Marks McClown responded promptly, and Marks McClown's current strength is also at the apex of the wizard's theory. It is still difficult for Voldemort to attack Marks McClown in a sneak attack. The basilisk looked at Marks-Eye inviting credit, and Ravenclaw's crown was still stuck on the fangs of the basilisk. Marks McClown waved his hand to let the basilisk come closer. Voldemort's soul had disappeared. This Ravenclaw's crown naturally belonged to Marks McClown. Of course, such a luxurious thing should not be wasted. Marks McClown pulled out Ravenclaw's crown from the basilisk's fangs, and looked carefully. Except for the large diamond in the center that was pierced by the basilisk's fangs, the other places were still intact, but just damaged that piece. Diamonds are the biggest flaw, and they are much ugly for no reason. Marks McClown touched the head of the basilisk and said, "You performed well today, now you can come back to rest." The basilisk rubbed Marks-Eye's body, turned back into a mini snake, and got into Marks-Eye's sleeve. Just when Marks McClown was about to return to Hogwarts with the Ravenclaw crown that had eliminated Voldemort's distraction, Marks McClown suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the Ravenclaw crown affecting him. "What is this?" Marks McClown looked at Ravenclaw's crown in surprise. Marks McClown could feel that it was a kind of augmented energy. If ordinary people still can't feel this kind of power, only Marks McClown has a deeper feeling of power. This increasing energy was directly transmitted along Marks McClown's arm to Marks McClown's brain, and then disappeared. Marks McClown laughed dumbly. It turned out that Ravenclaw's crown had the effect of increasing wisdom, but the fluctuation of this increase was very weak, and Marks McClown did not feel any different feelings. Marks McClown put away Ravenclaw's crown and walked towards Hogwarts Castle. He solved Voldemort's Horcrux so quickly and harvested a crown that can increase wisdom. The harvest this time was quite good. Marks McClown returned to Hogwarts corridor and was about to return to his bedroom. At this time, there were only a few scattered students walking in the corridor, but the whole corridor was very noisy because the characters in the paintings on the walls were fierce. "What has been discussed?" "Hi, isn't that Mr. Marks? They are saying bad things about you. I really can't stand it," a bald man in a portrait was yelling, and Marks McClown recognized him as if he was once a bald baron. A fat woman shouted in another painting, "You are not framing me, I don't." Looking at the noisy portraits of the characters, Marks McClown usually ignores them and walks away. But today I don't know why, Marks McClown stopped. He felt as if he had thought of something, but he didn't catch something. The characters in the portrait are arguing. "Isn't this the most common thing you can see? Why is it that after being augmented with wisdom today, I feel that the familiar sight in front of me is a bit inspiring?" Portrait: people in the painting can quarrel with each other, like a normal person. Marks McClown's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had thought of something. The bald baron who was talking to Marks McClown just now seemed to watch Marks McClown ignore him, and ran to the painting next door to fight the fat woman. Looking at the portrait, Marks McClown felt an idea, and made Marks McClown ecstatic. Is there a world hidden in the portrait? If there really is such a world, would Merlin hide the secret treasure in it? On the other hand, Hermione has been particularly listless recently, because Hermione has been worried about Marks-Eye all this time. Although Marks-Eye defeated Umbridge in the argument for expelling Flitwick by virtue of her personality charm and the popularity accumulated at Hogwarts, Hermione did not feel relieved, but was more worried. Cloud Knight, you know, Umbridge is a person who bears grudges. How could she let Marks-Eye humiliate her like this? And Hermione also saw in that argument that although Marks McClown argued that he had won Umbridge, it was nothing more than that. Umbridge was still the highest prosecutor of Hogwarts, and she could do whatever she wanted. Marks McClown's behavior at that time only angered Umbridge, and did not have much practical effect. To truly be able to resist Umbridge, you must have your own power. Marks-Eye's 2.8 popularity is enough, But after all, it is too loose and difficult to form a real combat power. How should one help Mark-Sai? This is what Hermione has been thinking about recently. Hermione is eager to help Mark-Sai integrate the popularity that Mark-Sai has, but what should she actually do? The integration of Mark-Sai's popularity must not be done by Mark-Sai himself, otherwise it would be meaningless. But if Mark-Sai does not appear, Hermione herself is not qualified to integrate, so who would be better to ask for help? Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 585. Give Marks McClown a surprise. By the way, Harry. Hermione jumped up suddenly. Why didn't she think of Harry? Harry is not only Mark-Sai's most loyal fan, but also synonymous with the savior of the wizarding world. His appeal is extraordinary, coupled with Mark-Sai's popularity. Wouldn't it be enough? But what excuses were used to convince Harry? This was a question. Plus cool, Tiger. Hermione thought for a while. Hasn't Umbridge issued an order recently that the use of spells is not allowed in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Many people complain that this rule does not allow Mark-Sai to better teach students how to learn magic. Can you start from here? Do it if she thinks it. Hermione ran to find Harry without saying a word. Harry was so bored that he was taking a nap in the Gryffindor lounge, as if he couldn't find anything to do. Harry, Hermione called. Harry opened his sleepy eyes and greeted Hermione on the sofa. Hermione. Hermione sat next to Harry, stared at Harry seriously and said, Harry, I have something to discuss with you. Harry straightened his face and said, What's wrong? Hermione said, I want you to gather your classmates to learn Defense Against the Dark Arts together. Harry was taken aback and laughed blankly. Hermione, are you teasing me? Isn't this Mr. Marks' job? Besides, where can I teach others? Seeing Harry like this, Hermione couldn't help feeling angry. Just as he was about to speak, Ron happened to come over to Harry and shouted, Harry, why are you here? Let's go have a drink. Hermione exclaimed, I'm talking to Harry about business, you go aside first. Ron did Harry and said on the other side, What's the matter? I will listen. Hermione stopped paying attention to Ron and said, Harry, don't rush to reject me. You listen to me first. Harry shrugged and said, I can't do it anyway. I might as well go for a drink with Ron. Ron looked curious and said, You can drink any time you drink. What are you talking about? I'm very curious. Hermione said, I want Harry to gather his classmates in private to learn Defense Against the Dark Arts, so that Harry will be our teacher. Ron was taken aback, and quickly said, This is a good idea. Hermione would actually propose such an idea. I agree. Harry dissatisfied. What do you agree with? You don't understand anything. How can I teach my classmates Defense Against the Dark Arts? And this is Mr. Marks' job. Cool exclamation mark hash. Ron clapped his hands and said, Because this is Marks-Sai's job, the best thing is if you grab it and do it. Hermione gave Ron a fierce look and said, Harry, don't listen to Ron. We are not a robber, but you think. Now the old witch Umbridge doesn't let Mark-Sai be in the Dark Arts defense class. Teach us the spell. How can we learn to defend against the Dark Arts? Harry pondered for a moment, and hesitated, but I know my strength, I'm nothing at all. Hermione shook her head sharply and said, No, Harry, don't underestimate yourself. You are the runner-up in the Triwizard Tournament, and you are the only one of us who has played against the forces of darkness. Harry looked at Hermione, and there was a slight wave in his eyes. He was always said to be the savior, but Harry had never proved his strength. Now that Hermione provided such an idea, it really made Harry a little bit eager. But Harry thought for a while and said with a discouraged expression, But I still feel like I'm not good enough. I've never taught anyone before, and it's Mr. Marks' job. He will definitely be angry with me like this. Hermione said, Harry, aren't you trying to catch up with Marks McClown? Marks McClown didn't teach anyone before becoming a professor. How can you not try if you want to follow Marks McClown? Harry froze for a moment. Hermione's words were indeed reasonable. She really wanted to catch up with Marks-Sai, but she was just talking about it. In fact, she always dragged Marks-Sai's hind legs. No single time can actually help. To the Cloud Knight. Hermione continued, and Mark's Eye will not be angry. Mark's Eye volunteered to become a professor of defense against the dark arts, which proves that Mark's Eye likes this course very much. At that time, Umbridge deprived Mark's Eye of teaching students. With the power of our curse, Marks McClown may be feeling uncomfortable in her heart right now, so you should help Marks McClown. Ron dissatisfied. Harry teaching people is Harry's own business. What does it have to do with that Mark's Eye? What does it mean to help Mark's Eye? Hermione gave Ron a fierce look and said, "Shut up first." Harry was still hesitating and asked, "Does Mr. Marks really feel uncomfortable? Then I can organize the classmates and let them continue to attend Mr. Marks's class." Hermione shook her head and said, "We can't tell Mark's Eye about this." Harry froze for a moment, and said, "Why can't I tell Mr. Marks? I don't want to hide anything from Mr. Marks." He 477 minutes smiled and said, "We are not hiding Marks McClown, but giving Marks McClown a surprise. Marks McClown is having a headache right now, isn't it? If Harry can teach the students to defend against dark magic, wouldn't this help Marks McClown solve a big problem, and it will give Marks McClown a surprise?" Harry lowered his head, as if weighing the pros and cons of this matter. Ron was dissatisfied at this time. "Harry, I support you in organizing students to learn to defend against dark magic, but don't listen to Hermione. This is your own business and has nothing to do with Mark's Eye. You should rely on Harry. This opportunity to accumulate popularity, so that your reputation will spread." "Okay, I promised." Harry raised his head sharply, looking at Hermione. Hermione smiled brightly and said, "I knew, Harry, you would figure it out. P.S. Automatic subscription is so miserable. Tat. Everyone, click on automatic subscription." Chapter 586 Marks McClown's Charisma. Harry turned his head and said to Ron, "Ron, don't worry about this problem. Just say whether you want to support me." Ron curled his lips and said, "You are my friend. I don't support who you can support." Harry turned to Hermione and was about to speak. Hermione said, "I must support you too." "No doubt." Harry nodded. "That's it. Well, call everyone right now." Hermione quickly grabbed Harry and said, "Don't worry, we have to think about how to gather the students. Do you want to shout out who is coming?" Harry wondered. "Otherwise, what should we do?" Hermione pondered for a moment and said, "In this way, when we are looking for a day to get out of class, how about letting the students gather in Hagrid's hut outside Hogwarts? Hagrid is not in Hogwarts recently. We can borrow his hut temporarily." Harry nodded and said, "But we can't find everyone. After all, a small number of people still tend to Umbridge. We can only find people who can trust Umbridge and don't like Umbridge." Hermione nodded and said, "Of course I know this. The three of us will find it separately, and let the person we find go find it again. Whoever wants to help Mark's Eye, wants to learn how to defend against the dark arts with us, after class tomorrow, go to Hagrid's hut and concentrate." Harry said, "Remember, Umbridge must not know about this matter, and Mr. Marks will not work either. I want to surprise him." Hermione and Ron nodded at the same time, and then immediately set off to find someone they trusted. After class the next day, Harry, Hermione, and Ron met again, and the three of them walked towards Hagrid's cabin as planned. Harry asked, "How are you? How many people have you found now?" Ron said with a frustrated expression, "I didn't find many people. There are less than 10 people." Hermione also nodded and said, "I'm almost the same. After all, some people are not very familiar. I don't dare to bark." "It's okay to be fewer at first." Harry smiled bitterly and nodded and said, "It's okay. Anyway, it's the first time I teach others. If there are too many people, it's not easy to play, right?" The three of them walked to Hagrid's cabin, and Harry took a deep breath, the expressions on his face no doubt showing Harry's extremely nervous mood. Hermione said, "Harry, you don't have to be so nervous. You have the first time in everything. It doesn't matter if you don't do it well." "Cool, Tiger." Harry nodded and reached out and pushed open the door of Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid's hut was crowded with people, waiting quietly for Harry and the others to arrive. Looking ahead, There were almost 70 or 80 people. Harry was completely stunned. Didn't Ron and Hermione find less than 10 people, plus they found only 30 people? What the hell are these 70 or 80 people? Ron and Hermione also looked sluggish. Unbelievable. How could there be so many people? This is completely different from what they expected. Harry, you are finally here. We have been waiting for a long time. Brother Weasley stood up and said in unison. Ron was surprised. George, Fred, did you find this for help? George laughed. We don't have such a big appeal. But didn't Harry say that we must study hard to defend against the dark arts so that we can live up to Mr. Marks's expectations? So we followed. Fred also said, there are still many people who are spontaneous. They will come right away as soon as they hear about our plan. Do you think it's Joseph? Slytherin's Joseph grinned. Of course, as long as it helps the boss. How could I be absent? Don't worry, don't you worry about it. For the sake of Boss Marks, I will never say anything. Harry looked at the slender girl standing in the corner in surprise, but was surprised. Janku, you are here too. I want to invite you, but I am temporarily discouraged. Janku smiled and said, I heard my classmates say, this is not for Mark's eye. Of course I want to come. There are still many people in our college who want to come, but I want to stop making a lot of noise at the beginning. So we'll just come and have a look first. Joseph also said, McClowns, our Slytherin agrees with Harry's behavior. I will also come to check the situation. As long as it is allowed, we Slytherin will definitely have a large number of people to participate! Exclamation mark. The Weasley brothers stepped forward and patted Harry on the shoulder, and George whispered: You don't want stage fright. If you mess up this matter, many people present will be very dissatisfied. Ron looked at the crowded Hagrid's hut in surprise. This was too far from what he imagined. He thought it would be pretty good to have 40 or 50 people, but now there are 70 or 80 people. And there are many people who just come here to explore the wind. So how many people will be behind? Hermione smiled brilliantly. She didn't expect Marks McClown's name to be so loud. Using Marks McClown's name to summon so many people at once, it can be seen how important Marks McClown is in the hearts of Hogwarts students. Important. Harry was also shocked at this time. With the influence of the three of them, they could only be called 30 goodless individuals. But as soon as Marks's name came out, so many people suddenly came. Not only Slytherin, but even Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. A large number of loyal fans of Marks flocked to them. It can be seen how great Marks's influence is. Harry and Marks have been together for a long time, so they have not noticed this. But from today's situation, Harry finally has a preliminary understanding of how much Marks has accumulated. Popularity. George said, Harry, what are you doing here? Hurry up and say something. Chapter 587, We Trust Him. Fred also pushed Harry immediately and said, Come on, Harry, I am optimistic about you. Harry stiffly walked to the front, looked at the dense crowd below, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Hermione yelled anxiously, Harry, just say what you should say. Harry took a breath and finally said, It's an honor to be able to gather everyone here today. I am very honored and happy, and I feel quite lucky as well. Joseph shouted, Harry, focus on the point. Harry rubbed his hands, licked his lips and said, That's what I think. Now Umbridge controls our Hogwarts, and even ordered that we can't use magic spells in class. And Mr. Marks taught us how to defend against the dark arts. If we use the spell, we can't learn anything at all. So I was thinking, in order to reduce the burden on Mr. Marks, can I help him organize the students in a secret place to better learn defense against the dark arts? Harry looked at the students underneath, with 7 or 80 pairs of eyes looking straight at Harry, which made Harry even more flustered, and he didn't know what to say. Hermione immediately walked to Harry and said, We are not only for Marks' we are for ourselves. Because we all know that Voldemort has been resurrected. Hermione helped Harry out with a word, but it also caused the students underneath to whisper, and many students showed a frightened expression. A student raised his hand and said, "The mysterious man is resurrected just because you said it. There is no real evidence at all. Besides, have the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet clarified this matter? It's totally fictional." Harry bit his lip and was about to refute. Who knew that Joseph rushed directly to the student and said loudly, "Didn't the boss admit it? Are you stupid? Even the boss doesn't believe it." Other students accused the talkative student, and even Janku, a girl who has always been quiet, couldn't help but criticize. The talkative student had to apologize again and again, and didn't dare to speak anymore. All of a sudden, the students' BBDB in Hagrid's cottage became noisy and chaotic. Harry saw the noisy students and finally couldn't help but shout loudly, "Voldemort has been resurrected." "This is what I saw together with Mr. Marks. If anyone has any questions, just tell me." The other students immediately stopped the noisy sound and looked at Harry a little bewildered. Plus cool, Tiger. Harry gritted his teeth and said, "The Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet are deceiving you. They don't want to admit the reality. The only ones who dare to insist on the facts are me and Mr. Marks, who have seen the facts. If you don't believe us, please get out of here now." Hermione also said, "McClowns, we will never stop you from leaving. If you don't believe it, please do it yourself." Joseph took the lead. "We believe in the boss." The Slytherin students behind Joseph also expressed their belief in Marks McClown, making loud noises, as if anyone who didn't believe it would rush forward and have a fight. Of course the Weasley brothers stood up and shouted, "We also believe in Harry and Mr. Marks." A lot of Gryffindor students also stood up and shouted. Although Janku and other Ravenclaw students were not so excited, they also firmly believed in Marks McClown. Only the talkative student looked particularly embarrassed, and immediately said, "I believe in Mr. Marks. Just make sure to ask. We Hufflepuff still respects Mr. Marks. He will not deceive us!" Harry watched the students underneath express their trust in himself and Marks McClown, and his heart was extremely moved. But Harry also knew that if there was no Marks Eye, at least half of the people in front of him would not believe him, but that was something that he couldn't think about, and Harry couldn't manage that much. When the students calmed down, Harry said, "Now the Ministry of Magic's Daily Prophet deceives us, and Umbridge messes with Hogwarts. Actually, we are in a very dangerous situation. So we must learn to fight and how to protect ourselves. This is what Mr. Marks has always wanted to teach us." The students looked at Harry and nodded one after another. They all understood Marks McClown's intentions, otherwise they would not come here spontaneously to learn defense against the dark arts on their own. Harry continued, "Although I am not as good as Mr. Marks, now that Mr. Marks is being targeted, I have to stand up to help Mr. Marks solve problems. I am willing to teach everyone how I can defend against the dark arts. I don't know if you are willing to accept it?" As soon as Harry finished speaking, the students underneath stood up like a tidal wave, yelling willing slogans. Harry couldn't help smiling as he looked at the excited students underneath. This time anxiously went well beyond Harry's expectations, but also, most of the students below are loyal fans of Marks Eye. Under the banner of Marks Eye, they must be extremely obedient in their hearts. This is also thanks to Marks Eye. "What?" Harry said loudly. "Students, don't get excited. Although we have reached an agreement, there is a very serious and realistic problem before us, and that is where we are going to conduct our courses." Hearing Harry raised this question, the students below started discussing it. "You must know that Umbridge now has a very strong control over the students. It is very difficult to conduct student activities under Umbridge's nose, not to mention Umbridge has issued an order long ago that any student organization must be dissolved, was found to be expelled directly. So if Harry wants to organize the students to learn defense against the dark arts, the first task is to find a place that will not be discovered by Umbridge. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 588, Confidence and Recognition. However, although Hogwarts is large, most of the places have already been used. Even if the places are not used, Many people know that they can't hide their eyes. And those mysterious places of Hogwarts have no clue at all. Finding such a place is a very big problem. Seeing the students discussing underneath, but after all, they did not discuss away. Harry was also dimmed, but he also understood that this kind of thing would not be too impatient. There must be a careful plan, and no rush come. Harry said, "Okay, classmates. During this time everyone will look around Hogwarts to see if we can find a suitable place for our class. If you find it, please come and contact me immediately." The students below nodded one after another, and slowly they began to support the plan, and naturally they would do their best to help. Harry said, "It's not too early today, so let's go back and rest first. When there are new developments, I will notify you immediately." The students left Hagrid's hut one after another. Harry smiled and watched the students leave. Although he didn't succeed in doing anything today, it was a beginning. Slowly, a force can be formed, and Harry can pass my own way has helped Mark's eye. Hermione happily ran over and said, "Harry, you performed well today. I know you again." Ron also smiled and said, "Harry, how about you let me be your assistant? I promise you won't mess up. You looked super majestic just now. If I become your assistant, there will be many girls like me." Harry smiled and said, "Let's talk about this later. There are still many things that are still unclear." Hermione said, "As long as you find a place that will not be discovered, then all problems will be solved." Harry said distressed, "But this place is hard to find. Maybe we can't find it for the entire semester, so we're in vain." Hermione patted Harry lightly on the head and said, "Don't be discouraged, as long as you believe you will find it." Now that Umbridge rules Hogwarts, what we need most is patience and trust, right? Harry nodded heavily, stretched his waist and said, "Well, it's almost the same today. Let's go back and rest." Ron smiled and hugged Harry and said, "Let's go. I'll buy you something to drink. You can think about that, teaching assistant. Since the class hasn't started anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Plus cool, Tiger." Just as the three of Harry were about to leave Hagrid's hut, a tall figure suddenly stepped forward, and it was Neville. Neville looked timid, and crinically peeked at Harry, as if he had something to say or could not say. Harry asked, "Neville, what's the matter with you?" Neville whispered, I think ... I want to ask you a question." It took a lot of effort for Harry to hear what Neville was talking about. "If you have any questions, just say it. We are all so familiar, aren't we?" A touch of emotion flashed across Neville's face and said, "Can someone like me learn the defense against the dark magic? Can I become stronger?" Harry was taken aback, and laughed blankly. "Navi, what are you thinking about? Of course, as long as you work hard, you can become a very powerful wizard." Neville was stunned, looking at Harry blankly and said, "Are you telling the truth?" Harry grabbed Neville's hand and smiled back. "Of course it's true. Why do you think you can't be great?" Neville looked a little hesitant, looked at Hermione, then at Ron, a little afraid to speak. Hermione patted Neville's shoulder lightly and said, "Speak out. It's okay. Aren't we already in the same group here today? If you really think we are friends, just tell me." Only then did Neville have the courage to speak. "I don't think I have the courage of you, nor the talent of you. I am just a clumsy person, and I am looked down upon by many people." Harry shook his head. He could understand Neville's mood. Before Harry entered Hogwarts, he was looked down upon by many people. If it weren't for Hogwarts or Mark's eye, Harry would have always had such a humble character. Find flowers. Harry always remembered the feeling of equality Mark's eye gave him. At that time, he was just the savior who was dubbed by others, and no one really paid attention to himself. Those people just felt that he was lucky not to be killed by Voldemort. That's it. And his performance is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. Even if his academic performance is poor, he is always protected by Mark's eye. At that time, Harry indeed doubted whether he was really just a waste. But with a reputation as a big promise, that's it. But Marks McClown has never underestimated herself. Even if Marks McClown protects herself time and time again, and she drags Marcus McClown back again and again. Marcus McClown still regards himself as his friend. It was this that made Harry deeply moved, and decided to become stronger, catch up with Marcus' pace, and be able to help Marcus at a critical moment. So Harry can understand Neville's mood now, and he can also appreciate it. He knew that what Neville needed now was not something else, but something called recognition. Harry looked at Neville seriously and said, "Don't feel that you are inferior to others. You have to believe that what you can do may not be done by others. You also have your own unique side. As long as you work hard, you will become a very powerful wizard." Neville was stunned, looked at Harry and said, "Can someone like me?" Harry smiled and said, "Is it okay to call someone like you?" "You absolutely can," Harry said categorically in the last sentence. P.S. Solemnly and sincerely ask for automatic subscription. Just a single tap can bring me unlimited motivation. Chapter 589. Ron made a ha-ha and said, "Okay, Neville, Harry's meaning is so clear. Don't you understand? Go back and experience it for yourself. I want to rattle Harry for a drink. Plus cool, tiger." With that, Ron pulled Harry to go out. While being dragged away by Ron, Harry turned his head and said, "Don't think too much about Neville, go back and rest." Hermione also smiled over Neville and said, "Harry is right, let Neville go first." The three of Harry left Hagrid's hut grinning, leaving only Neville to stand alone, not knowing what he was thinking. Neville's parents were attacked by Death Eaters when Neville was a child, and Neville has lived with his grandmother ever since. Because he didn't have his parents, he was stunned. So Neville has always been looked down upon. No one has ever treated Neville as equal as Harry. Harry's remarks also came to the depths of Neville's heart. Neville has never wanted to be strong, courageous as he does now. Neville 11 wants to learn powerful magic and be recognized by others. Neville walked back to Hogwarts unconsciously. His head was actually in a mess. If Neville wanted to become strong, he had to learn defense against the dark arts from Harry, and he had to find a suitable place for Harry to teach. Where could there be such a place? For the next few days, Neville was in a state of unconsciousness, absent-minded at everything. At this time, Neville had only one thought in his heart, and that was to help Harry find a place to teach him defense against the dark arts in class, and to make himself stronger. Find a place that cannot be discovered by others and has to accommodate many people. Where can this place be? Neville thought about it. Unknowingly, he came to a corner of Hogwarts. This is a very remote place in Hogwarts. Generally, very few people will come here because there is neither a classroom nor a dormitory. But it is very simple. A corner of Hogwarts was made redundant when Hogwarts was built. Only then did Neville woke up. Why did he come here? For no reason. Just when Neville was wondering about going back to the bedroom, suddenly the walls on this side slowly changed. Neville looked at this wall in surprise, as if the surface of the water waved, slowly revealing a huge door, which looked extraordinary. Isn't there nothing here? Neville was so frightened that he was about to turn around and ran away, but at this time the door made a clicking sound and slowly opened. An opening. Neville was stunned and stared at the opening of the door. For a moment he didn't know whether to run away or go in and have a look. Neville thought for a while, and finally stood up slowly and walked towards the door that appeared for no reason. Neville pushed open the door slightly, and what appeared in front of Neville was a huge classroom, not only with various desks and chairs, but also a lot of props for training spells. This is the class of defense against the dark arts. Great place. Neville looked at all this in disbelief and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he saw. But everything in front of him was so real and conclusive. He didn't want to be an illusion at all. Is this the legendary House of Responsiveness? This term immediately came to Neville's mind. He had heard others say about the most mysterious place about Hogwarts, and the House of Requests was one of them. According to legend, Hogwarts has such a place. It sometimes has no time. Only when a person really needs it can go in. When it appears, it is always arranged to meet the needs of the seeker, just like the one in front of Neville. Neville had been thinking about helping Harry find a suitable place for class, and such a room appeared directly in front of him, which fully met Harry's requirements. Neville looked at all this in shock. He actually found the legendary House of Responsiveness in Hogwarts. Does God even want to help him become stronger, so he will bring this kind of good luck to him? Neville suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and immediately ran to the Gryffindor lounge. He wanted to tell Harry the good news as soon as possible. Gryffindor lounge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting on the sofa with a frown, looking languid. In the past few days, Harry and the others have gone through the entire Hogwarts, trying to find a room that meets their requirements, but there is no success, which makes Harry very frustrated. After all, I was ambitious at first, but I would face failure before the first step, which is really frustrating. At this moment Neville ran into the Gryffindor lounge excitedly. The ecstasy on his face was obvious. Neville looked around. Ma 357 saw Harry sitting on the sofa. He rushed over and grabbed Harry's hand and said, "Harry, I found it. Come with me." Harry looked blank, and was pulled by Neville and ran outside. Ron and Hermione saw that Neville's expression was not right, and couldn't hold him back, so they had to run out with them behind them. Ron exclaimed, "Neville, you are crazy. Let go of Harry." Hermione also yelled, "McClowns, Neville has something to say." "What are you doing?" Neville laughed and said, "I found it. I found it." Harry asked while being pulled by Neville, "What did you find? Please explain to us first." Neville said excitedly, "I found a place that matches what you said, and it will definitely satisfy you." Harry was taken aback and immediately said with joy, "Really, Neville, if it is true, I will remember you a lot of work." With that, Harry ran after Neville. Chapter 590 Official Start. When Ron and Hermione heard Neville's answer, they had no choice but to follow Harry behind to see how good Neville's place was. Soon, Neville brought the three of them to the position just now, but now the wall has been restored to its original shape, and the original gate has long disappeared. Ron panted and said, "Neville, are you kidding me? I've been here before. There is nothing here." Harry also looked around, but found nothing. Hermione smiled bitterly. "Neville, is this the place you are talking about?" Neville waved his arms excitedly and said, No. Have you heard that there is a responsive house? Our Hogwarts-compliant house is here. I saw it just now, believe me." Hermione stunned and said, "The House of All Requests is the legend of Hogwarts. Although there are such rumors, there is actually no one who can find it." Ron said in a puzzled way, "What is a responsive house? Why haven't I heard of it?" Hermione said, "Of course you haven't heard of it. How could anyone who doesn't even read a book have heard of it?" Harry said, "I've heard of this responsive house, but Neville, are you sure you are really here?" Neville nodded heavily and said, "I'm sure. I just saw it just now. It's on the wall. Plus cool, tiger." Harry stepped forward, patted the wall lightly with his hand, and shook his head. "But this wall is solid. How could there be a room behind it and no doorway?" Neville said anxiously, "I saw it just now. It's here. It has everything in it. It's suitable for classroom use." Hermione looked at the wall and said, "Neville, don't worry, the responsive house may not exist in the same place. In other words, you just saw it appear here, but it doesn't mean that he still exists here now." Harry was surprised. Is it so amazing? Hermione was actually not very clear. They went back and forth in the corridor a few times to see if there were any new discoveries. Suddenly Hermione shouted, "Harry, come and take a look." Harry heard Hermione's voice and hurried over, but Neville rushed ahead of Harry and ran to the wall where there was nothing before. Only Ron was walking slowly behind him. "This is the door," Neville shouted in surprise. The door in front of him was the same door that appeared in front of him not long ago. Hermione looked at the door suspiciously and said, "I guess this is the legendary House of Request, because as far as I know, there should be nothing here." Without saying anything, Neville opened the door directly, and what was reflected in front of Harry and Hermione was exactly what Neville had just seen. In a spacious place, tables and chairs are all available. The most important thing is that there are a large number of props for magic training neatly placed aside. This is a perfect dark magic defense classroom. Harry said with a surprised expression, there are really responsive houses here. Neville, we can only find this because of you. Neville smirked with excitement, standing behind Harry as if he had completed a huge task. Harry looked at the classroom and said with a smile, this classroom is very good and suitable for our training. The point is that there is still a responsive room here. No one knows how to enter. The old witch in Umbridge will never find this place. Hermione also nodded. McClowns, this is indeed our best choice now. Ron walked into this classroom and said in surprise, how come there is a classroom here, and there are so many things we have posted? Harry and Hermione glanced at Ron silently, and they didn't even bother Ron with a tacit understanding. Harry said, since the biggest problem has been solved, let's start today. Now go and gather the students here. 2 hours later, there is a room for everyone. Hundreds of people actually swarmed here, and everyone was curiously looking at this magical room for requests. There were dozens more people here this time than the last time, showing the enthusiasm of the students. The responsive house has become even larger invisibly, and it does not seem crowded at all to accommodate more than 100 people. Harry stood on the podium, looked at the crowd underneath, smiled and said, Hermione, are everyone here? Hermione nodded and said, it's almost the same. Everything that should be here is here. Harry nodded and took a deep breath. With the previous experience, Harry doesn't seem to have that stage fright now. Hello everyone, Harry said loudly. Although he didn't use the amplification spell, everyone could hear Harry's voice. The noisy students calmed down and looked at Harry excitedly. They were also in a state of joy. They didn't expect Harry to find such a good environment for them to study. Harry smiled and looked at the students underneath and said, first of all, we can find such a perfect place. We want to thank Neville Longbottom, he was the first to find this room. The students underneath immediately burst into enthusiastic applause. Many people looked at Neville with praise good and gzu, which made Neville very uncomfortable, but at the same time, it also slowly raised a kind of pride. Emotions. Harry smiled and nodded to Neville and said, since the room problem has been solved, we are not too close to start our study. Seeing the excitement of the students underneath, Harry coughed slightly and said, but before studying, I must tell you a few points. The students calmed down immediately, looking at Harry. The scene became silent, and Harry also slowly established his prestige among the students. Chapter 591 Marks McClown's Army. Harry solemnly said, the reason why I organize my classmates to study defense against the dark arts is because I can't understand Umbridge's behavior. He doesn't allow Mr. Marks to teach us defense against the dark arts curse. The reason why Mr. Marks had to compete for the position of defense against the dark arts last semester was to allow us to have the ability to protect ourselves. I can't let Mr. Marks's painstaking efforts in vain. This is the first reason why I organized everyone to study on their own. The students nodded one after another. Most of the people who could come here were big fans of Marks I, and Harry's words were undoubtedly recognized by many people. Harry continued, the second reason is because Voldemort has been resurrected. We must have the strength to compete with it, and we must become stronger ourselves. The idea of Voldemort's resurrection was instilled in the students by Harry at the last meeting. Now that it is said again, very few students showed fear, and many even clenched their fists, as if secretly making some determination. General. Harry looked at the expressions of the students below, nodded secretly and said, also, since the school is now in a crisis of Umbridge rule, I hope that the people here in 377 can unite. I hope that the students can swear. It's very important that we will never reveal anything here. Many students nodded secretly, and Joseph took the lead to stand up and say, Harry is right. If there is a traitor here who informs Umbridge, I will be the first Joseph Burton to let it go. The Slytherin students behind Joseph immediately became noisy. Now, a large part of Harry's organization of the students' behavior is for Marks I. Of course, Joseph and the Slytherin students will not allow anyone to sabotage this activity. In their eyes, The person who disrupted this activity is no different from betraying Marks McClown. They will never allow this to happen. The Weasley brothers also stepped forward, and George said, "The same is true for me, George Weasley. This is the first time that our Hogwarts classmates have united against a foreign enemy. Who dares to betray this organization will also not let him go!" Fred also yelled, "I am like Fred Weasley." Many Gryffindor students shouted, "The Gryffindor emblem is a passionate lion," so they all advocate face-to-face confrontation, and they are also very shameless for the despicable behavior of small actions. In addition, the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also responded. Although they have little to do with Marks-Eye, Marks-Eye is already an idol in many people's hearts. Whoever dares to betray this organization is undoubtedly a betrayal. They're idols. They will naturally not let go of such people. Cool Tiger, Hermione smiled and looked at the students united below. This is the first time that the students of the 4 Hogwarts colleges have been so united. Although Harry seemed to be the organizer, Hermione knew clearly that without Marks-Eye's reputation, they would not be able to summon such a large number of students so smoothly. All this is due to Marks-Eye. Harry nodded heavily and said, "Very well. I believe in your loyalty. Thank you everyone for supporting me. In the next period of time, let us do it for Mr. Marks, for ourselves, for Hogwarts. Keep fighting together!" Hundreds of students underneath cheered at the same time, united and worked together. This made Harry feel that all the next problems are no longer problems. This is the strength of unity. Harry couldn't help thinking of Marks-Eye. Although he was hiding this from Marks-Eye, Harry knew that Marks-Eye would never interfere with his behavior. On the contrary, Marks-Eye knew BBDF that he was so hard to help teach the students. I must be very happy. At that time, I wonder if Marks-Eye will feel that she is finally put to use. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help smiling, and he could finally help Shang Marks-Eye. Harry raised his hand high and said, "There is one more thing. Everyone listen to me first." The cheering students slowly calmed down and looked at Harry expectantly. Harry also occupies a certain weight in their hearts, and they also attached great importance to Harry's words. Harry said, "I organize my classmates to learn about defense against the dark arts. Mr. Marks doesn't know about it. I want to give Mr. Marks a surprise after we have achieved results, so I hope no classmates will tell Mr. Marks this matter." Joseph laughed and said, "It's rare that you have this mind. Of course we won't expose you, we know." The other students also nodded grinningly, expressing that they understood. Harry said gratefully, "In the next period of time, I will try my best to teach you how to defend against dark magic. Although I am not as good as Mr. Marks, at least I have also fought with Mr. Marks. I will tell you everything you know. If you don't understand something, and I haven't figured it out, I will also ask Mr. Marks. You can rest assured about this." The students laughed, but they also had a bottom in their hearts. Although Harry was nothing compared to Marks-Eye, he was already very powerful compared to them. After all, Harry had a certain amount of combat experience, and even participated in the Triwizard Tournament, defeating a giant dragon in front of everyone, and in the end he was only inferior to Marks-Eye to win the run-up. This is already a pretty good result. Harry pondered for a while, decided to announce the last thing, and said in a deep voice, "Finally, I announce our name." That is Cloud's Army. Cloud's Army, referred to as California Cloud Army. We are Marks-Eye's army. As soon as Harry's voice fell, the students underneath were shocked, and immediately burst into cheers. P.S. Thank you very much for your automatic subscription. I feel very inspired. Please be more brazen. Chapter 592. Has it been discovered? Since Harry secretly began to organize students to go to the House of Request to learn the defense against the dark arts by themselves, more and more students became aware of this matter, which also made Harry's team growing. Plus Cool Tiger. But there are more people who know it, which is not a good thing for Harry and the others. In the Hogwarts corridor, Lepus from Ravenclaw College is discussing with his friends whether to join Harry's team. Lepus looked forward to saying, I heard that you can go to a mysterious place to study when you join Harry's class. This plan sounds great, doesn't it? Lepus' close friend Inns shook his head and said, don't you know that Professor Umbridge has already ordered students not to form associations on their own? The consequences of this kind of small associations being discovered are very serious. Do you think you are like Mr. Marks? Fear Professor Umbridge. Lepus desperately shook his head and said, Harry's organization is not a small organization. I heard that there are hundreds of people in it now. Besides, are you really convinced by the old witch Umbridge? Inns hurriedly covered Lepus's mouth and looked around nervously, making sure that no one heard Lepus's words before saying, you're looking for death? How dare you say bad things about the professor? You'll be done if you hear it. Lepus also shrank his neck. Just now, he was just a little bit angry. Thinking of the consequences of being reported, he didn't dare to say any more. It's just a little bit excited. But Professor Umbridge's approach is very irritating. People are not convinced. Inns said helplessly, there is no way. Even someone as strong as Mr. Marks can only be able to not fear Professor Umbridge. Who would really dare to bring down Professor Umbridge? Dummel Professor Leader didn't mean to come forward. Lepus said, that's why we need to be self-reliant. Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Marks can help us. Then we go to Harry and learn how to be self-reliant. Inns frowned and thought for a while and said, are you sure Harry is safe? I'm afraid we will be involved if something happens. Lepus nodded desperately and said, it's absolutely safe, and the way to sign up is very simple. If you want, we can go to sign up now. Otherwise they will have enough numbers over time and it will be difficult to join. Inns reluctantly said, well, since you want to join so much, I will accompany you. Anyway, I am not happy about Professor Umbridge for a long time. It is better to resist instead of being oppressed. Lepus nodded excitedly, and immediately took Inns to the Gryffindor lounge. The two left for a while, and a rickety old man walked out tremblingly in the corner of the corridor, staring at the back of the two. It was Filch. Filch is the person most familiar with the Hogwarts terrain in the school, and it is easy to overhear the student's speech. Filch obviously listened to all the words of Lepus and Inns just now. Harry actually dared to form a club by himself, or a club with hundreds of people. Is he really tired of living? Don't let Professor Umbridge go. In the eyes. Filch looked angry and walked directly to Umbridge's office. He wanted to notify Umbridge of the incident immediately and uncover hundreds of people who violated the school regulations. This credit would definitely make Umbridge look at him with admiration! Filch came to Umbridge's office and knocked on the door of the office. Please come in. Umbridge's characteristic sharp voice sounded. Filch pushed in with a flattering look, and immediately closed the door with his backhand and said, Professor Umbridge, I want to tell you a top-secret thing. When Umbridge saw that it was Filch, his face became cold and said, just tell me if you have anything. My time is precious. Filch smiled dryly and said, that's it. I just received the absolutely true news that someone secretly formed a society at Hogwarts and wanted to resist your management by Professor Umbridge. Umbridge immediately frowned and said, who is so bold? Find flowers When Filch saw Umbridge's expression, he said with joy, it's Harry Potter of Gryffindor. He seems to have formed a society of hundreds of people. There is absolutely no good thing to do privately. Besides, Professor Umbridge, hasn't you already announced that students cannot form clubs? This Harry clearly doesn't give you face to Professor Umbridge. Umbridge stood up with an aggressive look, but immediately seemed to have thought of something again. He was puzzled. Harry has formed a society of more than 100 people. Where can they come from? Filch was taken aback. He didn't hear where they were moving. At the time, what Lepus was talking about was only a mysterious place. How did Filch know this? But before Filch could speak, Umbridge said, besides, Harry is usually not outstanding. Where is his reputation to gather so many people? If you say it is Mark's eye, It might be possible. Filch immediately said anxiously, Professor Umbridge, although I don't know where they are, or why they listen to Harry's call, this is true. I have heard a lot. The wind is over, Professor Umbridge. You have to believe me. Umbridge sat back in the chair and said, I don't believe you, but I have a lot of recent things. You can check this out before you report to me. Filch wanted to say something. Umbridge already waved his hand and said, well, you go out first. I have to deal with something. Filch was discouraged and was about to leave Umbridge's office. Umbridge seemed to have thought of something and said, by the way, is there anything unusual about Mark's eye recently? P.S. Rolling all over. Asking for automatic subscription. Chapter 593 The Great Crisis of the Car Army. Filch hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, it doesn't seem to be right. I haven't seen him for a while. Umbridge said angrily, didn't I let you keep an eye on him? Filch shrank his neck in fright, and said, I'm keeping an eye on him, but since the last time I met him in the secret room, he seems to be wary of me. Every time I want to monitor him, he will disappear inexplicably, and no one else can be found. Plus cool, Tiger. Umbridge just wanted to reprimand Filch, but he thought that Mark's eye's current strength was indeed terrifying, and it was normal that Filch could not monitor it. After all, Filch was just a dumb gun that couldn't use magic. Maybe Mark's eye can be monitored. Umbridge fiercely threw a 360 and said, go out, you can investigate Harry's affairs for me, and make up for it. Filch, who came out of Umbridge's office, had a frustrated expression. He originally wanted to use this information to improve his position in Umbridge's heart, but who knew it revealed the fact that he could not monitor Mark's eye at all. However, Filch also has a great grievance. After all, Marks McClown's strength lies there. How can he monitor Marks McClown? It was great luck to encounter Marks McClown coming out of the secret room last time. Since Mark's eye can't be monitored now, Filch can only spend his time on Harry. Filch has heard many people talk about Harry's formation of a society, and it is indeed true. But how can we catch Harry's evidence? This is a big question. Filch had already planned, and during this time he had to catch Harry, and he must find Harry's secret so that his status in Umbridge's heart could be improved. At this time, Harry was still in the responsive room. Harry felt that the time must be the happiest time in his life. The California Army formed by Harry now is Mark's eye's army, but Mark's eye still doesn't know about it, and it's Harry who actually teaches the students, so now Harry is like a professor. And because this organization is opposed to Umbridge, the students in the California Army simply think that Harry is the vanguard against the tyrannical rule, a heroic existence. This made Harry extremely comfortable. No wonder Marks McClown must become a professor of defense against the dark arts at that time. It turned out to be such a happy thing. Harry stood on the podium in the room of responsiveness, watching hundreds of students underneath continue to practice the spell. A sense of pride spontaneously arose in his heart. Cool Tiger. Hermione walked to Harry and said dissatisfied, Harry, what are you doing? You are always in a daze. The time is almost up, and the students are tired from practicing today. Harry woke up and said, McClowns, right, it's time to get out of class. Harry slapped his palms quickly and shouted, okay, everyone, stop. The students underneath put away their wands and looked up at Harry, which made Harry secretly refreshed. Harry said, today's training is almost the same. You can pack your things and go home. Tomorrow I will teach you the fuchsia clock. Go back and read the book carefully. Tomorrow I will take the test for everyone. The students below said in unison, I see. Then the students packed their things and prepared to leave the responsive house. Ron ran over with a flattering expression, put his arms around Harry's shoulders, and whispered, Harry, have you been uncomfortable during this time? You all look like a professor. When will you give an assistant? I am, but I have always wanted to be a teaching assistant. Harry smiled and said, then you have to have something you can teach your classmates. Otherwise what can you teach? Ron quickly said, you can teach me first. and then I can transfer to the students. It's a simple truth. Hermione said on the side. Go, Ron. If you are a teaching assistant, your classmates won't be able to learn anything. Don't mess up. Let's go, Harry. Harry also smiled and pushed Ron away, turned his head to pack his own things. The three of them finally left the room of responsiveness with their school bags on their backs. Seeing that the door of the room of urges slowly disappeared and turned into a wall, the three of Harry slowly walked towards the Gryffindor lounge. Harry said, "Thanks to the House of Unwillingness, otherwise, how can we have such a smooth way to teach classmates directly? Hermione, do you think the House of Imperatives will be discovered?" Hermione shook her head and said, "I don't know, but logically speaking, as long as no one leaks the secret, it is probably hard to find." Ron shook his fist and said, "If anyone dares to leak the secret, I'm the first Ron to let him go." "Who won't you let go?" a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Ron replied instinctively, "The leaker." As soon as Ron finished answering, the three of them felt that something was wrong at the same time, so they were so scared that they immediately looked at the place where the sound was coming from behind, and Filch looked at the three with a grim look. Harry stammered in fright and said, "Filch, sir, why are you here?" Hermione was also frightened, but Hermione's mind kept turning, and now there was a distance from the room of request. Filch probably hadn't found the room of request, otherwise he would have stopped them at the 3.7 gate. Hermione hurriedly said, "Mr. Filch, what can you do?" At the same time, Hermione was still struggling to give Harry and Ron two eyes, motioning them not to talk nonsense. Filch sneered, "I've seen it all. Are you organizing a club? If you don't explain it honestly, I will take you to Professor Umbridge's office immediately." Harry and Ron were scared to death, and they both subconsciously thought that Filch saw them coming out of the responsive room. Chapter 594. Hermione took a deep breath and smiled. "Mr. Filch, what are you talking about? I didn't understand a word." Filch said angrily, "You clearly understand. I have received reports that you illegally organized students to set up clubs. It's true." Hearing Filch's words, Harry and Ron's hearts trembled. They felt they were going to end, and Umbridge was about to grab the handle. But Hermione squinted her eyes and said, "Mr. Filch, if you are so bloody, I think I can report it to Professor Umbridge." Harry and Ron were taken aback. Why is Hermione so confident now? Haven't they been arrested right now? Filch changed his face and said, "Do you think I have no evidence at hand? I have a lot of evidence of your illegal assembly. You can't escape." Hermione seemed more calm, and smiled. "If you have something, you can take it out. If you really have one, we will follow you right away." Filch hesitated, and he could only say angrily, "You'll find out the evidence sooner or later." "You will wait for me." Filch stomped heavily and left directly. Harry and Ron looked stunned. It turned out that Filch wanted to lie to them just now, and they thought they were dead. Harry looked in admiration and said, "Hermione, how did you know that Filch has no evidence?" Hermione said with a black thread, "If Filch knew about us, he would have blocked us in the responsive room. Why are you so stupid?" Harry suddenly realized, "McClowner, Hermione, you are so smart. I have thought of this to you. I almost broke our story." Ron also said with a face of fear, "McClowns, Filch had a fierce look just now. I thought he was quite sure." Hermione looked at the two helplessly and said, "Anyway, although Filch has no evidence, he has begun to suspect that we are an indisputable fact. I am afraid that we will have to be more careful afterwards." Harry nodded quickly and said with a headache, "But we have almost 100 people now, and it's not easy to manage." Hermione shook her head and said, "The people who joined us can still be trusted. Umbridge's reign is suffocating. We still have to trust the Hogwarts classmates. It's just that more than 100 of us acted too conspicuously and were discovered. Sooner or later." Cool. Then what to do? Harry said anxiously. He had only been a professor in the eyes of his classmates for such a short time. He didn't want to be discovered so soon. Hermione said, "I heard Filch's tone just now. It seems that it's only Filch to watch us now." Harry wondered, "What do you mean?" Hermione thought, I don't know if I feel right. I feel that if Umbridge is also guarding us, he will definitely appear. But I listened to Filch's tone, as if he just wanted to arrest us. Umbridge takes credit for it, which means that Umbridge hasn't paid attention to us. Ron said for a moment. Is there any difference? Harry said. Can't you hear this? I did. Hermione meant that we are still safe for the time being. It is enough to get Filch alone. Hermione nodded and said, McClowns, as long as we find someone to contain Filch before every class, then our actions will not be discovered. Ron still said with a dazed expression, how do you know Umbridge doesn't watch out for us? What if Umbridge also acted together? Hermione said, so I feel it too. For your situation, I think we are crowded anyway. We have 2 people in each round, one to contain Filch and the other to stare at Umbridge. This is the safest way. Harry nodded approvingly and said, very good. This is a good idea. I will announce this news tomorrow. Tomorrow, Ron, you will contain Filch first, and Hermione will help me stare at Umbridge. Hermione nodded and said, okay. Ron said bitterly, why do I want to contain Filch? I won't do it. Hermione smiled slightly, then you go stare at Umbridge. Do you dare? When Ron thought of Umbridge's smiling face, he immediately shuddered all over his body and said, in contrast, it seems that Filch is easy to deal with. I'll try to contain Filch. The next day, after class, Hermione walked towards Umbridge's office without saying a word. Hermione's task was very simple. It was to see if Umbridge changed anything while Harry was teaching. She had something wrong and immediately went back to notify Harry. Ron's task was to appear in front of Filch and walk around with Filch, until the students entered the responsive room. Then he could get rid of Filch and return to the responsive room. This task is of course much more difficult than Hermione's, but Filch is not a smart person, and it should be possible to play a little bit. Harry and Ron walked side by side on the path of the House of Request. Where they met Filch yesterday, Filch squatted secretly in a far corner. Fortunately, Harry and Ron had been vigilant. If they followed their usual habits, Filch must not be found. Harry gave Ron a wink, and Ron had no choice but to walk to the intersection and appeared in Filch's eyes. As expected, Filch's eyes lit up, staring at Ron's figure, and quietly following. Ron pretended not to know, and walked downstairs as if looking for something. Of course Filch also quietly followed, with uncontrollable joy on his face. He thought he was going to find Harry and the others hiding. Location. Harry smirked and watched Filch follow Ron away from the room of request, and immediately ran to the room of request. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 595, The Secret of the World in the Painting. Harry wanted to announce this to his classmates immediately, to make them more vigilant, but also to implement a shift system, taking turns to keep an eye on Umbridge and contain Filch. Plus cool, Tiger. Ron was walking on Hogwarts Avenue. Although he knew that Filch was constantly watching him behind him, Ron had to pretend that he didn't know it. This made Ron very uncomfortable, but Ron, there is no other way but to wander around Hogwarts aimlessly. Filch also followed Ron, silly walking around Hogwarts, and slowly Filch also felt something wrong. Why did Ron keep walking around the campus without entering any classrooms? Where's Harry? What about the club he organized? In the next few days, Filch was dragged by various students to roam the campus. The students sneered about it, but Filch did not notice the abnormality, and thought that Harry and the others temporarily gave up club activities. Come to avoid the limelight for a while. As long as you keep track of it, there will be results. On the other side, Mark's eye has already begun to doubt the world in the painting, even very skeptical, because previous phenomena have shown that Merlin's secret treasure is most likely hidden in the Hogwarts campus. Plus cool, Tiger. However, the entire Hogwarts has people coming and going every year, and there is no real place that will not be discovered. Like the secret rooms and the responsive rooms, these mysterious rooms can also be discovered, where things can be hidden without being discovered. Hardly. But the world in the painting is different. This is something that all Hogwarts can see and will not doubt. After all, all the portraits in the wizarding world will move by themselves, inherit the character of the person being painted, and they can also visit each other. This is common sense. If Merlin really hides the secret treasure in it, it will not be discovered by anyone. This is an excellent place. But the question now is, how to get information about the world in the painting. Marks McClown suddenly thought of Ravenclaw's crown. Isn't this thing that can enhance people's wisdom? Marks McClown took out Ravenclaw's crown and gently put it on her head, and she felt a strange energy melt into her mind. Although there are not many clues at hand, the world in the painting is indeed very suspicious. It is better to ask the portrait person. Maybe you can ask something. Of course, you can't talk to the portrait directly in a crowded place. You can only find a remote place where there is a portrait. The tapestry portrait opposite to the responsive house immediately appeared in Marks McClown's mind. It is true that few people pass by in that location. Go there and try to ask the person in the portrait. It seems to be a good choice. Marks McClown chose to go there to try her luck after class. After all, she still has to go to class. Of course, she can try it during class time. At night, the portrait characters also have to sleep. Interrupting them to sleep will only make them less willing to talk to themselves. Chat. Only after class was over, the students swarmed back to their dormitories, and there was the least chance of other students in that corner. After class that day, Marks McClown immediately set off and walked in the direction of the responsive house. He was about to try to communicate with the portrait person. The journey went smoothly without encountering anyone. Marks McClown came to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, and the sound of students walking downstairs in the dormitory could be faintly heard. Marks McClown was relieved and walked in the direction of the responsive house. At this moment, there was no one here, and Marks McClown just focused on exploring the world of portraits. Marks McClown came to the tapestry opposite the House of Responsiveness. At this time, the giant monster in the portrait was still sparing no effort to wield his own giant stick, going to beat the little man. Are you Barnabas, right? Marks McClown looked at the portrait. This painting depicts a giant monster attacking Barnabas. Marks McClown has already inquired about the origin of this painting. The little man named Barnabas said with a flustered face, "Hurry up and help me get rid of this nasty monster. I can't stand its smell." Marks McClown said lightly, "I want to ask you something." Barnabas twisted his posture desperately and said, "I asked you to help me get rid of this giant monster. Didn't you hear that? I'm going to die soon." Marks McClown ignored Barnabas' meaning and said, "Can humans enter the world you are in?" Barnabas was visibly taken aback, and even the giant monster's motion of swinging the giant stick stopped for a while. Although the movement was not large, it was discovered by Marks McClown. Barnabas said angrily: "If you don't want to save me, just get out of the way. I'll be annoyed when I see you." Marks McClown squinted his eyes slightly and pressed his hand directly on the portrait, but it had no effect. Marks McClown just felt like he was pressing on a piece of paper. Barnabas looked very angry and yelled, "Let go of your dirty palms, and the troll will kill him." The giant monster that was originally swinging the giant stick at Barnabas also turned its direction, grinning towards Marks McClown with a threatening look. Of course, it actually had no effect. Marks McClown probably has the bottom line in his heart. Sure enough, these portrait figures will not tell anyone any information about the portrait world. But other than that, Marks McClown can't think of how to get the information about the portrait world for the time being. Barnabas and the giant monster kept waving their fists and great sticks towards Mark's eye outside the portrait, as if they were about to drive away Mark's eye immediately. Marks McClown lightly punched the portrait, and the whole painting trembled. Barnabas and the giant monster immediately became untenable and fell directly to the ground, as if they had tasted the power of Marks McClown and never dared to face Marks again. Zhang Fang dances claws at night. Marks McClown sighed softly and was about to leave. "Mr. Marks?" Harry's voice suddenly appeared behind Marks McClown. Marks McClown looked back and saw Harry looking at him with surprise. Chapter 596. It was discovered by Professor Marks. Behind Harry was Hermione and Ron. Besides that, students came here one after another. Marks McClown was also stunned. He was too focused on the portrait just now and didn't even notice Harry and the others coming here. Harry was surprised. "Do you know all about Mr. Marks?" Harry thought Marks I came here because he knew about the formation of the California Army. Marks McClown recalled the memories of her previous life, and now she also understood that this is a room for requests. And Harry's presence here only means that he has already started organizing students. It's just that Marks I hadn't noticed Harry's movement during this period of time, and hadn't noticed this incident, and Harry and the others mistakenly thought that they appeared to expose them. Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, "It seems that you have had a good time recently." Harry sighed softly and said, "I thought you didn't know Mr. Marks. But you already knew it." Marks McClown didn't answer the question and said, "It's fine if you have nothing to do. Be careful with Umbridge. 550. I will leave if I have anything else." Marks McClown nodded to Hermione, motioning to leave first. Hermione became flustered and said, "Marks McClown, I didn't deliberately lie to you about this. I wanted to surprise you. Don't get us wrong." Cool exclamation mark hash. Some students also saw Marks McClown's figure and gathered around, looking at Marks McClown curiously. Marks McClown smiled and said, "I didn't say anything about you. You think I am Umbridge. I have never opposed student clubs." Hermione smiled and said, "Marks I, why don't you come over and give me a class? Anyway, you can't use a magic wand in class recently, and you can't teach anything." Marks McClown was stunned, but she didn't expect that Hermione would actually let herself go to the responsive room for class. She hadn't really considered this. Harry quickly agreed, "McClowns, Mr. Marks. Anyway, you know it. Then you might as well join us. We just need a professor like you." The students who followed also booed, "McClowns, Mr. Marks. Give us a lesson. It's been a long time since I saw you use the spell." Marks I could not refuse the students when he saw the students' enthusiasm, so she had to say, "Well, since the students requested this, I can't refuse, am I?" After hearing Marks I's promise, the students cheered, and immediately rushed into the responsive room. Hermione immediately took Marks McClown's arm and looked at Marks McClown with a smile. "Marks McClown, you must go in and take a look." It must be pleasantly surprised. Marks McClown was stunned. Before she had time to ask, she was dragged by Hermione to the responsive house. Harry followed behind with a look of excitement, but was pulled by Ron with an unhappy look and said, "Harry, why are you inviting Marks I to give a lecture? This is where you organize the students. How can you take it? Go out and share with Marks I." Harry shook his head and said, "Ron, I used Mr. Marks's reputation to form the students, not because of Mr. Marks's reputation." "Do you think we have so many students joining? Since Mr. Marks already knows about this, what does it matter to let him teach?" Ron still wanted to refute, but he couldn't think of anything to say, so he could only follow everyone in anguish. Harry immediately followed Marks I's pace and walked into the house of request. As soon as Marks McClown entered, he found that the appearance here was completely different from what he saw last time. Marks I wanted to find Ravenclaw's crown last time, so she asked the House of Request to restore its original appearance. At this time, the responsive room is also like a classroom. There are rows of tables and chairs neatly placed inside, and you can see a lot of magic props for training magic on the other side of the classroom. It is an excellent training. The classroom of defense against the dark arts. But the most striking thing is not these, and it is carved on the wall with the two English letters California written in large. Marks McClown pointed to the California on the wall and asked puzzledly, "What does that California mean?" In Marks I's impression, Harry's army should be called DA, right? Hermione excitedly said, "It is what Cloud means and our name. We are the Cloud Army, the California Army, and the Cloud Army." Marks McClown was stunned. Harry and the others formed the Crowder Army instead of the Dumbledore Army. Unexpectedly, the original history has changed because of himself. It should have been Dumbledore's army, but it became his own army. Marks McClown didn't have the slightest joy, because the original history had changed a lot, and he couldn't use the known things to measure the unknown world. Seeing Mark-Si's expressionless face, Hermione was a little frightened and said, "Are you not happy, Mark-Si? Shouldn't we use your last name as the name?" Harry also thought Marks McClown was angry and said, "McClowner, Mr. Marks, don't be angry. We think you are the pride of Hogwarts and the main force of Hogwarts against Umbridge, so we use your name. McClowns, if you don't like it, I'll change it right away." Marks McClown shook his head faintly, and said with a chuckle, "No, it's my honor for you to use my name." Harry and Hermione were relieved when they saw Marks McClown smile. Harry smiled and said, "It scared me to death. I thought you didn't like Mr. Marks." Hermione also nodded and said, "Marks-I, you like it? You want to teach us something?" Harry quickly yelled, "Students, hurry up and sit down. Mr. Marks is going to teach us." The students in the back sat back to their positions, looking at Marks-I with excitement. Marks McClown nodded to Harry and Hermione, walked straight to the podium, smiled and looked at the students underneath and said, "Meet the students again." The students said in unison, "Hello, Professor Marks." Harry and Hermione obediently found seats and sat down. Obviously, the students are all very excited. Chapter 597, The Meaning of Black Magic. In the past, when they went to Marks-I class, they were all formal classes, but now they actually came to teach them when Marks-I was sneaking around, which gave them a kind of exciting freshness. Moreover, they joined in the name of Marks-I's army. As the master, Marks-I came to teach them personally, which gave them a sense of excitement. Marks McClown smiled and said, "First of all, I admire the spirit and courage of my classmates to resist and dare to stand up when Umbridge reigns over Hogwarts." Looking at Marks-I, the students all thought of Umbridge's brutal rule over Hogwarts, and they all showed sorrow. After all, they just dared to gather secretly, and there was no real way to deal with Umbridge. Marks McClown saw the expressions of the students and said, "I know what you are thinking. You are just students now. You don't have the strength to change everything. What you have to do now is to improve your strength and improve your quality, so as to grow into a person who can control your own destiny." The students nodded. Now that Hogwarts is ruled by Umbridge, even people like Dumbledore and Marks-I can only temporarily evade their edge, and they can't come up with a good way. Only gather strength can better deal with what is going on. Hermione applauded first, and the other students also looked at Marks-I, with a passionate expression of swearing not to be human. Marks McClown waved his hand and said, "Since I am teaching classmates in the responsive room today, I can also be more relaxed. Now that Voldemort has been resurrected, some of my classmates will meet and fight against Death Eaters who can use black magic in the next period of time. So in this lesson, I plan to show you the black magic and let everyone see the horror of black magic." As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, the students below showed fearful expressions, and some even looked at Marks McClown with fearful eyes. Marks McClown also saw all kinds of scared expressions from the students, and he pondered for a moment. Maybe the students are still afraid of black magic in their hearts, and even some students have personally experienced the horror of black magic. But here, I have to emphasize again that Voldemort has been resurrected. The Death Eaters will appear in various ways, and we, Hogwarts, are one of their main targets. At this time, one hand was raised tremblingly. Marks McClown saw that it was actually Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, what's the matter?" Marks McClown asked. Neville stood up and looked at the students around, still a little timid in his eyes. But he spoke slowly. "I understand what you mean, Mr. Marks. My parents were attacked by Death Eaters and have not healed yet. Deep down in my heart, I am very afraid of Death Eaters. Because of them, I have been living a life without parents. Because of them, will be bullied all the time." Neville's whole body was trembling, and his eyes were even red, which seemed to depress a lot of emotion. Neville clenched his fists and continued, "It is because I am afraid of them that I hate them even more. I want to become stronger to eliminate the scum in the wizarding world. Otherwise, more people will encounter this like me. A miserable childhood. In the end, Neville almost roared out, and he was not like the usual Neville. Marks McClown looked at Neville and said, "Neville, you are right. As long as we don't eliminate Voldemort and the Death Eaters in a day, we will always be threatened by black magic, and we will always be in danger. So we have to gather up now. The courage to face the black magic is for the people after us to no longer be threatened by the black magic." Harry stood up and said, "McClowns, we have to face the black magic bravely." Hermione also stood up and shouted, "Face the black magic." After some fresh-spirited students stood up and yelled to face the black magic, those students who had been timid were also infected one after another, slowly as if making up their minds, no longer showing fear and fear. Marks McClown nodded secretly, then waved his hand to signal the students to sit down quietly. Middle dot find flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. Marks McClown said, "Okay, now we start the class. I want to ask everyone first, what is the black magic?" Hermione raised her hand immediately, as if she was afraid of falling behind. Marks McClown had to call Hermione to answer, and Hermione stood up and said, "Black magic is evil magic that can cause irreparable damage." Marks McClown shrugged non-committal. This question reminded him that he had discussed the definition of black magic with Voldemort in the first grade. "Sit down, Hermione. This answer is only half right." Marks McClown drew a magic wand from her wizard's robe and pointed at the air on the side. Oolong out of the cave. A dark snake emerged from Mark's Eye's magic wand, and the students lying on the ground looking at the bottom frequently spit out the snake letter. Wherever the ferocious Snake Eyes went, the students backed away. Marks McClown said, "The black magic is powerful and weak, but no matter how weak it is, you can't ignore it, just like this oolong going out of a hole. It looks like it just summons a snake, but in fact it can be caused by this snake. Destruction is beyond your imagination." As soon as Mark's Eye's magic wand moved, the black snake swam around and slowly walked towards the students. The students swallowed and stared at the black snake, not daring to move. Marks McClown winked at Harry. Harry knew how to immediately block in front of the students, pointed his wand at the black snake and shouted, "Spell stop." The black snake was directly involved in Harry's wand and disappeared without a trace. Marks McClown nodded and said, "Harry is doing very well." Everyone remembers that no matter what kind of black magic, there are ways to fight. So the first thing everyone should do is to be calm when dealing with black magic. Chapter 598. Do you want to stay? Marks McClown snapped his fingers, and a wooden dummy appeared beside him. This is exactly the characteristic of a House of Responsiveness. As long as you want something to appear, the House of Responsiveness will appear out of thin air. This wooden dummy is something that Mark's Eye hopes to have made in the House of Will. Marks McClown said, "Now I show you the difference between black magic and ordinary magic." Marks McClown turned around, pointed his magic wand at the wooden dummy, and chanted, "Fall to pieces." The wooden dummy shattered into a pile of wood and fell to the ground with a crash. Marks McClown said, "The fragmentation curse may have been mastered by many people present. This is a very typical attack spell." Mark's Eye's wand waved again and said, "Repair 5 eat 7 as before." The wood that had been shredded into wood dregs immediately became an intact wooden figure again, so brand new as if the House of Requirement was made again. Marks McClown continued, "The magic spell we use is like this, it can be destroyed or repaired, so even if it is used wrongly, there is a chance to remedy it, but as Hermione said, most of the black magic is just the opposite." Mark's Eye magic wand said again, "There are a lot of damage caused by black magic, which cannot be recovered. Just like Snape's invented Shinfeng Eyeing, that's it. Normal treatments cannot be effective." Marks McClown directly raised his hand and cast a spell, which penetrated the wooden man's heart, and the empty heart position made the students feel cold. Marks McClown's magic wand flicked slightly, repair as before. The pierced wooden man stood straight on the spot, and the empty heart showed no signs of recovery. Marks McClown said indifferently, "So when you encounter black magic, you must be calm. because as long as you make a wrong decision, you will ruin your life. The students below stared at Mark's eye blankly. No one dared to speak. Most of the students were people who had never seen the real black magic horror. Now what Marks McClown said is too terrifying. Terror is one aspect. The most important thing is that what Marks McClown said is the cruel fact that the wizarding world is about to face. The students could only slowly accept this cruel fact while watching Mark's eye continue to explain the horror of black magic. Marks McClown's class soon ended. Marks McClown did not demonstrate the 3 unforgivable spells to the students, but simply introduced some equally powerful spells. These spells were the same as those of Marks McClown's many times before. Observed among the dead. Although these spells are slightly inferior to the 3 unforgivable spells, they are also very common. Once they relax their vigilance, they will be turned into curses with great evil results. Marks McClown looked at the students and said, "In this class, I will mainly talk about these common dark magics. Learning these can only increase the knowledge of the students, but how to deal with it still requires the students to practice the dark magic defense. Train yourself in actual combat so that you can really grow up." Marks McClown nodded to Harry and said, "This class is here first. Let's end the get out of class." The students underneath clapped one after another, and it really wasn't the same as in the Hogwarts classroom. Not to mention that it's the time of Umbridge's reign. Even in Dumbledore's period, there are many taboos. What Marks McClown told the students just now is really eye-opening for the students, as if they have met the wizarding world again. General Harry stepped forward and said, "Mr. Marks, this is the best lesson I have ever taught. Don't get me wrong. I mean, your previous lessons were great, but this one it's the best." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Anyway, this is in the room where there is responsiveness. I have something to say so that they can truly realize the cruelty of the wizarding world is a good thing, isn't it?" Hermione ran over with a look of admiration and said, "Marks McClown, how can you know so many things? Which book did you read? Can you lend it to me?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "This is not the knowledge that can be seen in books. As long as you live outside for a while, you will definitely know these things too." Hermione nodded in disappointment and muttered, "No way, my parents are muggles. The only time I can contact the wizarding world is when I go to school." Harry suddenly said, "Mr. Marks, or else you can come here to teach us. You can't teach anything in the Hogwarts classroom. Only here can you teach the students the real knowledge, and I can teach them things. There are too few." Marks McClown smiled and shook his head and said, "I want to come over to teach you too, but it's really impossible. Umbridge now sees me as a thorn in my eye and will definitely keep an eye on me. If I come to your side, I will definitely you are exposed." Harry also showed an embarrassed look. "In fact, we are now too. Filch is already watching us. We must have someone to hold him down every day, otherwise we won't be able to attend class." Marks McClown patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "So I can't come to your class anymore today?" This must have aroused Umbridge's alertness. "You can only protect yourself." Harry sighed and said, "It's up to us to support it, and I don't know when it will be." 4.2 Marks McClown shook his head and said, "Harry, you have to believe in yourself and your classmates. You must work together as a group now. Don't use the mentality of only a few of you. Understand?" Harry glanced at Mark's eye, then nodded. Marks McClown looked at the students who were leaving the responsive house and said, "I should almost go back. I'm afraid Umbridge will come to me personally if I disappear. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription." Chapter 599, Really Silent Filch. Harry nodded and said, "Mr. Marks, be careful." "Cool Tiger." Marks McClown waved his hand, left the responsive room and walked towards the Slytherin bedroom. But at this moment, an old man with his back squatted angrily and rushed towards the room for all requests. This old man was undoubtedly Filch. Filch had been squatting in the area near the responsive house these days, trying to find the place where Harry and the others met, but every day a suspicious student appeared in front of him, saying that he was going to the assembly. Of course Filch would not let go of these ready-made clues, and followed up without a word. Who knew that every time he was taken to visit Hogwarts, Filch slowly realized what was wrong. These students who appeared in front of him and were so obviously going to the assembly were definitely the ones who came to contain themselves, in order to get themselves out of that area. So the place where Harry and the others meet is definitely that area. Filch's rare Kong 11 understood once. So today he once again met a student who had pinned him. He first pretended that he was pinned down, followed the student around Hogwarts, and when it was almost time, Filch turned back immediately, rushing to the area here. Plus cool, Tiger. This time, we must seize the location of Harry and the others. Filch flew over here with a turn. A lot of students were already seen walking back to the dormitory in the area along the way. The students who went back couldn't help seeing Filch's face. There was a little panic, which made Filch firmer in his thoughts. Just as Filch was struggling to flew past, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Filch, and he was shocked that Filch stopped immediately, and immediately said angrily, "You leave me. I have important things to do it." It was Marks McClown who stood in the way. Marks McClown knew that Harry and the others were still in the room of request, and they would not leave until all the students left. Now if Filch is allowed to pass, he will undoubtedly discover the existence of the room of request. Marks McClown said indifferently, "Mr. Filch looks so hurry. I don't know where he is going." "It's your shit. Get out of here." Filch cursed and raised his head. As soon as he saw Mark's appearance, his arrogance immediately shrank, and he stuttered, "Marks. Mr. Marks, why are you?" Marks McClown squinted slightly and looked at Filch coldly and said, "It seems that Mr. Filch has been very angry recently. If that's the case, I won't bother and see you again." Filch hurriedly said, "Mr. Marks, I was too anxious just now, so I was offended." "Don't take it to heart," Marks McClown said coldly. "How can I take it to heart? Now that Mr. Filch is on the thigh of Professor Umbridge, how can he still look at a small person like me, right?" Filch appeared to be more flustered. It seemed that he was doing things for Umbridge. But in fact he knew very clearly in his heart that people like Umbridge who discriminated against mixed-race wizards would never like him! It's okay to help Umbridge run errands, but it is absolutely impossible to become Umbridge's confidant. Marks McClown is a true pure-blooded wizard, and he was born in a large family with hundreds of years of history. Even if he is against Umbridge, Umbridge still has nothing to do with Mark's and can only verbally say to look for Mark's That's all the trouble. How can you offend Mark's even if you are a dumb cannon? Filch hurriedly said, "Mr. Marks, it was because of my bad attitude just now that I offended you. I really ask you to forgive me for my reckless behavior just now. You can punish me whatever you want. I will never do it." Problem. Marks McClown's expression was slightly softened and said, "Mr. Filch, although I am a good-tempered person, you have known me for 5 years since I entered school. You should know what kind of personality I am. People, I'm definitely not easy to mess with." Filch nodded quickly and said yes, with a humble look. The students who walked out from the room of requests to this side saw Mark's stopping Filch and forced Filch to be so embarrassed. He also passed by with a smirk covering his mouth. Of course, they were also acquainted students, and immediately turned around and went back to tell Harry that they should leave the room on request. Marks McClown snorted softly and said, "Well, I don't want to pursue the matter just now." "Mr. Filch, you are so anxious. What are you going to do?" Filch bowed his waist and said, "Well, I want to check the situation on the 8th floor. I suspect Harry illegally organized student gatherings on it." Marks McClown said with a surprised expression, "No, Harry is a good student. He won't do anything like this. Besides, I only saw him when I got down from above. I just endorsed the book on it. Maybe I was eager to compare." Quiet. Filch nodded repeatedly and said, "Mr. Marks said 780 is. That may be my carelessness." Filch lowered his head, with a vicious look on his face. Marks McClown was obviously delaying Harry for time and not letting herself go up to find evidence, but now Filch dared not say anything. This was the most uncomfortable. Marks McClown looked behind her and said, "Mr. Filch, you are so anxious. You don't want to go up and have a look. Don't worry about me." Filch was taken aback. Why Marks McClown was so talkative now and let himself go up, just when Filch was ecstatic and ready to say goodbye to Marks McClown and rushed upstairs. Harry, Hermione and Ron had already appeared in front of Filch. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Harry, you have finished memorizing the book. Mr. Filch also said that you were an illegal assembly, which scared me to death." Harry also smiled and said, "It just happens to be over. Mr. Filch has misunderstood me for a long time, but I can't help it. I have been too busy with my studies recently, and I can't settle down without finding a quiet place to endorse." Chapter 600, How could Marks McClown condescend to participate? Filch's face changed several times at this time, and he stared at Harry's figure. Knowing that his arrest had failed again, he had to suffocate his stomach and said, "It's all right, it's all right." Marks McClown clapped his hands lightly and said, "It's best to understand everything now, isn't it, Mr. Filch?" Filch was mad in his heart, but at this time he could only put on a smile and said, "McClowns, that's right." Marks McClown gave Harry a wink and said, "If it's okay, let's leave Mr. Filch first. You should also go back to rest early. Running at Hogwarts every day is also very troublesome." Filch nodded slightly, and just watched Harry and the three of them trail behind Marks McClown and walked towards the bedroom. Seeing the four of them slowly disappearing to the end of his sight, Filch kicked the wall beside him with angrily, and he was once again played around. Moreover, facing Marks McClown, he could only put on an ugly smile, which undoubtedly made Filch even more annoyed. Filch glanced at the 8th floor. He knew that now he could only see the empty corridor when he went up, and could not find anything at all, so he had to leave angrily. Filch's inner dissatisfaction with Marks I, Harry and others has deepened, making Phil 700 more confident. It is necessary to find evidence of Harry's illegal assembly and organize students to establish club activities. But it was too difficult for him alone. Harry and the others had already played around with them. With a cloud of night covering Harry and them, there was no way for him to start. Plus cool, Tiger. After all, Filch still needs Umbridge's help, but his position in Umbridge's heart is too low, and there is no way to persuade Umbridge. Wrong. Filch suddenly thought of a question. Now that Marks McClown is also here and helping Harry to cover it, doesn't it mean that Marks McClown also participated in Harry's illegal assembly? Filch thought that Umbridge had such a deep resentment for Marks I. If Umbridge knew that Marks I was also a member of the illegal assembly, they were uniting against Umbridge herself, and Umbridge would definitely not will still sit still. I will never stand idly by. McClowns, just to inform Umbridge of this news. Umbridge will definitely help himself. Don't talk about that little bastard Harry at that time, even Marks I will suffer. And he helped Umbridge bring down Marks I and Harry. Umbridge would definitely find himself useful and would no longer despise himself. Maybe he could become Umbridge's confidant. Thinking of this, Filch got excited and immediately walked towards Umbridge's office. He wanted to tell Umbridge about this immediately. Umbridge office. Umbridge is correcting the students' homework. Filch knocked on the door of Umbridge's office, and Umbridge said lightly, "Please come in." Filch opened the door and immediately shouted, "Professor Umbridge, I have something to report to you." When Umbridge saw that it was Filch, his brows frowned and said, "Why, it's you again. Didn't I say you don't come to me if there are no important things?" Filch looked a little flustered, and quickly said, "Professor Umbridge, this is a very important matter, and it must be reported to you." Umbridge gave Filch a cold stare and said, "Go ahead, if I think this matter is of no value, get out of here." Filch swallowed nervously and said, "It's Marks I. I found out that Marks I attended Harry's rally." "What?" Umbridge slammed the table and shouted, "You say it again." Filch saw how excited Umbridge was and immediately realized that the news was very important to Umbridge. "McClown Marks I attended Harry's rally, and I have every reason to believe that they are conspiring against you. Professor Umbridge. Umbridge took a deep breath and said, "You tell me in detail what you know. If there is a little omission, I won't let you go." Filch nodded, began to add his jealousy to how he suspected Harry and his assembly, and then secretly followed the members of Harry Chance. Of course, Filch did not say that he was tricked by members of Harry's assembly, but said that he kept discovering their clues, and finally saw Markseye and Harry acting together today. He almost succeeded in arresting Harry. Markseye came out to rescue Harry. After listening to Filch's report, Umbridge said with a grim look, "Are you sure Markseye joined Harry's rally?" Although Umbridge is very angry now, she feels that Marks McClown, such an arrogant person, can stoop to join the club organized by Harry. Filch was also taken aback. He did not think of this problem. But according to this logic, it seems to make sense. It doesn't matter what kind of student club a character like Marks McClown wants to organize. Why join Harry's club? It shouldn't be necessary. But Filch certainly wouldn't express his own thoughts. He was desperately eager to get Umbridge's help to deal with Harry and the others. Filch thought for a while and said, "Professor Umbridge, I have a guess now. I don't know if I should say it." Umbridge said, "What?" Filch replied, "Professor Umbridge, have you heard of our Hogwarts School magazine?" Umbridge nodded and sneered, "Isn't it the newspaper that Markseye secretly manipulated? No one knows that he is the boss behind the scenes. Isn't he being suppressed outside the wizarding world?" Filch looked at Umbridge with a smile, but did not speak. The sneer on Umbridge's face slowly receded, and she knew what Filch wanted to tell herself.